25. Actually, these statistics greatly underestimate the numbers unemployed. For example, on January 1, 1927, the labor exchanges reckoned that there were only 867,000 trade unionists out of work, but, on the same date, the trade unions themselves recorded 1,667,000 members unemployed, or more than double that figure. 26. The amount of unemployment and its tendency to get worse constituted a symptom of deep-lying economic contradictions, of a crisis situation that was more and more acute. In 1926-1927 the party leaders acknowledged that unemployment was more than a mere passing phenomenon, and that it presented a grave problem. At the beginning of 1927 Kirov went so far as to speak of it as an enormous ulcer in our economic organism. 27. The way the Bolshevik Party analyzed the causes of unemployment, however, the Bolshevik Party did not undertake an analysis of social relations such as could account for the developing contradiction between the increase in the number of unemployed and the increase in unsatisfied demand. The way the Bolshevik Party tried, in 1927, to explain the increase in unemployment, and the political measures which followed from this type of explanation, deserve our attention. Analysis of the social relations in industry and of the 296. Way these relations were expressed was practically nowhere to be found in the explanations prevalent at that time. These explanations revolved around two notions. Reference was made, on the one hand, to the quantitative inadequacy of the material factors of production, and, on the other, to the existence of rural overpopulation, which was seen as the principal source of unemployment, owing to the size of the flood of workers migrating from the country districts into the towns. 28. Some examples will enable us to see how these two notions functioned, and how their functioning was related to the lack of a genuine analysis of the social relations existing in industry. Let us take as an example the speech made at the Fourth Congress of Soviets by Schlichter, Commissar of Agriculture in the Ukrainian Republic. Using the notion of rural overpopulation, he estimated that in the RSFSR 10% of the rural population was surplus, the corresponding figures for Belarusia and the Ukraine being 16 and 18%. 29. In that period the figure of between 10 and 15 million for the surplus rural population was generally accepted. 30. What the significance of such figures was is obviously far from clear. 31. In any case, the notion of rural overpopulation, used in this way, easily brought up the idea of shortage of land, which led to the recommending of a policy of migration, of colonization of new lands. 32. The second material factor invoked to explain unemployment was related to the idea that there were not enough instruments of labor available to employ all those who were looking for work, and from this followed the affirmation that unemployment was due to the country's poverty and the inadequacy of investment. Thus, in 1927 the economist Strumilin considered that the figures for investment in industry that were then included in the draft of the 5-year plan would not suffice to banish unemployment completely. 33. For the total amount of this investment, divided by the investment necessary to create one industrial job, showed that an increase of only about 400,000 jobs in industry could be expected. 297. At the 6th Congress of the Comintern the economist Varga expounded the same view. In the Soviet Union unemployment exists only because the economy is poor. If we could provide all the unemployed with means of production there would never need to be unemployment in the Soviet Union. 34. This way of arguing is, of course, surprising when it comes from Marxists. It provokes the question why it was that, for centuries, countries even poorer than the Soviet Union of 1927 did not know unemployment, and what economic law dictates that a certain amount of investment is needed as the condition for creating a job. 35. However, the majority in the CC, no less than the opposition, accepted this way of arguing. In varying forms we see it in operation in several of Stalin's pronouncements. Thus, at the 14th Party Congress, he said that the future pace of industrial development would have to be slowed down owing to a considerable shortage of capital. 36 The link thus proclaimed between the pace of industrialization and that of accumulation recurs frequently, for example in a speech made by Stalin in March 1927. 37 Finally, as we shall see in more detail later, this conception led, in 1928, to the justifying of the theory that a tribute must be levied from the peasantry to finance industrial development. 38 The explanation of unemployment by shortage of land and inadequate accumulation was dominant but not exclusive in the 1920s. The notion that there was a shortage of land was especially disputed, most often by pointing to the opportunities for employment and production which could be opened up by more intensive cultivation. Those agronomists who mentioned these possibilities, however, usually found themselves up against the argument that the resources needed to realize these changes were not available. In face of the rise in unemployment, the practical measures decided on by the party and the government were very diverse, but they were often intended to deal with the overt 298 expressions of the phenomenon rather than to attack its social roots. The measures taken by the Bolshevik Party in face of the rise in unemployment during the final years of the NEP. The first of these measures bore a mainly administrative character. It was aimed at discouraging peasants from coming to the towns in too large numbers, to seek employment. Thus, the restrictions imposed on the registering of unemployed persons at the labor exchanges 39 aimed not merely at reducing the number of registered unemployed but also at diverting the intentions of those peasants who were thinking of migrating to the towns. It was supposed that, on leaving the village, if they found it impossible or very difficult to register at a labor exchange, perhaps they would hesitate to make the move. Accordingly, a decree of June 29, 1927, sought to regulate the arrival in the towns of workers of rural origin who were looking for seasonal work. By this means the authorities sought to make better appreciated in the rural areas the narrow limits within which extra labor power could be absorbed by the towns. 40 This type of measure proved not very effective. The peasants who were leaving the countryside either had no work at all there or else earned extremely little, 41 so that they preferred, in any case, to try their luck in town even if their conditions of existence there should turn out to be wretched, when they failed to find either a job or a place to live. On several occasions the authorities tried to send back the peasants who came to the big towns, looking for work, as soon as they arrived at the railway station. 42 This method was particularly unsuccessful, and gave rise to more or less violent clashes. It was used only in exceptional circumstances, since it was in contradiction with the seasonal requirements of labor of certain industries, especially building. The trade unions, too, tried to discourage the drift into the towns of peasants in search of work, by not accepting into 299 membership anyone who had not already worked for wages 43 and by striving to reserve priority in employment for their members. 44 Around this policy a serious struggle was waged, for it was opposed by the managers of enterprises who favored freedom to hire. In January 1925 they obtained the formal rescinding of the article in the Labor Code which obliged them to hire workers exclusively through the labor exchanges 45 an article which had, moreover, been only very partially respected. Thereafter, the hiring of workers took place more and more frequently at the factory gate, and this encouraged many peasants to come to town. Some managers even sent recruiters into the countryside. They preferred, whenever they could, to employ peasants, who are less demanding and have more physical endurance. In their striving to increase the profitability of their enterprises, certain managers even dismissed some of their workers so as to recruit fresh ones coming straight from the villages. 46 This helped to increase unemployment in the towns and worked against the efforts being made to reduce rural emigration. Finally, in 1928, the obligation to engage workers only through the labor exchanges was reintroduced, at least in principle. The increased role thus given to these institutions was connected with the new situation resulting from the projects for industrialization. This situation made it necessary to organize both struggle against unemployment and regulation of the labor market. A decree of September 26, 1928, modified the Statute of Narkomtrud in accordance with these tasks 47 and strengthened the role of the labor exchanges. The need to regulate the labor market resulted from the fact that the massive unemployment of unskilled workers existed, especially after 1928, alongside partial shortages in certain skilled trades. Consequently, the state's economic organizations sought to take administrative measures which would enable them to assign certain workers to the activities and localities where there was considered to be a priority need for their employment. The same concern with priority assignment to particular 300 jobs led to the adoption of the Decree of March 26, 1928. This decree provided that persons detained in prison camps could be assigned to work on building sites. Such measures were later on to be adopted on a very large scale. 48 For a time the carrying out of a policy of public works also played a part in the struggle against unemployment. The form assumed by this policy was not specially socialist. It was a question of giving employment to unskilled workers by devoting part of the state's financial resources to the creation of some large-scale building sites. When the industrialization process got underway, the policy of public works was criticized and abandoned, on the grounds that it tied up too much capital. 49 For several years, the idea that unemployment was due to land shortage stimulated also a policy of bringing new lands under cultivation, or bringing back under the plow lands which had gone out of cultivation. This policy was particularly favored by the People's Commissariat of Agriculture and the agrarian economists. Its advocates stressed the fact that the cultivated area had not increased at the same rate as that of the increase in the rural population. 50 This had happened mainly because many of the small and medium-sized peasant farms lacked the means needed for more complete cultivation of all the land they possessed. It was basically a problem of the distribution and use of instruments of labor. Faced with this situation, two political lines emerged. One aimed at helping the peasants to organize themselves and to acquire means of production that would enable them to extend the cultivated areas, especially those that were remote from the villages. This line aimed at solving the problems at village level, relying first and foremost on the peasants' own resources. We know that this line had only very limited results. 52 The other line was more ambitious. It aimed at mobilizing the resources possessed by the state machine for undertaking colonization of virgin lands. This line was put into practice more or less systematically from 1925 on. Thus, a decree issued on September 6, 1926, by the government of the 301 RSFSR opened the Autonomous Republic of Karelia to workers who would go there to take up permanent residence. 53 The 15th Conference, and then the 15th Congress of the party declared for the extension of measures like this to Siberia and the Far East. 54 In 1928 funds were made available for settling migrants in Turkestan, Kamchatka, Sakhalin, Bashkiria, and Buryat Mongolia. 55 A stream of migration was brought into being by these measures. It involved some 700,000 persons. This was a poor result when compared with the scale of the unemployment problem, but the migration thus organized was aimed not only at solving that problem, it also served the purpose of settling in Asia a population of European origin. 56 In fact, the Bolshevik Party considered that the problem of unemployment could not really be solved except by industrializing the country. From its point of view, the various measures taken in other directions, even when economically useful, could be no more than temporary palliatives. As we know, the 15th Party Congress and, especially, the 16th Party Conference emphasized more and more the industrialization of the country, so that the question of unemployment could be approached in a new way. We shall see later what political struggles were fought on this subject within the party. First of all, we need to examine how the problem of unemployment as it arose during the NEP was rooted in the very nature of the reproduction process of that period. 3. Unemployment and the contradictory character of the reproduction process under the NEP. On the theoretical plane, the question of unemployment presents itself basically in these terms: was unemployment due to the reproduction of capitalist and commodity relations? 302. Inside the state sector as well as outside it? Was it not the reproduction of these relations, under the conditions then prevailing, that made impossible the employment of a larger number of workers, this increased employment being subjected to constraints of valorization which could not then be satisfied? In other words, did the unemployment situation not signify that, despite the existence of socialist social relations, these relations were not sufficiently developed for the production of additional use values to take precedence over the use of the means of production, for preference, in a way that would ensure their self-valorization, the production of surplus value? Or, again, was this situation not a symptom showing that the contradiction between the nascent socialist relations and the commodity and capitalist relations which had not disappeared was not being dealt with in a way that would make it possible to break through the limits imposed on the volume of employment by the reproduction of commodity and capitalist relations? We have to see the question of unemployment in these terms, and to answer these questions in the affirmative, which leads us to reject the idea that socialist relations were absolutely dominant in the state sector. That, however, was the idea held not only by economists like Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, but also by the party leadership. The absence of a dialectical analysis of the system of social relations, the absence of a dialectical analysis of the production relations prevailing in the state sector is clearly apparent in many documents produced by the party leadership, and notably in the political report presented by Stalin to the 14th Party Congress. In this report, the thesis of the socialist character of the state enterprises was asserted in a one-sided way. The argument offered consisted of a series of 303 questions and answers that dealt with the matter undialectically. Speaking of the state-owned enterprises, Stalin asked, "Are they state capitalist enterprises?" No, they are not. Why? Because they involve not two classes, but one class, the working class, which through its state owns the instruments and means of production and which is not exploited. It may be said that, after all, this is not complete socialism, bearing in mind the survivals of bureaucracy persisting in the managing bodies of our enterprises. That is true, but it does not contradict the fact that state industry belongs to the socialist type of production. 57. The speech continued with a discussion of the Soviet state and an argument by analogy in which reference was made to Lenin's analyses which showed that the Soviet workers' state suffered from many bureaucratic survivals. 58. However, in 1925 the significance actually ascribed to these survivals, at enterprise level and at state level, was extremely limited. They were regarded as being, so to speak, superadded to the socialist and proletarian relations, and modifying only in a secondary way the effects of these relations and the conditions of their reproduction. Yet the presence of such survivals several years after the October Revolution testifies to the existence of a contradictory combination of proletarian and bourgeois relations both in the economic basis and in the superstructure of the Soviet formation. 59. This situation calls for analysis of the way in which these relations were interlinked, and of the forms of domination of some relations over others, and for the problems to be presented in terms not of survivals but of the reproduction of a system embracing elements of capitalist relations which could take the form of state capitalism. Without a concrete analysis of the system of contradictions and its development, it is impossible to grasp the complexity of the real situation, or to deal correctly with the contradictions that this situation contains. Under these conditions 1. 304 has to operate through ideological conceptions which prevent one from appreciating that the Soviet state is at once proletarian and non-proletarian. These conceptions also prevent one from realizing that even when an enterprise is socialist in form, the production relations reproduced within it may be capitalist, especially when they are not actually managed by the working class and in conformity with the demands of the building of socialism. The forms of development of industrial enterprises, the type of technology used in them, and the number of jobs that there can be in them are conditioned not directly by the form assumed by the juridical ownership of these enterprises, 60, but by the nature of the production relations that are reproduced in them, or by the dominant elements of these relations and by the form that these relations or these elements impose upon the reproduction process, given the changes that this process may undergo as a result of the intervention of class struggles and of action by the ruling power. The forms of the division of labor which were characteristic of the industrial enterprises in the NEP period, the ways in which they were integrated in monetary and commodity relations, and also the forms of the class struggle and of intervention by the ruling power, had as their consequence that the production relations reproduced in them were, to a predominant extent, capitalist relations. The unemployment that developed in that period was precisely the effect of the reproduction of these relations, of the separation of the workers from their means of production. In other words, labor power functioned mainly as a commodity of which wages were the price, as a commodity which was either embodied in the production process, or thrown out of it, depending on whether or not it could contribute to the valorization of capital. This was not a matter of mere objective necessity, for the socialist aspect of the production relations and the basically proletarian nature of the state power would have made it possible to set at naught the demands of the valorization. 305. Of capital. Actually, there was a conjunction between the existence of capitalist relations and the effects of the failure to make a dialectical analysis, a failure which caused to be mistaken for the demands of socialist expanded reproduction what were in reality the demands of the accumulation of capital. The practical effects of the absence of a dialectical analysis of the existing system of social relations and of the correlative failure to deal adequately with the contradictions associated with the reproduction of this system concretely, as we have seen, under the conditions of the NEP, the dominant aim of production in the state-owned enterprises was to make a profit and to increase this profit. 61. This was what determined the use that the state enterprises made of their capital. When they invested they had, in principle, to increase their profits. Thus, the process of accumulation tended to favor the most profitable investments, to the detriment of others. As between an investment that would enable production to be increased and more workers employed, but which would increase only slightly the profit realized, and another investment that would greatly increase the profit realized, while increasing only slightly, or not at all, production and employment, it was the second investment that tended to be undertaken. In other words, if there was a contradiction between increasing production and employment and increasing profit, this contradiction was usually resolved in accordance with the capitalist law of increasing profit. The same tendencies prevailed when it was a question of replacing obsolete equipment. Where such equipment existed it was often possible to continue to use it, provided some repairs were done. The 306. Financing of which would reduce, more or less, the accumulation funds serving to create new production capacities of higher profitability, but it was equally possible to throw this old equipment on the scrap heap and use the entire accumulation fund to replace it with equipment of high profitability. Although such replacement operations might not increase production, the striving to increase profit frequently led to them being favored, to the detriment of increases in production capacity. This form of the accumulation process played an important part in the USSR during the second phase of the NEP. Thus, between 1926 and 1928 in the iron and steel industry, a large amount of old equipment was scrapped in order to modernize this industry and increase its profitability. The same thing happened in the coal and oil industries in 1928 to 1929. Similarly, most of the investments made in the textile industry between 1926 and 1928 were aimed not at increasing production capacity but at making the industry more profitable. 62. This form of the reproduction process subordinated the increase in the number of workers employed and the increase in production to the demands of increasing profit. Capital thus restricted both production and employment, not because its quantity was inadequate but because the demand of its valorization and accumulation imposed a limit upon production and upon the employment of wage labor. Thus, unemployment was not connected with the inadequacy of the available means of production but with the form of the reproduction process and the demands to which this process was subject. 4. Expanded reproduction and accumulation. During the NEP the process of expanded reproduction mainly took the form of a process of accumulation, of growth in 307. The value of the means of production, which were themselves subject to the demands of self-valorization. This form was determined by the place occupied by capitalist production relations and by the predominance of a system of thought which tended to identify expanded reproduction with accumulation. The ideas put forward by Preobrazhensky in the New Economics, and by Lapidus and Ostrovetyanov in the Outline of Political Economy, correspond to this identification. It was acknowledged in practice by the Bolshevik Party, and it furnished the inspiration of the party's economic policy. 63. This identification had its roots in on fusion between expanded reproduction of the material and human conditions of production and expanded reproduction of capital, between the process of growth of the quantity of use values available and the process of growth of the value of the means of production serving a purpose of self-valorization. Under the capitalist mode of production, these two processes of growth tend to coincide, without ever doing so completely. But capitalist growth in the production of use values is always subject to the demands of self-valorization of capital. Under the capitalist mode of production, the growth of the productive forces is only a secondary effect of the process of accumulation, and the contradictions of this process determine the characteristics of capitalist, and the contradictions of this process determine the characteristics of capitalist growth of the productive forces. 64. The establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the expropriation of the private capitalists create the beginning of the conditions needed for freeing from the constraints of accumulation both the process of growth in the production of use values and the entry of fresh labor power into the production process. Thus, a process of expanded reproduction can develop which is increasingly independent of the process of accumulation. This development assumes that changes 308. Take place in the immediate production process, changes thanks to which increases in production can be brought about by the initiatives of the direct producers, who have appropriated their own general productive power. 65. And set themselves the aim of increasing the production of use values. This development also assumes that changes take place in the social reproduction process, changes thanks to which the different production units establish a cooperation among themselves that takes priority over the striving to increase the profit realized by each of them. Such changes cannot be spontaneous, the need for them has to be formulated and systematically worked for, and that presupposes the implementing of an appropriate political line. Actually, for reasons to which we shall return later, such a political line did not take shape during the NEP period, even though the resolutions in favor of developing production conferences and mass criticism and self-criticism 66 adumbrated embryonic forms of this line. And so, during the NEP period, expanded reproduction was fundamentally subject to the demands of accumulation and the valorization of capital, and from this there followed, where the evolution of employment and unemployment was concerned, a series of particularly grave consequences in a situation in which the number of jobless in the towns was tending to increase rapidly owing to migration from the countryside. V. The characteristics of the relations between classes and the domination of expanded reproduction by the demands of accumulation. If, in the NEP period, the demands of accumulation imposed their constraint on the principal form assumed by expanded reproduction, especially in industry, this was certainly due to the theoretical conceptions that prevailed, and which 309 tended to identify expanded reproduction with accumulation. But the fact that these conceptions were predominant was itself due to a certain state of class relations, some essential aspects of which need to be recalled. The maintenance of what had initially been conceived as temporary measures corresponded to the consolidation of certain social relations and relations between classes. These relations subordinated manual labor to mental labor, ensured the reproduction of hierarchical relations within the collective laborer, and perpetuated relations of exteriority between the different members of the working groups and between the different working groups subject to the constraints of commodity production and to those of a plan constructed from above downward. These social relations seriously restricted the possibilities of increasing production on the basis of a process of mass innovation. They tended to give predominance to possibilities of increasing production through changes in the production process initiated from above, in which the means of production were separated from the immediate producers and functioned as capital. In other words, the state of social relations, and the corresponding relations between classes, actually tended to subject expanded reproduction to the demands of the accumulation of capital. Moreover, in the absence of a critical analysis of the consequences of these demands, an analysis presupposing systematization of a sufficient body of historical experience, drawing the balance sheet of a certain minimum of open struggles against the reproduction of existing relations in their then current form, what was an objective tendency was seen as a necessary law. The state of social relations and relations between classes which has been described, and the absence of a systematization of open struggles against the reproduction of existing relations such as would have provided the basis for a concrete criticism of the consequences of these relations, were the result of a complex historical process. This process was 310. Marked by the physical weakening of the Soviet proletariat consequent upon the Civil War and the absorption of the best proletarian forces into the Soviet administrative machinery, and then by the entry into the ranks of the proletariat of new forces, which began, though only toward the end of the NEP period 67, to challenge certain forms of the immediate production process. The initial weakening of the proletariat had as corollary the strengthening of the role and functions of those who occupied the leading position in the process of production and reproduction. These were either former bourgeois or, and this was more and more the case toward the end of the NEP, officials of proletarian origin. The functions which these officials, whatever their origin, fulfilled in the process of production and reproduction were bourgeois functions, associated with management of processes which were those of the reproduction of a collective capital. In this way a social stratum came into being which objectively possessed a dual nature. It was proletarian by class origin and, generally speaking, by its devotion to the aims of the socialist revolution. It was bourgeois by the functions it assumed and, sometimes, by the way in which it fulfilled these functions and the way of life it adopted. It thus tended, in some of its objective and subjective features, to constitute a bourgeois force. This tendency took shape all the more easily because the working class did not offer timely opposition to it, and because the party, lacking experience in this field, and influenced by the conceptions of those of the leading economic cadres who were members of it, opposed the tendency only feebly. This relative passivity was itself an effect of the process of becoming independent of the masses which had affected the state and the party apparatus alike. 68 A process the counterpart of which was the too weak development of that socialist democracy without which no revolutionary transformation of production relations and productive forces can be accomplished. Here, too, politics commands economics. 311. The development of bourgeois features by the cadres holding posts of leadership in the economic apparatuses, and the form of the reproduction process. The development of bourgeois features by the cadres holding posts of leadership in the economic apparatuses affected in many ways the form taken by the reproduction process. Here I shall make only a few points. In the first place, this development hindered the rise of mass initiatives and criticism from below, and blocked the development of new production relations which could allow new, socialist forms of labor and of the productive forces to assert themselves. Under these conditions, the immense potential of latent productive forces contained within the Soviet social formation contributed only very little to the actual increase in production. This increase therefore continued basically to depend above all on the process of accumulation. The scrapping of obsolete equipment was due, also, to both the theoretical notions which have already been mentioned 69 and to concrete intervention in the process of production and reproduction by the heads of the large state-owned enterprises. In a situation where mass unemployment existed, the obsolete equipment which the state enterprises ceased to use for reasons of profitability could, instead of being turned into scrap iron, have been used by unemployed workers organized in cooperatives and by small local industrial enterprises in the rural areas, for which peasants, perhaps working part-time, could have provided the workforce. Use of the equipment in this way would have enabled its potential for production and employment to be conserved. If the state factories had handed over their relatively obsolete equipment to workers' cooperatives or small-scale rural industries, this would have increased total production capacity, employment, and resources for future accumulation. Operations of this sort, 312, have been carried out on a large scale in the People's Republic of China. In the USSR, however, both in the NEP period and subsequently, such handing over of obsolete equipment took place but rarely. Furthermore, the heads of the large state-owned enterprises were, as a rule, hostile to the workers' cooperatives and local peasant industry, and tried to restrict their field of activity. They often succeeded in doing this, despite the attitude or principle maintained by the party, which, throughout most of the NEP period, declared itself in favor of local industry. The feebleness of the help given to workers' cooperatives and peasants' local industry was due, certainly in part, to ideological reasons in the name of which a connection was made between socialism and the advanced state of technology, leading to condemnation of the use of obsolete technical means. This was what lay behind a statement like Kuibishev's in October 1927 that socialism is a technically higher stage of development of society. 70 A one-sided interpretation of certain formulations by Lenin which appear sometimes to ascribe a major role to the development of technology. But it was not ideology that was the most important factor in this conflict between large-scale state-owned industry, on the one hand, and the workers' cooperatives and peasants' local industry, on the other, a conflict of which two immediate effects were increased unemployment and the flight from the countryside. The principal factor here was the action taken by the heads of the state enterprises, aimed at keeping control over all industrial activity. Their action sought to increase the scope of the operations for which they were responsible, and sometimes also the income they derived from them. Such action can be observed at a number of levels. 71 It enabled large-scale state-owned industry to keep at its disposal a more numerous industrial reserve army than would otherwise have been the case, and one which included skilled workers. It made possible a tightening of factory discipline. 313. And higher profitability for the big enterprises, which also helped to establish the idea that the big enterprises functioned better than the small ones. The measures taken by the central economic organs to the advantage of the big enterprises favored the most highly developed forms of the capitalist division of labor and the subordination of expanded reproduction to the accumulation of capital, thus contributing, in the given conditions, to an increase in unemployment. This type of development was thus based upon the predominance in industry of expanded reproduction of the social relations and relations between classes that were characteristic of the large-scale enterprises. This predominance was facilitated by the limited nature of the proletarian class actions directed against the existing forms of division of labor and by the absence of a critical analysis. The level of wages, the profitability of different techniques, and the problem of unemployment under NEP conditions. The development of unemployment seems to have been determined by the very limited size of the accumulation fund, by the will to invest this fund preferably in profitable techniques, and by the fact that only those investments appeared profitable which made possible the installation of up-to-date equipment. Investments like these absorbed a large proportion of the investment fund while not directly engendering more than a limited number of jobs. But the profitability of different types of investment is not a technical datum, it is bound up with the levels of prices and wages and with the type of discipline prevailing in the production units. Throughout the NEP period, the wage level rose steadily, despite the amount of unemployment and its tendency to increase. This rising wage level created an incentive in the name of profitability for those techniques to be preferred which were comparatively costly in terms of capital but which economized on living labor. This being so, we need to look into the reasons determining the 314 increase in wages which took place regardless of the campaigns that were continually being waged to stabilize them and prevent their increase from swelling the costs of production. To a certain extent, this increase in wages taking place in spite of the presence of unemployment may seem to be linked with the position held by the working class as a result of the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Such an interpretation is problematical, however, in that the form assumed by expanded reproduction was such that the increase in the wages of those who had jobs produced a negative effect on the standard of living of the proletariat as a whole, by stimulating an increase in unemployment. Actually, concrete analysis shows that, in general, wage increases were effected contrary to the provisions of the annual plans, and were connected above all with the development of the contradictions within the production units. Insofar as the heads of enterprises restricted the workers' initiative and opposed the development of movements of mass criticism, wage increases served as a means of appeasing the discontent of the workers motivated by the conditions in which they lived and worked. The increases granted in 1927 and 1928 had their source, fundamentally, in this system of contradictions. They were the result of a particular form of class struggle, and were the corollary of the absence of changes in the form of the immediate production process. This absence had also some effects on the inequalities in wages. 72. The predominant form of labor discipline and the type of technological development. The existence of the contradictions just mentioned means that the dominant aspect of labor discipline in the state-owned enterprises was at that time a capitalist type of discipline with which the recourse to piece wages and material incentives was connected. The strengthening of this type of discipline also tended to favor the adoption of those forms of the labor process in which the machine is used as a means of 315. Imposing its own discipline upon the direct producers. 73. In other words, the failure to develop a genuine socialist labor discipline combined with the role played by the striving for profitability led, under the conditions that prevailed in the NEP period, to identifying the outlook for technological changes in the Soviet factories with the changes which had taken place in the capitalist countries. It is particularly significant that the outline of political economy by Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, in a section which, since it is entitled Socialist Technique, leads the reader to expect at least some indication of the distinction between socialist technique and capitalist technique, puts the problem like this: what are the main lines of technical development in the Soviet Union? They follow from the tendencies which we pointed out in analyzing capitalist technique. 74. Which amounts to saying that socialist technique has merely to follow the road of capitalist technique. To be sure, the outline is able to refer to various passages in Lenin to justify this conception. 75. But these passages had been written 7 years earlier, before the task of restoring the Soviet economy had been accomplished. The fact that once this task had been accomplished, and the tasks of reconstructing industry were being faced, no new prospect appeared in the field of technique, shows that the existing social relations and relations between classes did not allow the question of a radical transformation of technical development to be put on the agenda. Thus, to the dominance of the capitalist form of expanded reproduction there corresponded predominance of the capitalist forms of technical change, or, more generally, of the capitalist form of development of the productive forces. 6. The form of the reproduction process and the nature of the relations between classes. Taken as a whole, the form assumed by the reproduction process under the NEP was determined by the historical 316 limits within which the class struggles unfolded in the Soviet Union. It was within these limits that the changes undergone by the process of production and reproduction occurred. The limits themselves were set, on the plane of social forces, by the weakness of the Soviet proletariat. This weakness was not so much numerical as ideological. It was a matter of the slight extent to which the proletarian ideology had penetrated the masses. 76. A circumstance itself connected with the poor development of socialist democracy. On the plane of theoretical ideology it was connected with the absence of a rigorous analysis of the nature of the existing production relations and of the need to struggle to change them so as to make decisive progress towards socialism. This ideological limitation was rooted in the history of the class struggles and in the effects that these struggles had had upon the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation. The forms taken by these class struggles did not allow the development of a rigorous analysis of the social relations and relations between classes existing in the NEP period. It is difficult to analyze production relations and class relations under the NEP because of the extremely contradictory nature of these relations and of the completely new forms that they assumed. Even today, when we possess a much longer and broader historical experience, together with the lessons drawn from it by Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party, this analysis can be made on only a certain level of abstraction. But even so limited a type of analysis is indispensable if we are to grasp the movement of the contradictions. One of the essential points is this: that the existence of what Lenin called the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat 77 did not cause the proletariat to disappear, but modified its form of existence and its relations with the other classes of society. 78 In the NEP period, this system retained the essential features it had possessed in 1921, though the expansion of the machinery of state, the development of Ausrisket and of the banking and 317 financial apparatuses, together with the strengthening of factory discipline, had changed the forms of separation of the working class from its means of production. It was because of this separation that the working class was still a proletariat. The proletariat cannot disappear until all forms of separation between the direct producers and their means of production have disappeared. However, the existence of the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat implies the destruction of part of the previous relations of separation, in particular, because, through the system of its organization, the proletariat is united with its means of production and is able, to some extent, to determine the use that is made of them. In other words, the Soviet working class is at once a proletariat and not a proletariat, insofar as it is separated from its means of production and integrated in a system of capitalist relations which have undergone only partial changes, not a proletariat, insofar as it is united with its means of production and dominates them through the development of new social relations. 79 In the superstructure and in the economic basis. The specific features assumed by this dual nature of the proletariat change as a result of class struggles. The destruction of the relations of separation consolidates the dictatorship of the proletariat and at the same time helps to put an end to the conditions that make the working class a proletariat. In the NEP period, the Soviet proletariat, at the level of the immediate production relations and of the dominant form of the reproduction process, remained fundamentally separated from its means of production. The domination it exercised over the latter was effected essentially through certain of its organizations, actually, above all, through the Bolshevik Party as the organized vanguard of the proletariat. Since the proletariat had not disappeared, neither had the bourgeoisie, though its form of existence and its relations with the other classes had been modified. The chief modification, 318, concerned the agents who played a leading role in the reproduction of capitalist production relations in the state sector. They constituted a bourgeoisie which was at the same time not a bourgeoisie, insofar as it carried out its directing task on the basis of the reproduction of capitalist relations, but not a bourgeoisie, insofar as it carried out this task under conditions that were entirely new, that is, insofar as it was subordinated ideologically and politically to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Here, too, the specific features assumed by the dual nature of this bourgeoisie, which is at the same time not a bourgeoisie, change as a result of class struggles. The destruction or strengthening of the relations of separation depends above all upon the struggle of the workers themselves and the correct guidance of this struggle. The successes won in this struggle affect social relations in their entirety. They contribute to the elimination, stage by stage, of the ideology and practices which tend to be reproduced on the basis of the existence of production relations that have as yet been only partially transformed. The elimination of bourgeois ideology and practices is a condition of the changing of the production relations themselves, hence the decisive role played by the ideological class struggle, especially as regards style of work and leadership, and socialist democracy. This struggle is of decisive importance not only in the production units but also in all the ideological apparatuses. To the dual nature of the proletariat and the bourgeois which characterizes the socialist transition there corresponds the struggle between the two roads which is inherent in this transition. The socialist road triumphs in proportion as capitalist social relations and the corresponding social practice are destroyed. Historically, this destruction is indispensable if the dictatorship of the proletariat is to be consolidated. As Marx noted, the political rule of the producer cannot coexist with the perpetuation of his social slavery. 80 The perpetuation of social slavery is bound up with the Repro 319. Reduction of capitalist relations on the plane of production and reproduction. If the class struggle of the workers themselves does not put an end to this, it tends necessarily to undermine their political domination and put an end to that. To the dual nature of the classes in the NEP period corresponded the dual nature of the state, of the party, and of the process of production and reproduction. On this last point, it must be emphasized once more that the production of surplus value ceases to signify exploitation insofar as the use made of the surplus value is no longer dominated exclusively by the laws of the capitalist mode of production, but is directed by the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat, for which profit and accumulation, even if they continue to be means serving the development of production, cease to be production's purpose. 7. The changing of the form of the reproduction process at the end of the NEP. At the end of the NEP period, two decisive factors came into play which modified the form of the reproduction process. These two factors were interconnected, but it was the second that played the determining role, because it was directly connected with a change in the relations between classes. The extension of the domain of planning. The first factor which altered the conditions of reproduction was the extension of planning. This does not mean that planning became more precise and more coherent, but that the imperatives of the plan now extended, in principle, to all aspects of economic activity, and in particular to the bulk of investments, which thereafter passed through the state budget. This extension restricted the effects of Ausrisket, insofar as the latter had intended to maintain a certain connection between the profitability of each enterprise and the amount invested in it. The overall investment plan aimed to break this connection and to subject the process of accumulation to demands other than those corresponding to the making of the maximum profit by each enterprise, or to the equalization of the rates of profit in the various branches of industry. Planning sought to realize the largest possible overall accumulation and to ensure the fastest possible growth of industry, on the basis of priority development of heavy industry. True, the concrete conditions in which the plans were drawn up, revised, and put into effect did not make it possible to say that the tasks thus assigned to planning were actually fulfilled, but the aim that planning pursued did tend to alter radically some of the effects of the separation between state enterprises instituted by Ausrisket. In place of a distribution of investments that depended, more or less, on sectoral profitability, there was substituted a distribution dominated by a striving to achieve acceleration of the growth of production, and, in the first place, of production by heavy industry. In the language of the period, the demands of profitability at the level of enterprises and branches were superseded, in principle, by the demands of profitability on the scale of society as a whole. This meant a break with the previous form of the reproduction process. To a certain extent, this break took place in the direction of a socialist development of the economy, but it nevertheless remained subject to the demands of the valorization process. It was only the scale of this process that was enlarged. Maintenance of the demands of the valorization process was 321. Expressed in the importance still accorded to economic calculations in terms of prices, and, even more, in the overall limits which the amount of accumulation set to increased employment. These limits implied that unprofitable techniques still tended to be eliminated, even when they made possible increases in employment and production. The existence of these limits was manifested in the various drafts and successive variants of the first 5-year plan. 81. These different drafts all made provision for the retention of a considerable number of unemployed. It was only with the Great Turn that unemployment vanished. Thereafter, indeed, the poor capacity of state industry for internal accumulation tended to be made up for by primitive accumulation connected with levying of tribute from the peasantry. Actually, this tribute had already begun to be exacted by means of the emergency measures, which enabled deliveries of agricultural produce to be obtained without the counterpart of deliveries to the peasants of industrial goods of the same value. The tribute was subsequently increased by the exact ions forced out of agriculture through the framework of collectivization. 82. The recourse to primitive accumulation and the change in class relations. Ultimately, the extension of planning was made possible by a radical change in class relations, through the elimination of private trade and industry and through collectivization, which put an end to the individual peasant farms of old. The elimination of private trade and industry and of traditional individual peasant farming signified a victory of socialist economic forms, a victory of the proletariat over the private bourgeoisie. However, as will be seen in the next volume, the means employed to achieve this end were not, in the main, proletarian means. The changes were brought about from above, and this limited the political and social. 322. Significance of the changes effected: strengthening the capitalist elements in the production relations that were reproduced in the state and cooperative sectors, and strengthening the bourgeois aspects of the state machine. If the victory of the socialist forms resulted mainly from the carrying out of measures taken from above, this was because it was not the culmination of a broad struggle by the masses. It was essentially the result of the contradictions in the process of accumulation, of the fact that, in the absence of a mass struggle, it had not proved possible to free the process of reproduction from the constraints of accumulation, and so the limits of accumulation had to be shifted by bringing into play constraint by the state. For this reason, as well as for others, the victory of socialist economic forms was not accompanied by the disappearance of the limits that the demands of accumulation imposed upon expanded reproduction. But though these limits did not disappear, they were shifted through the extension of socialist economic forms. This shift entailed in its turn a series of contradictory effects, due to the very conditions under which it had been made. On the one hand, it strengthened the dictatorship of the proletariat, by ensuring a rapid increase in the size of the working class, abolishing unemployment, and enabling the Soviet Union to become a great industrial power. On the other, it weakened the dictatorship of the proletariat by causing a split in the worker-peasant alliance, starting an unprecedented crisis in agriculture, and giving rise to the development of apparatuses of coercion and repression which extended their activity to the broad masses and set back socialist democracy. An upheaval in relations between classes, the historical implications of which can be estimated only through concrete analysis of all its consequences, was the ultimate content of the final crisis of the NEP. This crisis was led up to by the failure really to consolidate the worker-peasant alliance and the impossibility of freeing the reproduction process from the 323 constraints of the process of accumulation. These two factors in the final crisis of the NEP were related also to the ideological and political relations in which the Soviet proletariat and its vanguard, the Bolshevik Party, were integrated, and so to the forms of organization of the working class. Notes. 1. Lapidus and K. Ostrovityanov, Outline, p. 176. 2. Ibid, p. 177. 3. Ibid 4. Ibid 5. Ibid, p. 98. 6. Ibid, p. 99-100. 7. Without entering upon a discussion of all the problems involved here, let us merely recall these few formulations by Marx. Wages represent also wage labor, which is examined in a different section. The particular function that labor performs as a factor of production in the one case appears as a function of distribution in the other. If labor did not have the distinct form of wage labor, then its share in the product would not appear as wages. The structure of distribution is entirely determined by the structure of production. Distribution itself is a product of production, not only with regard to the content, but also with regard to the form, since the particular mode of men's participation in production determines the specific form of distribution, the form in which they share in distribution. Again, the wage presupposes wage labor, and profit capital. These definite forms of distribution thus presuppose definite social characteristics of production conditions, and definite relations of production agents. The specific distribution relations are thus merely the expression of the specific historical production relations. Capitalist distribution differs. 324. From those forms of distribution which arise from other modes of production, and every form of distribution disappears with the specific form of production from which it is descended and to which it corresponds. 8. Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, Outline, p. 99-9. KPSSV Rizoli Utsayak, Volume I, p. 689. This resolution also noted that if industrial accumulation was to be achieved by means of subsidies from the budget, this would mean it was being achieved at the expense of the peasantry. 10. See above, pages 291 to 292. 11. Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 165. 12. See Bettelheim, Economic Calculation and Forms of Property, pages 67 to 68. However, in this passage there is too one-sided a stress laid upon the objective conditions, resulting in underestimation of the necessary role of the ideological class struggle in the changing of the production relations themselves. 13. These were the terms used by Lenin to describe, in 1921, the nature of the Socialist Republic of Soviets, an expression which he said did not signify that the existing economic system is recognized as a socialist order. 14. On this point see Marx, Grundriss, p. 470. 15. Ibid, p. 158. 16. Ibid, p. 168. 17. The partial disappearance of this character does indeed give rise to new, socialist relations, but, so long as it remains partial, it permits the survival, in changed form, of commodity and capitalist relations or elements of these relations. This was what Mao Zedong meant when he spoke of socialist relations of production being still far from perfect in China. 18. The notion of collective capital, resulting from state ownership, is found in Marx and Engels, e.g., in Capital, Volume I, p. 779. 19. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 431. I have italicized the word employment. 325. Because it is precisely in the subordination of labor to the production of exchange values, and not to the production of use values for the satisfaction of collectively calculated social needs, that the line of demarcation runs between the situation of these cooperators and that in which all the means of production are in the hands of associated producers. 20. Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, Outline, pages 178-179. 21. On the layoffs at the start of NEP, CSG Stromilin, N.A. Hozyaistvennom Front, p. 86, and N.A. Novikputyak, 3, p. 14, quoted in E. H. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 321. 22. Narodnoy Hozyaistvo SSSR, Statistikeski Spravochnik, and A. Bakov, The Soviet Economic Systems, p. 147, also Voprozy Trudovich Cifriki Diagrammic 1922-1926 GG. 23. According to a statistical source of 1929, the number of workers employed in census industry rose from 2,678,000 in 1925 to 1926 to 3,366,000 in 1928, 1929 an increase of nearly 700,000, or 27%, in 3 years. During the same period the total number of wage earners, including those employed in the administration, rose from 10,173,000 to 12,168,000, an increase of about 2 million, or nearly 20%. The rate of increase in employment was highest in the building industry, where it more than doubled, reaching the figure of 918,000. Out of more than 12 million wage earners employed in 1928 to 1929, 2,500,000 were employed in the administration and services and 2 million in agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. At that time the urban population was 29 million and the rural population, 125.3 million. 24. Sotsialistikiskoy Hozyaistvo, number 4, p. 413. 25. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 456, and Voprosi Truda, July, August 1935, p. 46. 26. Pravda, November 29, 1927. 27. Pravda, January 29, 1927. 28. The size of this flood was certainly substantial. Thus, at the 15th Party Congress it was admitted that in 1927, 500,000 peasants from Tambov region had been obliged to try and find work in industry, and that 220,000 peasants from Ryazan region had to go to Moscow, Leningrad, and other towns in search of seasonal employment. 29. SSSR, Four-Sized Sovietov, pages 428 to 429. 30. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 927. 31. Those who talked of rural overpopulation and of land shortage did not deny that the exodus from the countryside was mainly an exodus of landless and poor peasants, and that a fresh division of the land might, therefore, have slowed down the flow of rural migrants, though without stopping it altogether, since, in any case, the average amount of land per peasant was regarded as being insufficient. However, there was no question, in the 1920s, of carrying out a fresh division of the land, for it was accepted that only peasant farms of a certain size were capable of providing the marketed production that was indispensable for the feeding of the towns. 32. See above, pages 300 to 301. 33. Stromilin, N.A. Plomovem Front, pages 448 ff 34. Sixter Kongrester Kommunistischen Internationale, Volume 3, p. 519, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 466. 35. No less surprisingly, the chief obstacle to a substantial increase in the number of wage workers was only rarely mentioned in the discussions about unemployment, though it was more or less taken into account in the control figures drawn up by Gosplan from 1925 on. This obstacle was constituted by the quantity of goods available on the market. If one was not to allow phenomena of shortage and price increase to develop, it was not possible to allow a mass of incomes to be formed that would be larger than the available counterpart in the form of purchasable commodities. And, given the difference in income between the poor peasants and the workers, the conversion of too many of the former into wage workers would risk causing an increase in shortages. 36. Stalin, Works, Volume 7, p. 322. 37. Ibid, Volume 9, p. 177. 38. Ibid, Volume 11, p. 167. 39. See above, p. 194. 327. 40 Sobrany Zakhanov, number 41, Art. 410. 41 The average wage of an agricultural worker was 313 rubles in 1928, when the average wage in industry was 823 rubles. From 1926 on there was an increase in the proportion of workers coming from the rural areas who retained their holdings in the villages. In the Donbas mines 37.4% of the workers taken on between 1926 and 1929 kept their land, and this was the case with 28.4% of the workers in the Moscow metal industry. 42. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 459. 43. Trud, October 26, 1926. 44. This contributed to increasing the proportion of young persons among the unemployed. In 1928 43.6% of the registered unemployed were aged between 18 and 24, and 30.8% aged between 24 and 29. 45. Izvestiya, January 14, 1925. 46. Trud, December 1, 1926. 47. Sobrany Zakhanov, number 62, Art. 563-48. On the decree of March 26, 1928, Syezhnedalnik Sovietskoye Justitii, NOS 46, 47, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p 465, n 5. 49. Kontrolnye Cifri 1928-1929 GG, p 20. 50. In 1927 the area actually cultivated was 97.4% of what it had been in 1913. Between these same years the rural population had grown by 7%, and the number of farms by 21%. 51. After the October Revolution there were various types of peasants' mutual aid committees. In the RSFSR a decree of March 29, 1926, provided for land to be placed free of charge at the disposal of these committees, but they did not come to much. A report presented to Rabkrin in the spring of 1928 pointed to their stagnation. 52. See above, pages 99 ff and 105 ff 53. Sobrany Ozakonii, number 70, Art. 548-54. 15 Taya Conferencia VKP, pages 253 to 254. 55. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, pages 927 to 929, and G. von Mend, Studie an zur Kolonisation der Sowjetunion. 56. To some extent this colonization meant settlement by rich. 328. Peasants who had the personal means needed in order to establish themselves on new land. 57. Stalin, Works, Volume 7, p. 312. 58. See Volume I of the present work, especially pages 33 ff and 490 ff 59. We know that in December 1920 Lenin counterposed to the oversimplified conception put forward by Trotsky, who spoke of the Soviet state as a workers' state, without analyzing its contradictions, the following observation: the whole point is that it is not quite a workers' state. He then spoke of the bureaucratic distortions of the Soviet state, which made it necessary for the workers to defend themselves against the workers' state. Soon afterward, opposing the positions then maintained by Trotsky and Bukharin, Lenin made more explicit the content of his own position, by recalling that dialectics requires an all-round consideration of relationships in their concrete development but not a patchwork of bits and pieces. The pertinence of these formulations makes it inadmissible that, after several years' existence of the Soviet state and the state-owned enterprises, anyone should be satisfied to talk, on the one hand, of their socialist character and, on the other, of bureaucratic survivals. It necessitates consideration of these realities in all their aspects and connections, in their development and their contradictions. 60. This form belongs to the political level. It makes possible under certain conditions, a certain transformation of the production relations, but it does not directly determine such a transformation. 61. The dominance of this aim did not, of course, drop from heaven, but reflected the objective conditions of reproduction. The low level of development of socialist relations effectively subordinated the expanded reproduction of the productive forces to an accumulation which, in the given conditions, depended above all on the self-valorization of the capital functioning in the state sector. At the beginning of the 1930s the attempt to increase the tribute levied from the peasantry was to free from this constraint the expanded reproduction of the productive forces. 62. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 1, p 417. 63. This identification led to the assertion that, as regards the internal functioning of the state sector, increased employment was determined in the last analysis by increased profit. 329. 64 Under the capitalist mode of production, the principal aspect of the process of accumulation is that it is a process of exploitation, a process of bourgeois class struggle for increased exploitation of the proletariat. 65. See above, p. 50 ff, the quotation from Marx's Grundrisse. 66. See above, p. 290. 67. See above, pages 222 to 233. 68. See volume I of the present work, pages 255, 285, 303, 309, 399, 408. 69. See above, p. 306. 70. Tu Yasesia Tsikssr 4 Soyoza, p. 250, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 1, p. 415. 71. See above, pages 202 ff 72. See above, pages 248 ff 73. On this Ch. Braverman, Labor and Monopoly Capital, pages 169 ff 74. Lapidus and Ostrovityanov, Outline, p. 485. 75. Ibid, pages 485 to 486. 76. See volume I of the present work, pages 93 to 94. 77. See volume I of the present work, p. 97 ff 78. See also Lenin's Economics and Politics in the Era of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, in CW, volume 30, p. 115. 79. These new social relations concern also the political relations, the forms of proletarian socialist democracy. The actual development of these forms determined changes in the relations between the producers and the means of production belonging to the state, and this development helps to change the economic basis and is a condition of the strengthening of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 80. Marx, The Civil War in France, in Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 2, p. 223. 81. On the successive drafts of this plan see Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, pages 837 ff 82. In fact, this tribute was soon exhausted, and the accumulation fund had to be increased by way of increased prices and the lowering of real wages. This development will be analyzed in Volume 3 of the present work. 330. 6. The forms of organization of the working class. The ideological relations in which the working class was integrated in the NEP period were complex and diverse. There is no lack of sources for them, but these are, generally speaking, indirect, and also more or less controlled, so that there is practically no expression in them of certain ideological currents. These sources consist of readers' letters published in the newspapers, novels and short stories in which the workers' lives are described, with their reactions to everyday problems, to the decisions taken by the party and the government, and so on, and also reports presented to congresses, conferences and other meetings of the party and the trade unions, and internal reports of the party and the OGPU, some of which have been published. Nevertheless, it is not easy, and is sometimes even impossible, to succeed by means of such sources in grasping the diversity of the ideological currents running through the different strata of the working class, and the changes these currents underwent in the course of a period so lively as the NEP years. However, the chief ideological currents running through the working class were reflected, even if only partially and in an inevitably impoverished or simplified form, in the activity and the decisions of the organizations of the working class, and also in the open demonstrations in which the active elements of this class took part. It is at this level, the one most directly linked with the taking of political decisions, that I shall endeavor to define certain aspects of the ideological changes undergone by the Soviet working class in the NEP period, and especially toward the end of it. We therefore need 331. To pay attention here, first and foremost, to the principal forms of working class organization and to the place occupied by the workers in these organizations. I. The development of the Bolshevik Party. The Bolshevik Party was the vanguard of the Soviet proletariat by virtue of its class basis, its ideology, and its political line. The last two factors are of vital importance in this context. Theory and practice alike teach us that the fact that a party is rooted in the working class is not enough to make it a proletarian party. There are many examples of labor parties which, because of their ideology and political line, are actually in the service of the bourgeoisie and therefore constitute what Lenin called bourgeois labor parties. Conversely, the working class members of a proletarian party may be relatively few without that circumstance damaging its proletarian character, which is determined by its ideology and political line. It is very important, all the same, to analyze the class composition of the Bolshevik Party, because the presence in the party of members who did not belong to the working class exerted constant pressure upon its ideology and its political line. We shall examine in the last part of this volume the principal aspects of the ideological and political struggles waged in the Bolshevik Party between 1924 and 1929. For the moment, we shall confine ourselves to looking at the ways in which the working class and other classes or social groups were present in the Bolshevik Party. 1. The increase in party membership in 1929. The Bolshevik Party was profoundly different from what it had been before Lenin's death. It had then taken a big step toward becoming transformed from a party made up of 332 revolutionary militants into an organization possessing some of the characteristics of a mass party. This transformation, which had begun in Lenin's lifetime, started to take definite shape in 1929. The change was bound up with the new and numerous tasks which the party had to carry out once the dictatorship of the proletariat had been established. Two figures enable us to perceive the magnitude of the quantitative change referred to. On January 1, 1923, the Bolshevik Party had 499,000 members. On January 1, 1930, it had 1,680,000. 2. We thus see that in 7 years the party's membership had more than trebled, which means, among other things, that towards the end of the NEP the majority of the members had only a very brief experience of the political life of their organization. The initial impetus to this rapid expansion was given in 1924, immediately after Lenin's death, with what were called the Lenin enrollments. 3. As a result of the entry of these recruits, on January 1, 1926, the party had 1,080,000 members, more than twice as many as in 1923. 4. The official aim of the recruitment campaign of 1924 and 1925, and also of that of 1927, was to proletarianize the party, that is, to strengthen its working class basis. There is reason, however, to question the actual class consequences of the mass-scale recruitment carried out between 1924 and 1930, especially in the first years of the NEP. Until about 1925 to 1926 the persons working in the factories were often far from being genuine, long-established proletarians. Lenin drew the party's attention more than once to this situation. At the 11th Party Congress, on March 27, 1922, he said, "During the war people who were by no means proletarians went into the factories, they went into the factories to dodge the war. Are the social and economic conditions in our country today such as to induce real proletarians to go into the factories? No. Very often those who go into the factories are not proletarians, they are casual elements of every description." 5. 333. The day before he made this speech, Lenin had sent a letter to the members of the CC in which he warned against the possible effects of mass recruitment. The reasons for this warning were those he set out in his speech of March 27, but he also mentioned another, of a more permanent order, namely, the danger of infiltration into a ruling party of bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements motivated by careerism, and prepared to disguise themselves as workers in order to get into the party. Lenin wrote, it must be borne in mind that the temptation to join the ruling party at the present time is very great. 6. And he added that, if the party achieved fresh successes, then there will be a big increase in the efforts of petty bourgeois elements, and of elements positively hostile to all that is proletarian, to penetrate into the party. 6 months probation for workers will not diminish this pressure in the least, for it is the easiest thing in the world for anyone to qualify for this short probation period. From all this I draw the conclusion that we must without fail define the term worker in such a way as to include only those who have acquired a proletarian mentality from their very conditions of life. But this is impossible unless the persons concerned have worked in a factory for many years, not from ulterior motives, but because of the general conditions of their economic and social life. 7. Lenin proceeded to lay down a number of requirements aimed at ensuring a truly proletarian recruitment, and emphasized the need for reducing the number of party members. 8. Actually, the requirements specified by Lenin were not observed, and the party's membership, instead of being reduced, was very quickly increased. In principle, as has been said, the purpose aimed at was to broaden the working class basis of the party. It is far from certain that this purpose was attained. In December 1925, at the party's 14th Congress, some counsels of caution were drawn from the evolution of the party's membership since 1924. A resolution declared that Congress rejects the policy leading to an excessive swelling of the party's ranks and its becoming filled with semi-proletarian. 334. Elements which have not been through the school of the trade unions and of the proletarian organizations in general. Congress rejects such temptations, since they have nothing in common with Leninism and are a negation of the correct relationship between the party, which is the vanguard of the class, and the class itself, and would make communist leadership impossible. 9. In practice, this resolution had little effect on the actual recruitment policy followed. At the end of 1926 and, especially, in 1927, the party again began quickly to increase its membership, so as to ensure that 50% of the members were workers actually working in industry. 10. This target was reaffirmed in a resolution of November 1928. 11. The working class membership of the Bolshevik Party, the changes in the numbers of factory workers, the quick turnover of this personnel, and the tendency for non-proletarian elements to pass themselves off as workers in order to gain entry to the party make the statistics for the number of workers who were party members rather unreliable. This unreliability is enhanced by the vague and fluctuating definitions of class which were used and by the inadequate checking of applicants for membership. 12. When analyzing statistics dealing with the social composition of the party, it is also necessary to distinguish between social position, meaning the position a person had occupied for a more or less lengthy period before joining the party, and his actual occupation at a certain moment. This distinction is important, for a significant proportion of those who joined the party as workers ceased to perform manual work and became office workers and officials. By the criterion of social position, the number of worker members of the party increased from 212,000 in 1923 to 1,100,000 in 1930. It thus increased 5 times faster than the increase in total membership. 13. From this standpoint, there was undoubtedly a broadening of the party's proletarian basis. 335. Although a certain vagueness still prevailed as to the genuinely working class character of some of the members. Using the criterion of actual occupation, the relative increase in the number of workers was also very rapid, even more rapid since, after 1924 to 1925, a smaller proportion of the worker members became office workers. The party's social composition, however, was affected not only by the influx of worker members but also by that of elements from other sections of society, and by the transformation of worker members into office workers. Looked at from this angle, the proletarian character of the party's social basis, while on the whole becoming stronger during the NEP, was markedly less well defined than if one takes into account only the social position of the members. In 1927, according to the census taken on January 10, the party was made up as follows: 30% workers in industry and transport, 1.5% agricultural workers, and 8.4% peasants, while office workers and others represented 60.1% of the members. 14. Thus, the numerically most important social group in the party consisted of the office workers and others. In fact, the specific weight of this group in the party's current activity was much more considerable than is suggested by their mere percentage. To this group belonged the cadres of the party and the administration, that is, those who held positions of authority and whose activity contributed largely to giving their true significance to the decisions of principle and guidelines adopted by the party's leading organs. This was a new aspect of the process whereby the party and the state acquired independence, a process that had begun earlier. 15. Many discussions, and, especially, the purges to which the administrative organs of the party and the state had to be subjected show that the group of members who were office workers consisted 336. Not only of revolutionary militants devoted to the cause of socialism but also of petty bourgeois elements who were, as Lenin put it, hostile to all that is proletarian. 17. The number of scandals which gave rise to investigations and sanctions shows that these were not merely isolated cases, but constituted a phenomenon of social significance. This was concretized in the presence within the party of a social stratum which led a life different from that of the workers in the factories and the fields, arrogated privileges to itself, and was unaware of the real problems faced by the masses. Those who belonged to this stratum were actually cut off from the working class, even if they had come from it. They often tended to form cliques whose members covered up for each other what are called in the USSR, family circles. At the party's 15th Congress Stalin said, "Often we settle questions by the family, domestic circle method, so to speak. Ivan Ivanovich, a member of the top leadership of such and such an organization, has, say, made a gross mistake and has messed things up. But Ivan Fyodorovich is reluctant to criticize him, to expose his mistakes and to correct them. He is reluctant to do so because he does not want to make enemies. Today I shall let him, Ivan Fyodorovich, off, tomorrow he will let me, Ivan Ivanovich, off. Is it not obvious that we shall cease to be proletarian revolutionaries, and that we shall certainly perish if we fail to eradicate from our midst this Philistinism, this family circle method of settling highly important questions of our work of construction?" 18. Thus, mainly among the office worker members of the party, contradictory social forces developed. On the one hand were those who identified themselves with the proletariat, constituted as a ruling class becoming master of its conditions of existence. On the other were those who, by the practices they developed and by their relations with the means of production, formed a bourgeoisie and a petty bourgeoisie in the process of becoming. That bourgeois and petty bourgeois social forces should exist, and be present in the party, is inevitable in the transition to socialism. It corresponds to the Con 337. Traditionary nature of the social relations characteristic of that period. It is just this that makes indispensable continued class struggle, the development of the workers' initiatives, socialist democracy, and strengthening the party's implantation in the proletariat and among the poor peasantry and the less well-off strata of the middle peasantry. During the NEP such reinforcement of what constituted the firmest foundation of the party hardly occurred at all, as may be seen from the fact that in 1927 only 30% of the party members were actually workers in industry and transport. Hence the effort constantly being made to increase recruitment from the working class, and hence the target defined for this recruitment, that at least 50% of the party membership be actual workers. In fact, this target was not attained. 19. The difficulties encountered in broadening the party's proletarian base bring us to the problem of the party's concrete relations with the working class. The party's relations with the working class with the information at present available, and keeping within the limits of the problems dealt with in this volume, we can give only partial indications here of what the Bolshevik party's relations were with the working class. Some of these indications are of a statistical order, and so possess an appearance of precision, while others are qualitative, which inevitably means that there is room for a wide margin of interpretation. There is another reason, too, why these indications are very approximate, namely, that relations between the working class and the Bolshevik Party varied considerably from one region or town to another, and from one period to another. Consequently, it is dangerous to generalize, or to extend to every year and the whole country what may seem true for a particular moment or in a particular locality. One thing is certain: the social mass basis of the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state was the proletariat. Without the active support given to the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government by the live forces of the proletariat by its advance 338 elements and the larger part of its intermediate elements, it would not have been possible to consolidate the changes made by the revolution, or to bring about the extremely rapid recovery that the Soviet economy experienced under the NEP. This support does not, of course, imply that the Soviet working class as a whole was constantly in complete agreement with all the decisions taken by the party and the government. Such unanimity would have been incompatible with the contradictions that existed in the working class itself, the more so because at different times this class contained many elements of petty bourgeois origin who were not proletarianized ideologically, and who had an attitude that was either passive or hostile toward the Soviet government and the party. Moreover, even among the genuinely proletarian elements, hesitation or discontent was expressed at certain moments. During the NEP period, such phenomena seem to have been connected mainly with the reappearance of private capitalists and merchants and the strengthening of the influence of the kulaks. But they were also connected, especially in the second part of the NEP period, with the appearance of persons in leading positions who developed authoritarian relations with the workers and sought to smother their criticism. The way the production conferences were conducted illustrates this aspect of the matter. The consolidation of relations of trust between the party and the working class is determined by the correctness of the party's political line and by the way in which this is actually applied. It depends on the concrete actions stimulated by the party and by the direct presence of the party in the working class, hence the importance of the increase in the worker membership of the Bolshevik Party. At the 14th Party Congress, in 1925, Stalin said that the proportion of workers who were members of the party was 8%, as compared with 7% at the time of the 13th Congress. 21 in 1927, the corresponding figure was estimated at a little under 8%. 22. 339. Altogether, from 1925 on, the increase in the working class membership of the party had difficulty in keeping ahead of the rate of growth of the total number of workers, hence the stabilization at around 8% of the proportion of the working class who were party members. However, the presence of the party among the workers varied a great deal as between industries. In the principal industries it averaged out at 10.5%, with a maximum figure of 13.5% in the oil industry and a minimum figure of 6.2% in the textile industry, 23 which was largely staffed by women. 24 The percentage of party members was higher in the industries where skilled workers were employed than in those where the workforce consisted of unskilled workers. Observable also are big geographical variations. The percentage of party members in the working class was very high, 19%, in Leningrad, as against only 9% in Moscow and much lower percentages in most of the other cities. These figures show why the campaigns aimed at ensuring that 50% of the party's membership was made up of actual workers did not succeed. Two reasons were of major importance here. First, the speed with which the number of office workers who were members of the party increased. There were more office workers than workers in the party, though the total number of office workers in the population, which was 3.5 million in 1926 to 1927, was smaller than the number of manual workers. Second, the fact that, despite the efforts made by the party organizers, most workers hesitated to join the party. From this resulted the development of practices, condemned by the party leadership, such as collective adhesions which were followed, moreover, in the months succeeding the campaigns that produced these adhesions, by a considerable number of the new members dropping out. 25. The unwillingness of many workers to join the party seems to have been due mainly to the fact that the bulk of the workers who had entered industry only recently, and had no tradition of organization, did not feel ready to take on the responsibilities of party membership. In particular, they were 340. Not inclined to add to their production tasks those tasks incumbent on party activists, 26 which they were often called upon to do. We know that in this period such a combination of tasks frequently amounted to a heavy burden which told seriously upon the health of many activists, who suffered from tuberculosis, anemia, or nervous disorders. 27. The workers' reluctance to respond more positively to the recruitment campaigns was due, also, to yet another factor, especially during the second half of the NEP period. It frequently arose from the fact that the members of the party's basic organizations were assigned mainly executive tasks, and played only a very minor role in the forming of decisions, not only as regards general problems but even where local affairs were concerned. The results of an investigation made in 1928 showed that one of the reasons often mentioned by workers to explain their failure to join the party was that they had the impression that its basic organizations, the ones about which, as workers, they had first-hand knowledge, were incapable of combating the defects in economic work and in the work of the Soviets and other organs, or of defending the immediate interests of the workers. On the last point, especially, they noticed that the representatives of the party apparatus who attended production conferences rarely supported proposals put forward by the workers. This was one aspect of the defective functioning of socialist democracy. They also noticed that relations between the local party cadres and the workers were bad, with the workers sometimes accusing these cadres of profiting by their position to acquire various personal advantages. 28. Reluctance to join the party must not be confused with hostility to it as the organ leading the dictatorship of the proletariat, as may be seen by the positive reaction generally forthcoming from the workers to the party's slogans, and the fact that many of them were prepared to give active support to its initiatives, even though they would not join it. Thus, only about 30% of worker activists were members of the party, 29, and these activists were even sometimes called non-party communists. 30. 341. It is therefore necessary to distinguish between the membership of the party and the support given to it, including active support, for this did not necessarily imply a decision to become a party member. The party's relations with the bourgeoisie. The proletarian character of the Bolshevik party does not mean that it was guaranteed against penetration by bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements. On the contrary, as we have seen, such penetration was inevitable. Already in 1922 Lenin had pointed out that, as the ruling party, the Bolshevik party was subjected to a constant threat of infiltration by bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements. 31. If such infiltration developed, it would affect the party's relations with the masses, its practices, its political line, and its ideology. It might even result in the party losing its proletarian character and becoming a bourgeois party, changing, in fact, into its opposite. 32. The party was thus the battlefield of a struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeois, of a struggle in which what was at stake was the class character of the party and the government. The presence in the party of the bourgeoisie or its representatives assumed a variety of forms, corresponding to the defense of interests which were to some extent contradictory. Thus, during the NEP period, the interests of the kulaks and the NEPmen, that is, of the private bourgeoisie, found more or less conscious defenders in the party, for defense of these interests could be presented as defense of a political line favorable to faster development of production, especially agricultural production. But defense of the interests of the bourgeoisie might also show another face. It might take the form of struggle to strengthen the state sector and for sound management of this sector. This was the reason given for demanding that greater power be granted to the experts and technicians and also to the heads of state enterprise, with 342. Subordination of the immediate producers to the orders of the specialists, and so on. This form of struggle tended objectively toward the constituting and strengthening of a state bourgeoisie who had the means of production at their sovereign disposal, and decided what use was to be made of the accumulation fund. This form of struggle was developing already in the NEP period, but it was with the 1930s, when the private bourgeoisie had been practically eliminated, that it acquired decisive importance. 2. The broadening of the mass basis of the trade unions and the acquisition of independence by the trade union apparatuses. Unlike the party, which organized the vanguard of the proletariat, the trade unions were mass organizations, and so their membership was much larger. During 1926 the Soviet trade unions had some 9,300,000 members, and in mid-1928 more than 11 million, which meant about 80% of all wage earners. 33. The trade unions were organized in accordance with branches of activity. They could recruit not only the workers in a given branch, but also the technical personnel and the office workers. About 1/3 of the trade union members were non-manual workers. 34. It was not compulsory to join a union, and those members who did not pay their dues regularly were expelled. The high proportion of trade union membership testifies to the workers' attachment to this form of organization. Nevertheless, being a member of a union did bring various material advantages, so that it would be wrong to see the high level of unionization as a sign of mass approval by the workers for all aspects of the activity of their trade unions. 343. However, direct influence by the rank and file on trade union activity was relatively limited, for the trade union cadres formed an apparatus the composition of which was not directly controlled by the mass of the workers. The practice of appointment from above to responsible posts prevailed. It led to the consolidation of a body of trade union officials who often had been remote from manual work for a long time. 35. This was an aspect of the process whereby the instruments of the dictatorship of the proletariat acquired independence, a process which had begun before the coming of the NEP. 36. The role played by the trade unions was twofold. On the one hand, they defended the immediate interests of the workers. On the other, they were an agency of proletarian education. They helped to bring the ideas of socialism into the working class and to support the policy of the Bolshevik Party. This dual role, defined by the party at the close of the trade union discussion in the winter of 1920 to 1921, 37, was regularly reaffirmed by the party and by the unions. However, emphasis was placed differently at different times upon one or the other of these roles, and their concrete significance might vary. In general, it can be said that during the first phase of the NEP, emphasis was fairly widely placed on the unions' role as defenders of the workers' immediate interests, especially when the collective labor agreements were being concluded each year. From 1925 to 1926 on, when the drive for industrialization was developing, emphasis fell more and more upon the educative role of the trade unions, and this was interpreted as meaning, above all, that they must give direct backing to increasing production and fulfilling the economic plan. The reduced emphasis on the unions' role as defenders of the workers' immediate interests corresponded to explicit political orientations, which were expressed first by the VSNKH and its press and then supported more and more by the party and the Komsomol, in connection with the demands of rapid growth of industrial production. The gradual transition to centralized fixing of wages and work norms also restricted the field in which the unions could. 344. Operate directly at enterprise level. Along with this, there was a fall in the number of workers involved in disputes between unions and managements from 3,212,300 in 1925 to 1926 to 2,463,000 in 1926 to 1927 and 1,874,300 in 1927 to 1928. 38. The relative fall was, of course, much greater, since the number of wage earners increased rapidly during those years. It was clearly connected with a less demanding attitude on the part of the unions, for those years saw frequent increases in work norms, which provoked demonstrations of discontent on the part of the rank and file of the workers. Disputes between unions and managements were settled by the mediation of a number of organs. The chief of these organs, the Commission for Settling Disputes, RKK, dealt in 1928 with 84.9% of the disputes arising. If they were not settled at this level, disputes were referred to a conciliation board, and then, if need be, to an arbitration tribunal. These organs were responsible in 1928 for settling 20% and 80%, respectively, of the disputes not settled at the lower level. 39 After 1926 the number of strikes declined markedly. At the 8th Congress of the Trade Unions it was mentioned that in 1926, 43,200 workers had participated in strikes. The number had fallen in 1927 to 25,400 and to 9,700 during the first half of 1928. Only about 2% of these strikes had taken place with the agreement of the unions. 40 The rest broke out spontaneously and without union approval. In January 1927 a secret directive from the chairman of the Central Committee of the Woodworkers Union specified that the strike must be sanctioned beforehand by the Central Committee of the Trade Union, with which the calling of a strike is categorically forbidden. 41 This circular noted that the most important task of the trade union organs is to take preparatory measures in time in order to prevent a strike movement in state enterprises. Strikes did not disappear altogether, but they became x345 exceptional, and were hardly mentioned anymore in the newspapers. Generally speaking, the trade unions succeeded in conforming to the task indicated in the circular quoted above. They were helped in this by the enthusiasm for production which, at the start of the 5-year plan, took possession of a large section of the working class, but also by the repression applied to persons responsible for forbidden strikes. When there were serious reasons for discontent, this expressed itself in either unofficial strikes or go-slows or increased absenteeism. However, the trade union leadership which was in office during most of the NEP period, and which was headed by Tomsky, put up a certain amount of resistance to the demand presented to it by the leaders of industry, to play a more active role in raising the productivity of labor and combating absenteeism, together with various forms of indiscipline. 42 Eventually this resistance was denounced by the party. On April 23, 1929, the CC accused Tomsky of cherishing trade unionist tendencies consisting of giving priority to promotion of the workers' immediate demands over the tasks of economic construction. 43 A little more than a month later, on May 29, 1929, the Central Trades Union Council relieved Tomsky of his post as chairman and appointed Schwernick secretary of the trade unions. 44 Thereafter, it was officially declared that the primary task of the unions was to fight for fulfillment of the targets of industrialization. 45 Thus, the former trade union leadership's refusal to accept the demands imposed upon the workers by the policy of rapid industrialization led to great changes in the makeup of the trade union apparatus. These changes were carried out from above, without consultation with the rank and file. This method brought serious contradictions with it. Nevertheless, for the moment, it entailed no obvious negative consequences, for, as a whole, the workers were convinced that rapid industrialization was needed, in order to put an end as soon as possible to unemployment, to provide a firm foundation for 346. Socialism, and to improve the standard of living. Many of them were therefore ready to let the leadership of the trade unions be taken over by the supporters of a productionist line. 3. The working class and the activity of the Soviets. One of the slogans of the October Revolution had been, "All power to the Soviets." In a formal sense, this slogan was realized during the October days, but very soon, with the coming of the Civil War, this became true, in the main, for the Central Soviet organs only, whereas the activity of the local ones was greatly reduced. At the end of the Civil War, at the moment when the Kronstadt rebels took as their slogans, "Soviets without Communists," and then at the very beginning of the NEP, the activity of the Soviet organs was essentially concentrated in the leading organs of the Soviets of the republics. 46. The conditions under which the Soviets were operating at the end of the NEP resulted from the efforts made to revitalize them. 47. Starting from the situation just described, and from the obstacles encountered by these efforts, the successes obtained were uneven, being more definite in the case of the Soviets at the top of the pyramid than in that of the Soviets at the bottom, the ones which, in principle, should have been most directly linked with the masses. It is necessary, indeed, to recall that the organization of Soviet power was pyramidal in structure. At the base of the pyramid were the local Soviets. The deputies to these local Soviets were chosen by direct vote of the majority of the electors in each constituency. The voters were presented with lists drawn up by the party after consultation with meetings of non-party people. These lists did not consist of only party members. The policy of revitalizing the Soviets even called for a broad appeal to candidates who were not members of the party. The deputies elected to the local 347 Soviets then elected deputies to the higher level Soviets. Most power was held by the Soviet of the USSR. In the NEP period, this Soviet met twice yearly. Between these meetings, its executive committee met 3 or 4 times. Permanent power, however, was vested in the Presidium of the VTSIK. The Soviets of the republics, regions, districts, and sub-districts worked in more or less the same way as that of the USSR. The powers of these Soviets were smaller, but they, too, were concentrated in the hands of executive committees, or rather, in those of the presidiums of these executive committees. In practice, these Soviets were assemblies to which their executive committees and the governments reported on their activities, receiving the comments and criticisms of the deputies. In 1929, members of working class origin did not quite constitute the majority in the VTSIK of the USSR, 48, but they did in the VTSIK of the RSFSR and in the urban Soviets. 49. However, we must distinguish between those who were merely of working class origin and those who were still actually workers. When this distinction is made, we find that the proportion represented by those who were actually workers was markedly less. Thus, an inquiry made in 1928 into a sample of urban Soviets in the RSFSR showed that, while 47% of the deputies were workers by social origin, only 37.9% were still working in production. 50. In principle, the most direct action affecting everyday conditions of existence was exercisable by the basic Soviets where the working class was concerned, by the urban Soviets. In fact, already at the end of the NEP period, and despite the decisions taken from July 1926 on, 51, these urban Soviets did not always even exist. It was only on February 8, 1928, that 348. A decree of the VTSIK of the Soviet Union called upon the executive committees of the republics to establish Soviets in all towns of 100,000 inhabitants and upward, and to endow them with real powers, together with a minimum of financial resources. 52. In spite of this decree, relations between the urban Soviets and the Soviets of the sub-districts and districts continued to be strained, because the latter kept up their tutelage over the former. The urban Soviets were not allowed to elect executive committees, they had only a presidium, whose activity was subject to supervision by the executive committee of the next higher Soviet. Despite the obstacles put in the way of their development by the higher level administrations, whenever urban Soviets came into being they showed remarkable vitality and gave opportunities to tens of thousands of workers to take part in the management of local affairs. 53. Yet, regardless of the decisions of principle taken by the party, these urban Soviets remained very poor in material and financial resources. This situation is instructive, for it shows what a struggle was waged by the members of the higher apparatuses to keep hold of as much power and authority as possible, a struggle that caused them frequently to obstruct orientations given out by the central bodies of the Bolshevik Party. One of the matters at stake in this struggle was the control to be exercised over day-to-day conditions of existence either by deputies who largely came directly from the working class and still lived in the midst of that class, or by a body of functionaries who, although generally members of the party 54 had become administrators, separated from production and tending to form an independent group that escaped from direct control by the working masses. The outcome of this struggle, which was one of the aspects of the struggle for Soviet democracy, was not determined merely by the decisions of principle taken by the leading organs of the party regarding the division of competences between the different organs which together made up the structure of Soviet power. The struggle was decided by the 349 overall process of the class struggles. It was decided, in the last analysis, by the expansion or the decline of the role played by the direct producers in the production units themselves. It was overdetermined by the party's general political line, and in particular by the place that this line accorded to rank-and-file initiative or to centralized decision-making. And, toward the end of the NEP period, the turn that had been made toward giving priority to modern large-scale industry, and to maximum accumulation, created conditions that were less and less favorable to strengthening the role of the basic Soviets. The problem of the forms of participation by the working class in the Soviets cannot therefore, in the end, be considered in isolation from the struggles that went on within the Bolshevik Party, struggles through which the party's political line became defined and transformed. Notes. 1. The question of the peasantry's relations with the party will be touched on only briefly here, since it has been examined earlier. 2. Rigby, Communist Party membership, p. 53. These are round figures. The source quoted by Rigby is Parteiennes Hisen, number 19, pages 8 to 10. Generally speaking, these figures are based on reports sent up from the basic units. They are usually a little higher than those obtained from the censuses of party membership which were carried out from time to time. There were other official estimates, but the differences are not, as 3. There were two of these, in 1924 and in 1925. 4. Embrace both full members and candidates, who had to undergo a period of probation. 5. Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, p. 229. 6. Ibid, Volume 33, p. 256. 7. Ibid, Volume 33, p. 257. 8. Ibid, Volume 33, p. 258. 9. KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, p. 81. Rigby, Communist Party membership, p. 52. All these figures. A rule, very large. 350. 10. Molotov's report and the CC's decision at the end of 1926, and the resolution of October 19, 1927, on the regulation of the growth of the party in connection with the party census Izvestiya Ts.K, number 39, and Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 2, p. 110. 11. KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 545 to 547. 12. In August 1925 a circular signed by Molotov, as Secretary of the CC, noted that the inadequacy of the definitions used made it impossible to regulate the social composition of the party. This circular laid down the principles that were thereafter to be observed in social classification. It brought some clarity into the statistics, but allowed a degree of vagueness still to prevail, especially as regards the checking of statements made by applicants for membership. The circular distinguished between workers, mainly employed as wage earners performing manual labor in production, transport, and agriculture, peasants, working independently or in a family or collective enterprise in the sphere of agriculture, and office workers, working in the apparatuses of administration, the economy, cultural activity, etc. The classification included a heading Others, to cover students, individual craftsmen, etc. 13. Figures calculated from the total membership and the percentages of class composition, according to Rigby, Communist Party membership, pages 52, 116. 14. Ibid, p. 162. It will be noted that the current figures based on reports from basic units showed a higher percentage of workers than the census, which was regarded as more precise. According to the current figures, The proportion of members who were workers in industry and transport was 36.8%, 22.6% more than was shown in the census. 15. See Volume I of the present work, pages 307 ff and 408 ff. 16. The practice of nomination, and no longer of election to very important positions in the party and the administration came in gradually. It may be regarded as having become consolidated by 1926, when it was in the hands of one of the party's administrative organs, the Orgrespread, in principle under the supervision of 351. The CC, but in practice controlled by the Secretariat. The Orgrespread was the organ which in 1924 replaced the Uchrespread. A list of posts which were to be filled only by the Orgrespread, or with its consent, was drawn up. This was what was called the nomenclatura. Included were posts which in theory were supposed to be filled by election. 17. See above, p. 333. The quotation from Lenin, C.W., Volume 33, p. 256. 18. Stalin, Works, Volume 10. Pages 338-339. 19. Rigby, Communist Party Membership, p. 116. 20. See above, pages 217 to 234. 21. Stalin, Works, Volume 7, pages 353 to 354. 22. Rigby, Communist Party Membership, pages 52, 163. 23. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 2, p. 108, quoting Sotsialny I Nationalny Sostав VKP, p. 51. 24. In 1927, only 10.5% of party members were women. 25. Ibid p. 114, N1. 26. The party activists ran the party cells, held meetings for discussion and explanation, and took on responsibilities in the commissions of the Soviets, and so on, all of which might add up to a considerable number of hours over and above their day's work in the factory. The activists were not party functionaries but continued to get their living by working in production. As a rule, those workers who became party functionaries, or who were appointed to posts of administrative responsibility, were recruited from among the activists. 27. Rigby, Communist Party Membership, pages 117 to 118. 28. See Izvestiya ts.k, October 31, 1928, pages 2 to 3, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 2, pages 112 to 113. 29. Rigby, Communist Party Membership, p. 166. 30. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 2, p. 128, quoting Pravda, February 20, 1927. 31. See above, p. 333. 32. See Volume I of the present book, pages 296 ff. 33. 7. Oisized Professional Niksoyozov SSSR, p. 57. 352. 34. Ibid, p. 77. 35. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt. 2, 547. 36. See Volume I of the present work, pages 408 ff. 38. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt. 2, p. 563. 39. Ibid, p. 565. 40. Professional Nisoyozy SSSR, 1926 to 1928, Achitke 8 Sizdu, pages 358 to 360. 41. Fainsid, Smolensk, p. 318. 42. See, for example, Torgovo Promyshlenaya Gazeta, September 7 and 12, 1928, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt 2, p. 554. 43 KPSSV Rizoli Utsayak, Volume 2, pages 429 to 447. 44. On these questions see also p. 236 above and pages 453 ff below. 45. Trud, June 2, 1929, and Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt 2, pages 562 to 563. 46. See Volume I of the present work, pages 255 ff, 294 ff, 333 ff, and 447 ff. 47. The slogan of revitalizing the Soviets applied mainly to the local Soviets, whose activity had in many cases become purely formal. The slogan was put forward insistently from October. The subject of decisions by the TSIK of the RSFSR in the form of decrees, corresponding decrees being issued in the other republics of the Soviet Union. The CC meeting of October 25, 1924, treated the question as one of great importance, focusing its attention upon the problems of the rural areas. The same problems were the subject of discussions and decisions in January and April 1925. In July 1926 the party put the emphasis on reactivating the urban Soviets. The question was taken up again in January, April, and July 1927, and then again in February 1928 and January 1929. The need to keep coming back to the question of reactivating the Soviets, and the discussions to which this question gave rise, show the strength of the resistance encountered by any attempt on the part of the local Soviets to take effective charge of the matters that concerned them. 48. Their percentage was 46.5, as against 20.8% for members of peasant origin and 32.7% for the other social categories, which meant mostly office workers. 1924 on. After being featured by Pravda on October 11, it was 37. See Volume I of the present work, pages 289 ff. 353. 49. 50 Izvestiya, May 23, 1928, quoted in Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 2, p. 264, and 2. 51-52. Sobrany Zakhanov, No. 10, Arts. 86, 87. 53. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 2, pages 268 ff, especially p. 269, and 1. 54. In general, in 1929 at least 70% of members of executive committees were party members. The percentage of party members in the urban Soviets in the same year was 46.1%. See above, p. 352, and 2 and 47. Ibid, p. 542. 355. Part 4. The changes in ideological and political relations within the Bolshevik Party. Under the conditions of the NEP, the leadership of the Bolshevik Party formed the chief foreground of politics, with the government and the VTSIK only secondary. This was where, through a series of conflicts, there took place, in a comparatively open way, the process of working out the political line to be followed and the conceptions on which that line was based. I have spoken here of a foreground so as to emphasize the fact that, in reality, the political line was not worked out in a S-tube, inside some sovereign political ruling group. Social conflicts, whether organized or not, actually had their effect, direct or indirect, upon the analyses made by the party and upon the process whereby it decided its line. The party was not a demiurge placed somewhere above all contradictions and acting somehow from without upon these contradictions. The tasks that the Bolshevik Party undertook were determined by the existence of objective contradictions. However, the way these tasks were precisely defined, and the means that were adopted to fulfill them, resulted from the fashion in which these contradictions were identified by the party, the type of analysis to which they were subjected, the resources actually available for action upon them, and the estimate made of the possibility of taking action with these resources. The analyses which the party developed, and the conclusions to which they pointed, were dependent, therefore, not only on the objective situation but also on the ideological. 356. Forms through which the struggles fought out inside the party were conducted. The aggregate of these forms constituted what may be called the Bolshevik ideological formation. It was a result of history, produced by systematization of the party's experience and, more broadly, of the experience of the international labor movement, a systematization effected by applying the concepts of Marxism and Leninism, along with notions regarded as being compatible with these concepts. Like everything else, the Bolshevik ideological formation contained contradictions of its own, and it changed during the NEP period in consequence of the class struggles and of experience gained, meaning the party's interpretation of the successes and failures of the political line followed up to that point. The actual political line was never identical with that which was laid down in principle. The more or less extensive gap between the two, which tended to widen toward the end of the NEP, was determined by many different factors, and in particular by the greater or lesser correctness of the conclusions drawn from analysis of the contradictions and of the evaluation made of the means that could be employed to deal correctly with them. The gap between the actual political line and the line of principle depended also on the support or opposition that the various class forces and the apparatuses through which they operated offered to the line as it was defined in principle. Through the struggles which occurred in this party during the NEP period we can see how the position of certain leaders was strengthened, whereas the authority of those who defended conceptions that were rejected by the party's leading bodies suffered decline. This process became especially acute toward the end of the NEP period, when, in contrast to what had happened in Lenin's time, leaders whose ideas were rejected found themselves, more and more often, removed from the party leadership and even expelled from the party, which meant a narrowing of inter-party democracy. The working of democratic centralism demands that a variety of opinions be expressed and that party members be allowed to. 357. Engage in a genuine debate. In this way the form in which ideological and political struggles were carried on in the party was altered. The problems which the party had to confront on the eve of the great change were both many and complicated. Basically, they were the same problems as those the party had been faced with in 1923 to 1924, but the terms in which they were presented were partly different. The decisive problem was, and remained all through these years, how to unite the masses of the people so as to develop their active support for the Soviet government. At the heart of this problem lay the task of consolidating the worker-peasant alliance. On the fulfillment of this task depended the possibility of radically transforming some of the existing social relations, and this transformation was also constantly on the agenda during the NEP period. It concerned, first and foremost, political relations, for what was required was to destroy the state apparatus inherited from Tsardom, to revive the Soviets, and to develop democratic centralism, which could not be done without developing mass democracy. The problem of a radical transformation also existed at the level of the immediate production relations. What was required was, in particular, to change labor relations in the state-owned enterprises. The solution of such a problem as this was dependent on the party's capacity to stimulate real mass actions. The industrialization of the country and the transformation of its agriculture were problems that were present throughout the NEP period, more or less acutely, but the type of industrialization and of change in agriculture that took place was dictated by the nature of the changes in the immediate production relations, in political relations, and in relations between classes. All these problems came up, with greater or lesser clarity at different times, during the discussions that went on in the party during this period. However, the solutions that the party tried to apply varied from time to time, partly because these 358 problems arose in terms that were to some extent new, and partly because the analysis made of them changed, in connection with the changes undergone by the Bolshevik ideological formation. When one considers the years 1924 to 1929 as a whole, one is struck by the fact that the party never clearly defined what the chief link in the situation was, the link on which action must be taken first and foremost so as to be able to wield sufficient power over the whole set of contradictions. Nevertheless, it can be said that between 1924 and 1927 the decisions taken by the party's leading bodies were more or less consistently dominated by the problem of maintaining the worker-peasant alliance. It was on this problem that the party's efforts were mainly concentrated, even though it did not always deal correctly with it and was unsuccessful in arousing a mass movement among the peasantry. The worker-peasant alliance was, indeed, the chief link at that time, the factor on which action needed to be taken first and foremost in order to strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat. The various oppositions which took shape within the party between 1924 and 1927 all overlooked or neglected this chief link. Even when some of their formulations were correct, the general orientation of the political line they advocated was mistaken, because it neglected the main thing: what was needed in order to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance. From 1928 on, however, the party tended no longer to focus its efforts mainly on the worker-peasant alliance, although this was far from having been consolidated, and its consolidation continued to be the principal problem. The Bolshevik Party then acted increasingly as though industrialization of the country was the sine qua non for solving all other problems. In this way the conditions accumulated which dictated the great change at the end of 1929. The right opposition tried to prevent this turn, for which neither the 359 party nor the peasantry were really prepared. But it was incapable of formulating a political line that could have prevented the kulaks from gathering around them an increasing number of middle peasants. It was therefore doomed to defeat when the party launched itself along the road of a collectivization and an industrialization which it could not control. In order to get a better grasp of the ideological and political changes that led to the Great Change, we need to examine the conditions under which the struggle for the worker-peasant alliance, and then for industrialization, was waged within the party. This is the indispensable starting point for an analysis of the essential features of the Bolshevik ideological formation and of the process of change that it underwent. 361. 1. The fight for the worker-peasant alliance. When we study the period between the 12th and 15th Party Congresses, we see that, for the party leadership, the chief political task was, in principle, the strengthening of the worker-peasant alliance. This was so even if the primacy of the task was not always made clearly explicit and the concrete conditions for realizing it often remained vague, both on the plane of formulations and, even more, on that of political and economic practice. In any case, it was around this problem that the sharpest conflicts were fought against the chief opposition trends. These struggles, and the way they unfolded, are of major importance as regards the ideological and political changes that occurred, and so we must briefly recall how they developed between 1924 and 1927, taking as our chronological reference points the chief meetings held by the party's leading bodies. From the 12th to the 13th. Party Congress. During the period separating the 12th Congress from the 13th, which was held on May 23 to 31, 1924, a little more than 4 months after Lenin's death, political struggles were waged around problems of the worker-peasant alliance and of inter-party democracy. They gave rise to a number of discussions and decisions of which we can only summarize here the most important aspects. The 13th Congress resolved that, in order to solve 362. The problem of the party's work in the countryside, it is necessary to start from the principle that the task for the whole of this historical period is to realize the alliance between the working class and the peasantry. 1. The resolutions devoted to work in the rural areas and to cooperation. 2. Show the importance accorded by the Congress to the worker-peasant alliance and to the efforts being made to decide how to develop this alliance so as to lead the peasantry to socialism through cooperation. 3. These resolutions also show the difficulties encountered by the progress of party activity in the countryside, and reveal a tendency to rely upon, for the fulfillment of rural tasks, mainly the rural intelligentsia and those industrial workers who had links with the villages, for rather than upon the peasants themselves. Moreover, in terms of day-to-day practice, the party gave only minimal aid to the poor and middle peasants. While, at the time of the 13th Congress, the party seemed united on the need to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance, the divisions on this matter were actually as deep as on some others. In 1923 to 1924, opposition to the worker-peasant alliance was expressed mainly in the demands put forward to strengthen the role of Gosplan and to increase credits to heavy industry. Open opposition to the economic policy followed by the party between the 12th and 13th Congresses was shown when, on October 15, 1923, 46 members of the CC sent a letter to the Political Bureau. This letter, which came to be spoken of as the platform of the 46, was signed by Pyatakov, Preobrazhensky, Osinski, Kaganovich, and Sapronov. 5. It attributed the economic difficulties encountered in 1923 to shortcomings in credit policy, planning, and aid to industry. 6. The platform of the 46 declared that if economic difficulties had piled up in this way, it was not due to incapacity on the part of the leadership but to the fact that the problems Con 363 CERNT had not been widely discussed, discussion of them being confined to party functionaries recruited from above, while the mass of the party members were excluded. The platform therefore proceeded to deal in a severely critical way with the way that the party functioned. This is a fact which is known to every member of the party. Members of the party who are dissatisfied with this or that decision of the Central Committee, or even of a provincial committee, who have this or that doubt in their minds, who privately note this or that error, irregularity, or disorder, are afraid to speak about it at party meetings, and are even afraid to talk about it in conversation, unless the partner in the conversation is thoroughly reliable from the point of view of discretion. Free discussion within the party has practically vanished. The public opinion of the party is stifled. 7. Although Trotsky, who was a member of the Political Bureau, did not sign this platform, he was thought to share the views expressed in it, on account of the letters he sent, around this same time, to the other members of the PB, letters of similar content. 8. Thus, in the months preceding the 13th Congress, great tension developed within the CC, centered on problems of economic policy and of the party's internal regime. On the first of these points the opposition suffered formal defeat, as may be seen from the resolutions of the 13th Conference and the 13th Congress. On the second, matters were more complicated. On the one hand, the 13th Conference adopted a resolution on building the Party 9 which acknowledged that the situation called for a serious change in the party's orientation, in the sense of effective and systematic application of the principles of workers' democracy. The resolution specified that workers' democracy means open discussion by all party members of the most important questions, freedom of discussion within the party, and also election from below of leading functionaries and committees. 10. In reality, the adopt 364 of this resolution did little to modify the authoritarian practices which prevailed. On the other hand, the 13th Conference condemned, as factional activity, the platform of the 46 and Trotsky's statements, thereby confirming a resolution passed by the plenum of the CC and the CCC at its meeting of October 25 to 27, 1923. 11. The 13th Congress strengthened the positions of those who had declared for consolidating the worker-peasant alliance, especially Stalin, who was re-elected to the post of General Secretary, although he had offered his resignation after Lenin's letter to the Congress had been discussed by the CC and by the senior members of the Congress delegations. 12. Trotsky's position, on the contrary, was markedly weakened, especially after the very severe criticism made of him by Zinoviev, who called upon him to admit his mistakes publicly. 13. Trotsky refused to do this, while saying that he bowed to the decisions taken, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. 14. Despite the overt appearance of divergencies in the PB, the 13th Congress seemed to be still dominated by a spirit of unity. The composition of the PB underwent little change. Trotsky continued to be a member, and Bukharin entered it, taking the place of Lenin, who died on January 21, 1924. 2. From the 13th to the 14th. Party Congress. After the 13th Congress, Trotsky's position continued to weaken. On November 6, 1924, he published a book entitled The Lessons of October, in which he leveled an attack specifically at Kamenev and Zinoviev for their hesitancy at the moment of the October Revolution. This gave rise to a series of counterattacks on their part, the most important of which, at the time, was the one launched by Kamenev in a speech on November 18. 15. His chief criticism of Trotsky was his alleged underestimation of the role of the peasantry, masked by Revo 365. Illusionary phraseology. 16. The party gathering to which Kamenev had spoken passed a motion denouncing Trotsky's breach of the promises he made at the 13th Congress. Similar resolutions were adopted at other party meetings. 17. On January 15, 1925, Trotsky sent a letter to the CC in which he said that he had not sought to reopen a discussion in the party, and offered his resignation from the chairmanship of the Revolutionary Military Council. The condemnation of Trotskyism. On January 17, the plenum of the CC adopted a resolution condemning Trotsky for his attacks on the unity of the party. It denounced Trotskyism as a falsification of communism in the spirit of adaptation to European models of pseudo-Marxism, that is, in the last analysis, to the spirit of European social democracy. Trotsky was relieved of his functions as chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council and warned that any further violation of the party's decisions would make his continued membership of the PB impossible and put on the agenda the question of expelling him from the CC-18. During the discussions preceding the adoption of this resolution, Zinoviev had demanded that Trotsky be expelled from the party, or at least removed from the CC. This demand was rejected, and Kamenev then called for Trotsky's removal from the PB. These demands were opposed by Stalin, Kalinin, Voroshilov, and Ordzhonikidze. 19. At the party's 14th Congress, Stalin mentioned these demands put forward by Zinoviev and Kamenev, explaining that they had not been accepted because we knew that the policy of amputation was fraught with great dangers for the party, that the method of amputation, the method of bloodletting, and they demanded blood, was dangerous, infectious. Today you amputate one limb, tomorrow another, the day after tomorrow a third. What will we have left in the party? 20. These discussions were thus among the first occasions on which open dissension occurred between Stalin, on the one hand, and Zinoviev and Kamenev, on the other. 366. The Worker-Peasant Alliance and the building of socialism in one country. The resolution of the plenum of January 1925 had been preceded by the publication of a series of articles criticizing Trotsky's concept of permanent revolution. One of these, published by Stalin in Pravda and Izvestiya of December 20, 1924, was to have considerable importance. It was entitled, October and Comrade Trotsky's Theory of Permanent Revolution. In this article, Stalin counterposed to Trotsky's theory his thesis of building socialism in one country. The 14th Party Conference embodied this thesis officially in one of the resolutions it adopted. 21. In a report on the 14th Conference which he gave in May 1925, Stalin said that this resolution implied that the community of interest between the workers and the peasants was sufficiently strong to outweigh, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the contradictions setting them against each other. Hence, it was possible for the socialist road to triumph in the USSR. It was just this possibility that Trotsky rejected when he declared that in a backward country the contradictions between the working class and the peasantry could not be resolved, that they could be resolved only on the international plane. Stalin quoted this passage from Trotsky: the contradictions in the position of a workers' government in a backward country with an overwhelmingly peasant population can be solved only on an international scale, in the arena of the world proletarian revolution. And Stalin added, needless to say, this proposition has nothing in common with Leninism. 22. We thus see clearly that what was at issue in the conflict between Trotsky's concept of permanent revolution and acceptance of the possibility of building socialism in one country, not excluding a country with a peasant majority, was the firmness of the worker-peasant alliance, and therefore, the significance of the NEP. Trotsky's thesis reduced the NEP to a measure dictated by circumstances, a retreat which must result in capitalism becoming stronger and stronger. According to this thesis, in the conditions prevailing in Russia, the 367 only way to hold back the realization of this threat was to undertake rapid industrialization, and this could be carried through only at the expense of the peasantry, for industry was too weak to have its own source of accumulation. This point of view was developed systematically by Preobrazhensky, in his conception of primitive socialist accumulation. 23 In Stalin's report on the 14th conference, he showed that the conference had rejected this view and acknowledged that, within the setting of the NEP, it was possible to deal correctly with the contradictions that inevitably counterposed the proletariat to the class of private property owners, i.e., the peasantry. 24 And that, under these conditions, the socialist road could triumph over the capitalist road. The socialist path means development by a continuous improvement in the well-being of the majority of the peasantry. It is in the interest of both the proletariat and the peasantry, particularly of the latter, that development should proceed along the socialist path, for that is the peasantry's only salvation from impoverishment and a semi-starvation existence. 25. Politically, the 14th conference stressed the need, if the worker-peasant alliance was to be strengthened, to respect revolutionary legality and to eliminate the survivals from war communism in political and administrative work. One of the resolutions adopted mentioned that the achievement of these aims required the entry in larger numbers of agricultural workers and poor and middle peasants into the party organizations. The 14th conference also declared that, at the stage which had now been reached, the party's principal task must be to revitalize the Soviets and improve the leadership of the peasantry by the proletariat through the organs of Soviet power, so that it was necessary to go forward to the phase of developing Soviet democracy. In his report on the 14th conference, Stalin said that the task of implanting Soviet democracy and revitalizing the Soviets in the countryside should make it possible for us to reconstruct our state apparatus, to link it with the masses of the people, to make it sound and honest, simple and inexpensive. 27. 26. 368. This task, which was never fully realized, corresponded to what Lenin had called for when he demanded the destruction of the state machine inherited from Tsardom and its replacement by one that would be genuinely proletarian. 28. It was a task that required, 2. a change in the style of the leadership given by the party. Stalin said that an end must be put to incorrect forms of leadership, that the party must stop giving orders to the peasants. We must learn to explain to the peasants patiently the questions they do not understand. We must learn to convince the peasants, sparing neither time nor effort for this purpose. 29. Fundamentally, then, the 14th conference defined some of the conditions for strengthening the worker-peasant alliance, especially on the political plane, that of the party's relations with the peasant masses and Soviet democracy. The 14th Conference and peasant problems. The decisions taken by the 14th Conference and by the CC also concerned economic problems, especially the policy to be followed toward the well-to-do and rich peasants. On the eve of the conference, a number of speeches were made which showed that the party leadership was taking a less restrictive attitude to the rich peasants, whose possibilities of accumulating and of increasing agricultural production were seen as indispensable to the development of the economy. At the beginning of April, for instance, Kamenev said to the Congress of Soviets of the Moscow region, "We must also revise our laws relating to the use of land, to the employment of wage labor, and to the leasing of land are holding back the development of the productive forces in the countryside and exacerbating class relations instead of guiding them in the proper way. We are for the development of the productive forces, we are against survivals which hinder the development of the productive forces. We are for accumulation by the peasants, but we are for regulating this accumulation." 30. 369. On April 17, 1925, Bukharin spoke on the same theme at a mass meeting in Moscow, at which he said, our policy towards the rural areas must develop in such a way as partly to remove and abolish a number of restrictions which hinder the growth of the farms of the well-to-do peasant and the kulak. To the peasants, to all the peasants, we must say, get rich, develop your farms, don't be afraid that coercion will be used against you. 31 Except for the expression, get rich, the same themes were expounded at the 14th conference, and met with open opposition only from one delegate, Yuri Larin. 32 Meeting on the day after the close of the conference, April 30, the CC adopted a resolution on the party's current tasks in economic policy in connection with the economic needs of the rural areas. 33 This resolution widened the right to lease land, removed restrictions on the employment of wage earners in agriculture, reduced the agricultural tax, and condemned the practice of imposing fixed prices when procuring agricultural produce. 34 The decisions of the CC of April 30, 1925, were based on the work done at the 14th conference and marked a drift toward a conception of the NEP whose practical application contradicted the demands of the alliance between the working class and the mass of the peasantry. These decisions aimed at finding a solution to the general problem of accumulation in the Soviet economy by favoring accumulation by the rich and well-to-do peasants. The birth of the new opposition and its condemnation by the 14th Congress. This conception of the NEP facilitated fresh attacks on the worker-peasant alliance. At the beginning of the summer of 1925, several leaders of the party began openly criticizing the decisions taken in April. Some of them, including Zinoviev, secretary of the Leningrad organization, put forward formulations which tended to challenge the NEP itself. 370. The first public onslaught on the decisions taken in the spring was made in a speech by Zinoviev on June 21, 1925. He said that these decisions demonstrated the determination of the leadership to rely not on the wretched peasant nag but on the fat kulak horse. 35 In September Zinoviev published a book entitled Leninism, 36 in which, interpreting certain quotations from Lenin, he asserted that in abandoning war communism for the NEP the party had abandoned the socialist economic forms for state capitalism in a proletarian state, and added, "Let us have no illusions, no self-deception. Let us call state capitalism, state capitalism." 37 On September 5 Zinoviev, Kamina, Sokolnikov, and Krupskaya drew up a document which became known as the Platform of the Four. Those who signed it included two members of the political bureau and Lenin's widow, while the signature of Sokolnikov, who had hitherto been a resolute supporter of a rightist conception of the NEP, made this platform seem the point of convergence of dissenters of differing views. The new opposition thus born attacked the NEP and, echoing some workers' demands, called for increases in wages. It denounced the practices of the apparatus and called for freedom of discussion and democracy in the party. 38 Some of the points made by the new opposition met with response among part of the working class, especially their call for wage increases, which, in the situation existing then, was demagogic. It led some party members to take part in unofficial strikes. On the whole, however, the opposition found little support in the party. The turnabout made by Zinoviev and Kamina, who had previously been unconditional defenders of the NEP and of the wages policy followed until then, 39 could evoke nothing but skepticism. The contradictions in the platform of the new opposition, the contrary positions so recently defended by Zinoviev and Kamina, and the conditions under which the delegates to the 14th Congress were chosen ensured that the representatives of this opposition at the Con 371 Gress were few in number. However, they did succeed in speaking. Zinoviev even presented a political counter-report, opposed to the one presented by Stalin. Though frequently interrupted, he developed his arguments, calling for respect for democracy in the party. He declared that the situation of 1921 and 1923, which had justified the restrictions imposed on freedom of discussion in the party, now belonged to the past. Today we have different workers, greater activity in the masses, other slogans. And he added, while permitting no factions, and on the question of factions maintaining our previous positions, we should at the same time instruct the Central Committee to draw into party work all the forces of all former groups in our party, and offer them the possibility to work under the leadership of the Central Committee. 40. As regards the problems of the NEP, Zinoviev reiterated his formulations of the summer and autumn, and concentrated his attack upon Bukharin. When he replied, 41, Stalin, quoting Lenin, said that the concessions made to the peasantry were above all concessions to the middle peasants, and that they were intended to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance. 42. He reminded his listeners that the NEP is a special policy of the proletarian state aimed at permitting capitalism, while the commanding positions are held by the proletarian state, aimed at a struggle between the capitalist and socialist elements, aimed at increasing the role of the socialist elements to the detriment of the capitalist elements, aimed at the victory of the socialist elements over the capitalist elements, aimed at the abolition of classes and the building of the foundations of a socialist economy. 43. His argument regarding the question of state capitalism 44 was weak. Though he admitted that state capitalism was compatible with the dictatorship of the proletariat, as Lenin had said, he confined the notion of state capitalism to foreign concessions. For him, the predominant role played by the state-owned industrial sector sufficed to dispose of the question of state capitalism. He no more took up the question of the 372 capitalist relations that might prevail in state-owned industry than did the new opposition. 45. Stalin ended his speech with an appeal for unity, saying, "The party wants unity, and it will achieve it with Kamina and Zinoviev, if they are willing, without them if they are unwilling." 46. On December 23 a resolution whose terms were conceived so as to avoid a break with the members of the opposition was tabled. This resolution was passed by 559 votes to the 65 cast by the oppositionists. 47. On January 1, 1926, a new political bureau was elected by a CC whose composition had been partly altered. Zinoviev was still a member of the PB, but Kamina was reduced to the rank of alternative member. Bukharin, Rykov, Stalin, Tomsky, and Trotsky were re-elected. 3 new members entered the PB, Voroshilov, Kalinin, and Molotov. The opposition had suffered a heavy defeat. The party apparatus in Leningrad was reorganized by a delegation from the Central Secretariat. Zinoviev was replaced by Kirov as first secretary of the Leningrad organization. Among the important questions discussed by the 14th Congress were also those of the trade unions and the industrial policy. The 14th Congress and the trade union question. The 14th Congress pronounced a judgment that was, on the whole, severe in its strictures on the way that trade union activity had been carried on in 1925. The resolution adopted said that the unions had more often than not failed to face up to their obligations, allowing their chief task, defense of the economic interests of the masses, to fall into the background. 48. It noted that a certain remoteness had developed between the trade union organs and the masses, which resulted in a weakening of trade union discipline, as was shown with particular clarity in a series of economic conflicts in the spring of 1925. 49. It called for wider participation by the 373 masses in the work of the trade union organizations, and demanded that the unions participate more systematically in the analyzing of economic and production problems, so as to be able to carry out a task of information and explanation. 50. It warned against any tendency to form an unnatural block between the economic organs, the heads of enterprises, and the trade unions. 51. Consequently, the resolution denounced the numerous cases in which collective agreements were concluded with the economic organs by trade unions ignorant of the actual situation of the workers and office workers on whose behalf they sign, so that the agreements in question enjoyed little authority in the eyes of the workers and offered few guarantees to the economic organs. 52. In his political report to the 14th Congress, Stalin dealt with the problems of industry. He considered that, since it had now attained a level of production close to the pre-war level, further steps in industry mean developing it on a new technical basis, with the utilization of new equipment and the building of new plants. 53 What was now required was to cross a threshold, and consequently, owing to a considerable shortage of capital, the future development of industry will, in all probability, proceed at a less rapid tempo than it has done up to now. 54 Stalin thus forecast that industry would grow more slowly than agriculture. In order to overcome the difficulties resulting from this situation, he advocated that efforts at industrialization be not restricted to the large-scale industry directed by the central organs, but that industrial development be assisted in every district, in every okrug, in every gubernia, region, and national republic. 55 This was a prospect very far removed from the policy that was to be put into practice a few months later. Elsewhere, in the reply he made to the discussion of his political report, Stalin spoke of the need to develop industries to produce equipment and machinery, so that the Soviet Union should not run the risk of becoming an appendage of the capitalist countries. 56 One of the resolutions adopted by the Congress expressed the same demand, considering that it was of fundamental 374 importance to carry on economic construction with a view to converting the USSR from a country that imports machinery and equipment into one that produces them for itself. 57 The 14th Congress thus took up the problem of industrialization while remaining very vague as to the pace at which it should progress and the conditions for financing it. 3 From the 14th Congress to the eve of the 15th. The compromise adopted by the 14th Congress on the question of the new opposition did not put a stop to the oppositional activity of Zinoviev and Kamina and their allies. The continuance of this activity reflected the reservations felt by a fairly large number of party members regarding the NEP and a peasant policy which they considered to be a hindrance to rapid industrialization. The opposition declared for speeding up the pace of industrial development and persisted in advocating that recourse be had, for this purpose, to primitive socialist accumulation. In 1926 the discussion on this subject was broadened. It revolved mainly around Preobrazhensky's book The New Economics, 58, which Bukharin subjected to a series of critical articles, one of the most important of which appeared in Pravda under the title, The Law of Primitive Socialist Accumulation, or Why We Should Not Replace Lenin by Preobrazhensky. 59. The birth of the united opposition at the 14th Congress. Zinoviev had prepared the ground for an attempt at bringing together all the former groups in the party, 60, which signified principally an opening in the direction of Trotsky. 61. This opening led, at the end of March or the beginning of April, to contact being made between Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamina. About this time they agreed to cease repeating the 375 accusations they had been hurling at each other until then. In this way there began to take shape an opposition which Stalin was to describe as an unprincipled bloc. 62. Trotsky now came forward actively after having remained passive for almost 2 years. He made himself the advocate of a rate of industrial development higher than that officially proposed by Dzerzhinsky. The latter criticized Trotsky and Zinoviev sharply for their statements, accusing them of preparing a new platform, to be based on exploitation of the peasants. Stalin spoke to the same effect. Eventually the resolution on industrialization was adopted unanimously, but the debate revealed how Trotsky, Kamina, and Zinoviev were now aligned together. 63. This alignment led to the formation, at the beginning of 1926, of what was called the United Opposition, on the basis of the Declaration of the 13. 64. This dealt mainly with industrial policy and with the divisions in the party. Trotsky expounded particularly the idea that the party's bureaucracy threatened the revolution with a sword of thermidor. 65. At the plenum of July 14 to 23, 1926, the United Opposition acted openly in concert, demanding higher wages for the workers and an increase in the agricultural tax on the rich peasants. 66. The party leadership denounced the demagogic character of the opposition's arguments and the very serious threat that they offered to the worker-peasant alliance. Dzerzhinsky, as chairman of the VSNKH, made a long, closely reasoned speech on this theme. 67. But the party leadership also used organizational measures to reply to the opposition. At the plenum of July 1926, Zinoviev was removed from the PB and one of his associates, M. Lashevich, from the CC and also from his post in the Revolutionary Military Council. These measures were taken as punishment for factional activity. 68 On this occasion Rudzutak entered the political bureau, and Mikoyan, Andreev, Orjonikij, Kaganovich, and Kirov became alternative members. Trotsky retained his membership. However, the united opposition continued its activity. Trotsky, Zinoviev, and others of its leaders spoke at meetings of factory cells, as the party rules allowed them to do. At first, 376. Their speeches seem to have evoked some response, but very soon the party organizations in Moscow and Leningrad set themselves to put a stop to the opposition's activity, intervening physically to prevent its spokesmen from getting their message across. They succeeded in doing this, for the rank and file of the party remained ultimately indifferent to the opposition's theses. During 1926, finding itself unable to obtain a hearing, the opposition organized itself. Thereby it took the path of factional activity. According to various sources, its active supporters numbered between 4,000 and 8,000. These figures are very small in comparison with the party's total membership at that time, but not negligible in relation to the numbers of those who took part actively in political discussions, which meant not more than a few tens of thousands. 69 In any case, the development of the opposition's organization did not escape the attention of the OGPU. The leaders of the opposition, fearing punishment for factional activity, therefore sought a discussion with the party secretariat. After this discussion, on October 16 they signed a declaration in which, without renouncing the line of the Declaration of the 13, they admitted that they had broken discipline and engaged in factional activity. 70 By putting their names to the statement, the leaders of the opposition hoped to be allowed to present their views in writing to the 15th Party Conference. The CC plenum, which met on October 23 to 26, rejected this demand, however, and took measures against the opposition's leaders. Trotsky was removed from the PB, Kamina lost his position as an alternative member of that body, and Zinoviev ceased to be chairman of the executive committee of the Comintern. 71. The 15th Conference and the first defeat of the united opposition in 1926. The 15th Conference, which was held between October 26 and November 3, 1926, saw the united opposition 377 defeated. The debate on this subject was opened by Stalin, who laid before the conference theses on the opposition bloc in the C.P.S.U. 72 and on November 1 presented a report on the social democratic deviation in our party. 73 Stalin's theses denounced the rallying of the new opposition to the positions of Trotskyism. His report analyzed the way the opposition had developed, and gave a critique of its positions. He formulated with particular clarity some of the principles of the NEP, especially as regards relations between industry and agriculture. He said, the opposition bloc fails to realize and refuses to recognize that industry cannot be advanced if the interests of agriculture are ignored or violated. It fails to understand that while industry is the leading element in the national economy, agriculture in its turn is the base on which our industry can develop. 74 Stalin then showed that the opposition's theses led to peasant farming being treated as a colony which the proletarian state had to exploit, and he quoted Preobrazhensky to this effect: the more a country that is passing to a socialist organization is economically backward, petty bourgeois, and of a peasant character, the more it has to rely for socialist accumulation on the exploitation of pre-socialist forms of economy. 75 Stalin's formulation emphasizing that agriculture was the basis for the development of industry was of great importance. It made explicit one of the principles of the NEP which held a preponderant place in the documents approved by the Bolshevik Party's leading organs right down to 1928. Kamina, Trotsky, and Zinoviev spoke at the conference in support of the views they had been advocating jointly since the spring, and declared that they sought to achieve a common effort by the party as a whole. The speeches of Kamina and Zinoviev were violently interrupted, while Trotsky was listened to in silence. All three were replied to, in particular, by Molotov and Bukharin, who refuted the opposition's arguments, while some of its former supporters, notably Krupskaya, broke with it. Stalin replied to the discussion, 76, going over again the main arguments of his opening report. He concluded by saying to the members of the opposition, 378. Either you observe these conditions, which are at the same time the conditions for the complete unity of our party, or you do not, and then the party, which gave you a beating yesterday, will proceed to finish you off tomorrow. 77. The resolution condemning the opposition bloc 78 was passed unanimously by the 15th Conference, which thus confirmed the sanctions taken by the preceding plenum against Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. One of the resolutions of the 15th Conference made explicit in a particularly clear way what was implied by the principles of the NEP. It pointed out that in order to strengthen the worker-peasant alliance there must be an improvement in the supply of machines and other goods to the rural areas, better organization of the marketing of agricultural produce, provision of credit for agriculture, and aid to the poor peasants, through special credits and through support for the development of collective farming. The resolution was favorable to the development of rural industry, especially for the processing of agricultural produce, and it condemned the opposition's advocacy of raising industrial prices and lowering agricultural prices. 79. Actually, as we know, the practical measures that this resolution called for were not taken. In the months that followed, the rural areas experienced a grave shortage of manufactured products, while the rural crafts were deprived of a large proportion of their raw material of urban origin, this being reserved to an ever greater extent for the needs of large-scale industry. The breakup of the opposition, its attempt to reorganize, and its fresh defeat on the eve of the 15th Congress after the defeat it suffered at the 15th Conference, the opposition began to disintegrate. The supporters of the Democratic Centralism group broke away and tried to form a group which would operate outside the party. 379. With a view, as they put it, to constituting a nucleus for defense of the cause of the proletarian revolution, which they saw as having been betrayed by the party and by the opposition. 80. This group had no political weight and soon disappeared. On the morrow of the 15th Conference, Zinoviev and Kamenev were willing to cease maintaining a position different from that of the majority, whereas Trotsky wished to keep up the opposition's fight, even though he realized that it could not alter the balance of forces within the party. At the end of 1926, Zinoviev and Kamenev rejoined Trotsky, and the opposition, which had suffered numerous defections, once more operated as a clandestine faction. 81. At the end of March 1927, Trotsky began attacking, in letters addressed to the PB, the line advocated by the Comintern for the Chinese Communist Party, and demanded that a discussion be opened on the China question. 82. Trotsky believed in the unconditional predominance, the direct domination of capitalist relations in China, and that a class of landlords as a separate class does not exist in China. The landowners and the national bourgeoisie are one and the same. 83. Consequently, he rejected any policy of a united front with the Chinese bourgeoisie, and was later to declare that only the predominance of the proletariat in the decisive industrial and political centers of the country creates the necessary basis for the organization of a Red Army and for the extension of a Soviet system into the countryside. 84. Although they were mistaken as to the real line of the Kuomintang, and gravely underestimated its capacity to turn on the working class, the leadership of the Bolshevik Party and the Executive Committee of the Comintern made an analysis that was more correct than the opposition's of the nature of the Chinese Revolution. This analysis was set forth by Stalin in a series of theses published in Pravda on April 21, 1927. 85. Having failed to get the China question discussed by the CC, the united opposition appealed to the Executive Committee. 380. T of the Comintern, supporting its approach with a statement called the Declaration of the 83, from the number of its original signatories. 86. By acting in this way it appeared once more in the role of an organized faction. On May 24 Trotsky addressed the Executive Committee of the Comintern, presenting his analysis of the situation. Stalin replied, showing the ultra-left character of Trotsky's views and recalling Lenin's theses on the possibility and necessity of farming peasant Soviets in countries such as China and India. 87 Here, too, the question of alliance with the peasant masses, with the place and role of the latter in an action for revolutionary change led by the proletariat, formed the line of demarcation between the positions defended by the majority of the Bolshevik Party and those of the opposition. After listening to several other speeches, the Executive Committee of the Comintern condemned Trotsky's views and confirmed, though with some corrections, the line which had been followed until then. 88 The opposition's resumed activity evoked a series of sanctions. Some members of the opposition were arrested, others were posted to the provinces or sent abroad. The opposition then appeared to retreat, by signing, on the occasion of the plenum of August 7, a declaration stating, "We will carry out all the decisions of the Communist Party and of its Central Committee. We are prepared to do everything possible to destroy all factional elements which have formed themselves as a consequence of the fact that on account of the inter-party regime we were compelled to inform the party of our opinions, which were falsely reported in the whole press of the country." 89 This declaration saved the opposition, for the moment, from expulsion from the party. Nevertheless, though they drew up a platform recapitulating their views, they found that they were refused the right to publish the platform and circulate it in the party in preparation for the 15th Congress. They therefore took steps to print and circulate it clandestinely, and held illegal meetings. Eventually, at the plenum of October 21 to 23, 1927, Stalin called for sanctions to be taken against 381. Trotsky and Zinoviev. After a discussion marked by violent incidents, these two were removed from the CC on the grounds that they had broken party discipline. 90 The opposition was now nearing its final defeat. Its motions received only a very small number of votes. The right to speak was almost always denied to its representatives. In a last effort, the opposition tried, during the demonstration commemorating the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, to organize its own procession of demonstrators. They numbered in the few hundreds, and were quickly dispersed or arrested. On November 14, 18 days before the 15th Congress, Zinoviev and Trotsky were expelled from the party. Kamina and some other supporters of the opposition who were still on the CC were removed from it. The united opposition had practically ceased to exist. The 15th Congress was held without the delegates, including any open advocates of the line of accelerated industrialization. The Congress ratified the decisions taken by the CC on November 14. It condemned the opposition for breaking with Leninist ideology, for taking up Menshevik positions, for having denied the socialist nature of state-owned industry and the possibility of the socialist road of development for the countryside under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, together with the policy of alliance between the proletariat and the basic mass of the peasantry on the basis of socialist construction. The opposition was accused of having in practice denied that the dictatorship of the proletariat exists in the USSR, thereby making itself a tool of petty bourgeois democracy and international social democracy. It was also condemned for indiscipline and factional activity. 91. For the 15th Congress. The 15th Congress of the Bolshevik Party was held on the morrow of the political defeat of the supporters of an 382. Opposition, which gave the exigencies of rapid and centralized industrialization priority over the policy of consolidating the worker-peasant alliance within the framework of the NEP. The Congress resolutions included some especially clear formulations regarding this policy. The resolutions of the 15th Congress. These resolutions dealt chiefly with agricultural and peasant questions and with problems of industry and planning. 92. They reaffirmed the need to continue the NEP while stressing a concrete policy which included certain modifications in this policy as compared with the previous period. These concerned, especially, measures to restrict the exploiting tendencies of the kulaks. This new orientation was put forward for the first time by Bukharin, 93, in a speech delivered 2 months before the Congress, on October 12, 1927. In this speech Bukharin said that it was now possible to exercise increased pressure on the kulaks, because, during the last 2 years, the alliance with the peasant masses had been strengthened, together with the state's commanding positions. 94 The 15th Congress also declared in favor of a policy of collectivization, but emphasized that this must be carried through with caution, by means of persuasion and without constraint. There could be observed, however, certain shades of difference between the way in which, on the one hand, Bukharin, Rykov, and Kalinin, and, on the other, Stalin, presented the question of collectivization. For the former, collectivization was one of the elements in a policy aimed at solving the problems of agriculture. Stalin said of collectivization that there is no other way out, no other solution to the problems of Soviet agriculture. 95 Though, during the Congress, he did not advocate either rapid collectivization or the use of coercion. As regards the conditions for developing industrialization, the Congress resolutions repeated, in the main, the Formula 383. To be found in Bukharin's writings following the 14th Congress, calling for more rapid industrialization while at the same time attacking the super-industrializers of the united opposition, the advocates of maximum accumulation to be achieved at the expense of the peasantry. 96 The resolution of the 15th Congress on the drawing up of the 5-year plan counterposed to the striving for maximum accumulation the need for optimum accumulation. As regards relations between production and consumption, it must be clearly seen that we cannot proceed from a simultaneous maximizing of both, as the opposition now demands. Paying attention to the relative contradiction between these two factors, their reciprocal action and the connections between them, and appreciating that, from the standpoint of long-term development, their interests generally coincide, we must proceed from an optimum combination of these two factors. 97. The resolution declared that the same requirements must be observed as regards relations between town and country, between socialist industry and peasant farming. It is not right to proceed from the demand for a maximum transfer of resources from peasant farming into industry, for this would not only signify a political breach with the peasantry but also would undermine the supply of raw materials to industry itself, disrupt both the internal market and exports, and upset the entire economic system. 98 On the question of rates of development, the resolution also stressed the idea of an optimum rate, declaring, here we must proceed not from the maximum rate of accumulation in the near future or within a few years, but from a relation between the factors in the economy such that the highest rate of development may be ensured over a long period. 99 In the course of this resolution the opposition slogan of raising industrial prices was again condemned, on the grounds that it would favor bureaucratic degeneration and monopolies. 384. Take disintegration of industry, harm the consumers, give the kulaks a trump card to play, and finally, bring about a sharp decline in the rate of development, by compromising industry's agricultural basis. 100 The resolution likewise upheld the need to observe an optimum relation between the development of light industry and heavy industry. It emphasized that, when shifting the center of gravity from light to heavy industry, care must be taken that the latter did not tie up too large a share of the state's capital in the construction of very big enterprises whose products would not come onto the market for many years, and, consequently, that account must be taken of the fact that the faster turnover of capital in light industry enabled the capital resulting from it to be subsequently used in heavy industry, while at the same time ensuring the development of light industry itself. 101 The 15th Party Conference, in November 1926, had already resolved that observance of these principles would make it possible gradually to speed up the pace at which the economy was developing, and to catch up with and then surpass the levels of industrial development of the leading capitalist countries in a relatively short historical period. 102 From the standpoint of the class struggle and of the relation between class forces, the 15th Congress reaffirmed that the decisions of the 15th Conference and of the 14th Congress had laid down a policy that was basically correct, especially as regards the rural area. The resolution adopted considered that these decisions had helped to strengthen the alliance between the working class and the mass of the peasants, and that this created the possibility of going over, with the help of all the poor and middle peasants, to a systematic curbing of kulak farming and private enterprise generally, so as to bring about a relative decline in the private capitalist elements in town and country alike. 103 Finally, the Congress noted that the 5-year plan would be drawn up in awareness that there might be some bad harvests. 104 It should therefore not be too taut, but SUV 385. Sufficiently flexible to be adapted to the fluctuations of agricultural production. The theses on optimum accumulation and on the need to maintain correct proportions between the development of industry and agriculture, between heavy industry and light industry, between town and country, repeated almost word for word the formulations used by Bukharin in his fight against the united opposition. Bukharin had expressed thus his conception of the relations that should be established between light and heavy industry. I think that the formula which calls for maximum investment in heavy industry is not quite correct, or, rather, that it is absolutely incorrect. While we must emphasize mainly the development of heavy industry, we must at the same time combine this with a corresponding development of light industry, in which turnover is faster and profits made sooner, and which repays in a shorter time the outlay devoted to it. 105. Bukharin claimed that, if proper proportions were observed in the development of the different sectors of the economy, the result would be economic development that would follow a rising curve. 106 This formulation, aimed at warning against desire to speed up too suddenly the rate of economic growth, was to be interpreted later as expressing belief in the possibility of a sort of indefinite acceleration of economic growth. The resolutions adopted unanimously by the 15th Congress reaffirmed, even more clearly than the 14th Congress and the 15th Conference had done, the need to establish definite relations and proportions between the different sectors of the economy. These resolutions recognized that respect for these relations was essential if the economy was to advance without jolts, if a policy of closing the scissors between industrial and agricultural prices was to be carried out, and if there was to be a regular supply of goods to the rural area and to the towns on a basis of prices which would not be subject to inflationary increases. However, these principles were violated by the adoption of a series of measures that were incompatible with them, and 386. From this followed the development of contradictions which made themselves sharply felt from the end of 1927 on. The procurement crisis was a spectacular consequence of these contradictions, which, because they were not brought under control, found expression in two political lines which came into conflict more and more obviously in 1928 and 1929. Before examining the content of this conflict and the forms it took, a few words should be said about the contradictions between the policy actually followed and the resolutions passed by the Congress. The development of the contradictions between the principles stated in the resolutions of the parties' congresses and conferences and the economic policy actually carried out these contradictions existed at several levels. Broadly, we can say that they mainly affected the scope and the orientation of the industrial investment plans which constituted the nucleus of the actual economic policy. In a secondary way, they concerned pragmatic measures taken with a view to palliating to some degree certain consequences resulting from the scope and orientation of these investment plans. The industrial investment plans from 1926 to 1927 on, we have already seen that the 14th Congress and the 15th Conference warned against too rapid an increase in industrial investment, because of the danger that such an increase would present to the worker-peasant alliance. 107 Nevertheless, the 15th Conference adopted a resolution, on the situation and the economic tasks of the reconstruction period, which fixed at a minimum of 900 million rubles the amount of industrial investment for the year 1926 to 1927. 108 Yet, a few months previously, an amount of investment close to that had been rejected by Dzerzhinsky on the grounds that 387. Such a figure was incompatible with the actual economic situation. 109. In adopting this figure, the conference practically ratified the investment programs already in motion by the industrial organizations. To some extent, These organizations operated with sufficient autonomy for the party's leading bodies to find themselves faced with fates accomplis which they were, so to speak, obliged to confirm. The same process occurred during the months that followed, for the figure adopted by the 15th Conference was largely surpassed. In December 1926 the VSNKH approved a plan for industrial investment which totaled 947 million rubles. 5 weeks later, the CC and the Sovnarkom ratified this figure, while making some reservations. Subsequently, 991 million rubles were allocated for industrial investments but, in the end, these investments absorbed 1,068 million, nearly one-third more than in the previous year, 110, while the absolute amount of investment in industries producing consumer goods declined. 111. Thus, all the appeals for caution issued previously by the party's leading bodies, and by Stalin himself, were forgotten. 112. And yet the political significance of these appeals could not have been clearer. What was needed was to ensure industrial development based on cooperation with the peasantry and not on exploitation of them. 113. This forgetting of the previously made calls for prudence had political implications. Its immediate basis was the relative autonomy of the industrial organizations, and it reflected the power of that social force which was represented by the heads of these organizations and of the great enterprises. It presupposed the gradual, but not openly admitted, rallying of a section of the party's leaders to an actual policy that accorded major importance to the rapid growth of large-scale industry producing means of production, a policy which was increasingly remote from the demands of the worker-peasant alliance, with its implications of relatively preferential supplying of goods to the rural areas, and grain procurement on a non-coercive basis. 388. This change in policy actually pursued corresponded also to a certain change in the Bolshevik ideological formation, the increased role of conceptions which favored the most up-to-date industrial techniques and ascribed a decisive role to accumulation in the development of industrial production. Little by little, an orientation was gaining ground in the party which favored industrial investment of a magnitude and nature such as to be incompatible with the maintenance of the NEP. In this sense, the general crisis of the NEP was simply the crisis that resulted from the de facto abandonment, in decisive domains, of the new economic policy. Nevertheless, the open change of line, and the turn that went with it, were not to be proclaimed until after a series of struggles had been waged, through 1928 and 1929, inside the party leadership. The rapid growth in budgetary expenditure and its immediate effects, the appeals for caution issued by the party's congresses and conferences, applied also to the size of budgetary expenditure. It was feared that too rapid an increase in this would undermine the policy of stabilizing prices, and even reducing industrial prices, which was one of the components of the NEP. Here, too, these appeals were gradually forgotten. In 1926 to 1927 the total amount of budgetary expenditure was 41% greater than in the previous year, whereas the national income, in constant prices, had increased by only 6.3%. 114. A period was thus entered in which the increase in public expenditure bore no relation to the increase in real resources. This was the point of departure of grave imbalances, shortages in the rural area, price increases, and increased hardships for the poor and middle peasants. In this situation the prices reigning in the sphere of private trade reflect in a very clear way the inflation that was developed. 389. Between December 1926 and June 1929 the retail prices of agricultural produce in private shops increased by 130%. 115. The relative indifference shown to the inflationary consequence of an increase in budgetary expenditure that had no counterpart in increased real resources reflected the progress of illusions regarding the capacity of the political authority to bring about price changes independently of changes in costs and of shortage of supplies. Thus, Kuibyshev thought it possible to proclaim the victory of the plan over market forces. 116. The economist Strumilin went even further when he declared, "We are not bound by any law. There is no fortress that Bolsheviks cannot storm." The question of tempo is subject to men's will. 117 These were the earliest expressions of the voluntarist illusions which developed rapidly during the years 1928 and 1929. They contributed to the appearance of a series of economic imbalances which had profoundly negative effects on the worker-peasant alliance. The contradictions entailed by the tax measures taken in favor of the poor and middle peasants starting at the end of 1923, price policy aimed at improving the standard of living of the peasant masses. This policy met with success so long as it made possible the closing of the scissors between industrial and agricultural prices, 118 and so long as the increased cash incomes of the peasants found a counterpart in a sufficiently increased supply of manufactured goods available in the villages. Generally speaking, despite temporary or local difficulties, this was so until the autumn of 1927. At that moment the situation worsened seriously, for the supply of goods to the village declined as a result of the industrial investment policy and of the priority given to supplying the towns. With many village shops empty of goods, the 390 Soviet government decided, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, to relieve the poorest section of the peasantry almost completely of their obligation to pay the agricultural tax. This meant that 35% of all peasant households were exonerated from paying taxes in October 1927, as against 25% in the previous year. Furthermore, it was decided to use less pressure to get in arrears of tax payments, 119 so that at the beginning of 1928 these amounted to 20% of the agricultural tax payable during the fiscal year begun in 1927. These measures would have been in accordance with the line of the NEP if the villages had been properly supplied with goods. As, however, this was not the case, the peasants looked askance at money they could exchange for goods only to a limited extent. This was one of the causes of the decline in agricultural deliveries which was observed from October 1927 on, the decline which led to the adoption of the emergency measures and the abandonment of the NEP. The contradictions in wage policy implementation of the policy of closing the scissors between industrial and agricultural prices encountered obstacles of several kinds. First and foremost, the high level of costs of production in industry, due to the fact that wages often increased faster than the productivity of labor. 120 This was an effect of the pressure brought to bear by the workers in the factories, pressure to which the heads of enterprises eventually yielded. 121 At the same time, wage increases unaccompanied by a sufficient increase in the production of consumer goods brought about either pressure for an increase in retail prices or the development of shortages of goods. The shortage of industrial products became very serious when, owing to the priority given to investments in heavy industry, there was a slowing down in the rate of growth of the production of manufactured consumer goods, which happened in 1927. Yet, in that same year, the demand for manufactured consumer goods 391 on the part of the wage earners increased sharply, for employment in industry increased by 12.4% 122 and average wages by 10%. 123 Consequently, in the second half of 1927 the Soviet authorities found themselves faced with a rapid and simultaneous growth of purchasing power in the towns and in the villages. Unable to satisfy the whole of the increased demand for goods, they decided to give priority to the urban market. This being so, the shortage of industrial goods hit the rural areas hard just when the procurement of grain was being carried out. The years 1926 to 1927 and 1927 to 1928 were thus marked by aggravation of the contradictions between the policy actually pursued and the political line decided on by the parties' congresses and conferences. Other contradictions also affected various aspects of the policy actually implemented, which were not mutually coherent, resulting as they did from pressures exerted by different classes and social strata. There was the workers' pressure for higher wages and a rapid increase in employment, pressure from the poor and middle peasantry for a reduction in taxes, pressure from the heads of large-scale state-owned industry and the central industrial organs for the rapid launching of an industrialization plan that gave priority to heavy industry. But these contradictions also corresponded to different conceptions that were present in the Bolshevik Party regarding what was demanded for the building of socialism, conceptions which tended to diverge further and further when the effects of the contradictions in the policy followed by the party up to that point started to develop, and when beginning in early 1928, those effects took the form of an open crisis. It then became necessary to deal with the contradictions between the line laid down in principle and the policy actually followed. This was an essential aspect of the struggles which, in 1928 and 1929, counterposed within the party leadership those who thought it possible and necessary to reaffirm the principles accepted by the 15th Congress, and who called for these principles to be put into effect, and those who 392 considered that the time had come for an immediate and rapid industrialization drive and who came out in favor of a political line contradictory to the resolutions of the 15th Congress. Among the supporters of the first of these lines, the one that was called the right-wing line, were Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky. The second line, which called for the levying of tribute from the peasantry, and collectivization carried through with the minimum of delay, was supported by Stalin, Kuybyshev, and Molotov. The demands of this line gradually prevailed, and it triumphed at the end of 1929. Notes: 1 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, p. 850. 2. Ibid, pages 842, 850 ff3. Ibid, p. 850. 4. Ibid, pages 857, 58. 5. The text of the platform of the 46 is given in E.H. Carr, The Interregnum, pages 367 ff6. Ibid, p. 367 to 368. 7. Ibid, p. 368. 8. Ibid, pages 106 to 107. 9 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, pages 771 ff10. Ibid, p. 773. 11. Ibid, pages 767 ff, 778 ff12. On this letter of Lenin, see Volume I of the present work, pages 323 to 324, and Lenin, C.W., Volume 36, pages 593 to 596. On the re-election of Stalin, C.P. Bruet, L.E. Parti Bolsheviki, p. 202, and L. Skapiro, The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, p. 287. 13. Carr, The Interregnum, p. 362. 14. 13 Y-sized RKP, pages 153 to 168. 15 El Camina, Stati Irici, Volume I, pages 188 to 243. 16. Ibid, and Carr, Socialism, Volume 2, p. 15. 17. See Pravda, November 19 and 23, 1924-18. KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, pages 913 ff. 393. 19 Carr, Socialism, Volume 2, p. 31. 20 Stalin, Works, Volume 7, p. 390. 21 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 43 ff22. Stalin, Works, Volume 7, pages 112 to 113. 23 E. Preobrazhensky, The New Economics, pages 77 ff. The expression primitive socialist accumulation had already been used by Trotsky in 1922, it seems to have been originated by Sapronov, one of the signatories of the platform of the 46. Formally, Trotsky's interpretation of the thesis of primitive socialist accumulation differed somewhat from Preobrazhensky's, but the political implications of accepting this thesis were not affected. The article by N. Bukharin entitled A Critique of the Opposition's Economic Platform, in Bolshevik, No. 1, gives a systematic criticism of the economic views expounded by the opposition of the 46 and by Trotsky and Preobrazhensky in 1922–1924. A French translation of this article is included in N. Bukharin et al. Le débat soviétique sur la loi de la valeur, pages 201 ff. 24 Stalin, Works, Volume 7, p. 111. 25 Ibid, p. 112. 26 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 11, 13. 27 Stalin, Works, Volume 7, pages 127 to 128. 28 See Volume I of the present work, especially pages 329 ff, 446 ff, 522 ff. 29 Stalin, Works, Volume 7, p. 128. 30 Kamina, Stati I Raichi, Volume 12, pages 132 to 133. 31 Pravda, April 24, 1925. This version was described as abridged. A complete but revised text of the speech was subsequently published in Bolshevik, NOS 8 and 9–10. 32 Kar, Socialism, Volume 1, p. 263. 33 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume I, pages 922 to 932. 34 Kar, Socialism, Volume 1, pages 268 to 269. 35 Leningradskaya Pravda, June 24, 1925, quoted in Kar, Socialism, Volume 1, p. 286. 36 G. Zinoviev, Leninism. 37 Ibid, pages 236 to 258. 38 Kar, Socialism, Volume 2, pages 66 to 68, 108 ff. 39 In November 1924, Zinoviev had still been warning against a 394 narrowly trade unionist policy, reminding the unions that they had to pursue the politics of the working class in a peasant country. 40. Kar, Socialism, Volume 2, pages 141 to 142. 41. Stalin, Works, Volume 7, pages 362 ff. 42. Ibid, pages 367 to 368. 43. Ibid, p. 374. 44. Ibid, pages 375 ff. 45. Stalin also dealt with this question in his political report, where his analysis of it was equally limited. 46. Ibid, p. 401. 47. 14 Y-sized VKP, pages 521 to 524, see Kar, Socialism, Volume 2, p. 144. 48 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, p. 95. 49. Ibid, p. 96. 50. Ibid, p. 98–51. Ibid, p. 100. 52. Ibid, p. 101. 53. Stalin, Works, Volume 7, p. 322. 54. Ibid, p. 322. Here he voiced the doctrine which was later to be known as that of decreasing tempos, and which Stalin himself was to denounce as Trotskyist. 55. Ibid, p. 323. 56. Ibid, pages 364 to 365. 57 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, p. 75. 58. See above, p. 393, and 23. 59. Pravda, number 153. There is a French translation in N. Bukharin, Le Socialisme dans un seul pays, p. 67. 60. See above, p. 371. 61. Besides the Trotskyist opposition, there still survived at this time a group which called for democratic centralism, led by Sapronov, and the remains of the workers' opposition, led by Shlyapnikov. Several members of these groups had been expelled from the party, and some arrested. In 1923 the GPU had liquidated two other groups, most of whose members were non-party, the Workers' Truth Group, inspired by Bogdanov, and the Workers' Group founded by Myasnikov. 62. At the 15th Party Conference, Stalin, Works, Volume 8, pages 225 ff. 395. 63 Car, Socialism, Volume 2, pages 172 to 173. 64 Scapiro, The Communist Party, p. 302. The text of the declaration is in the Trotsky Archives at Harvard University. Communist Party, p. 303. 66. Deutscher, The Prophet Unarmed, pages 275 to 276, Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, p. 5. 67. Pravda, August 1, 1926. It was after making this speech that Dzerzhinsky, who was a sick man, had a fatal heart attack. A week later he was succeeded at the head of the VSNKH by Kuibyshev. 68 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 160 ff, and Scapiro, The Communist Party, p. 304. 69. Deutscher, The Prophet Unarmed, pages 273 to 274. 70. Bruet, Le Parti Bolsheviki, pages 243 to 244. 71-72. Stalin, Works, Volume 8, p. 225. 73. Ibid, pages 245 ff. 74. Ibid, p. 301-75. Listed under the title, The Fundamental Law of Socialist Accumulation, in Vestnik Kommunistiskiskoy Akademii, No. 8. In the corresponding passage in his book The New Economics, p. 124, he replaced the expression exploitation by alienating part of the surplus product. 76. Stalin, Works, Volume 8, pages 311 ff. 77. Ibid, p. 370. 78 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 209 ff. 79. Ibid, Volume 2, pages 180 to 181. 80. Bruet, Le Parti Bolsheviki, pages 249 to 250. 81. Ibid, pages 250 to 252, 259. 82. Deutscher, The Prophet Unarmed, p. 327, and B. Fabergs, La Révolution Permanente, Un absurde théorie gauchiste, pt. 2, La Révolution Chinoise, in Communisme, No. 12, pages 33 ff. 83. Trotsky, The Third International After Lenin, p. 209, and Writings, 1930 to 1931, p. 21. 84. Trotsky, Writings, 1930 to 1931, p. 19. These lines, written in 1930, express Trotsky's fundamental position as it was in 1927, a position which the history of the Chinese Revolution has utterly refuted. 85. Stalin, Works, Volume 9, pages 224 ff. 65 Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, p. 5, Scapiro, the KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 170 to 171. Quoted in Ibid, p. 302. Preobrajhensky's original text was pub. 396. 86 Deutscher, The Prophet Unarmed, p. 334. 87 Stalin, Works, Volume 9, p. 302. 88 Deutscher, The Prophet Unarmed, p. 337. 89 International Press Correspondence, Volume 7, Number 48. 90 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, p. 311. 91 Ibid, Volume 2, pages 368 ff. 92 Ibid, Volume 2, pages 312 to 371. 93 An analysis of the way Bukharin's ideas evolved is given in Stephen F. Cohen, Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution, A Political Biography, 1888 to 1938, for the period leading up to the 15th Congress, see especially Chapter 7, pages 213 ff. 94 International Press Correspondence, Volume 7, p. 1422. See also an article by Bukharin which appeared a fortnight later. 95 Stalin, Works, Volume 10, p. 313. 96 Bukharin, Le Socialisme, pages 67 ff. 97 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, p. 333. 98 Ibid. 99 Ibid, p. 334. 100 Ibid. 101 Ibid. 102 Ibid, p. 175. This appears to have been the first time that the formulation catch up with and then surpass was used officially. 103. KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, p. 334. 104 Ibid, p. 332. 105 Bukharin, Vizashchatu, p. 225. 106 Bukharin, Building Up Socialism, p. 62. 107 See above, pages 374 ff, 377 ff. 108 KPSSV Rizzoli Utziak, Volume 2, pages 173 ff, especially p. 185. 109 Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt 2, pages 278 to 281. 110 Torgovo Promyshlenaya Gazeta, December 30, 1926, Sobrany Zakhanov, No. 10, Art. 98, Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt 1, p. 278. 111 Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume 1, pt 1, p. 294. 112 This forgetfulness was repeated in the succeeding years, when industrial investments came to 1,304 million rubles and 1,679 million rubles, see Ibid, pages 296, 314. 397. 113 See Stalin's speech of November 3, 1926, in Works, Volume 8, pages 368 to 369. 114. Carr and Davies, Foundations, Volume I, pt 2, p. 742. 115. In the same period the retail prices of foodstuffs in state and cooperative shops increased by only 11%. The retail prices of industrial goods increased at about the same rate as in the private sector, i.e., 15%. 116. Torgovo Promyshlenaya Gazeta, August 14, 1927. 117. Planovoy hozyaistvo, number 7, p. 11. The metaphor of the fortress which can always be stormed was all the more remarkable in that Lenin, faced with the negative political consequences of war communism, made use precisely of the fortress metaphor when he advocated substituting a strategy of siege and advance step by step for futile attempts at frontal assault. 4 years later, Stalin was again to use this metaphor, saying, "Everything can be achieved, everything can be overcome, if there is a passionate desire for it. There are no fortresses that Bolsheviks cannot capture." 118. See above, pages 150 ff 119. Pravda, October 16, 1927, report of the decisions of the second session of the TSIK elected by the Fourth Congress of Soviets of the USSR, and various sources quoted in Grosskopf, L'Alliance ouvrière, p. 331, and 25, p. 356. 120. In 1925 the scissors between wages and productivity caused an increase of 2% in industrial costs, instead of the 6% reduction provided for by the plan. In 1926 to 1927 the rates of increase of productivity and wages were 9% and 12%, respectively, which went counter to the intention that had been proclaimed to reduce costs of production in industry, so as to reduce the prices at which industrial products were sold while at the same time increasing industry's capacity to accumulate. 121. See above, p. 314. 122. Trud v SSSR, p. 10. 123. Ekonomikoskoye obozrenie, number 12, p. 204. 398. 2. The fight for rapid industrialization and for priority for heavy industry. From January 1928 on, elements of a political line different from that approved by the 15th Congress began to be formulated explicitly. They made their appearance in the speeches delivered by Stalin in Siberia, where he went in order to call for vigorous application of the emergency measures. 1. In these speeches, Stalin did not speak only about those measures. He also dwelt upon the technical superiority of the collective and state farms. He stressed that these farms produced marketable surpluses larger than those produced by the kulak farms. He even mentioned quantitative targets which had not been contemplated by the 15th Congress, saying that it was necessary to ensure that, in the course of the next 3 or 4 years the collective farms and state farms, as deliverers of grain, are in a position to supply the state with at least 1/3 of the grain required. 2. The clashes in the first months of 1928. The 3 first months of 1928 were marked by the development of divergences between, on the one hand, the three and, on the other, Stalin, Molotov, and Kuibyshev. The remaining members of the PB vacillated, more or less, between these two camps. 399. The Plenum of April 1928. During the plenum of April 1928 no direct clash occurred between Stalin and Bukharin. Nevertheless, each of them presented a different picture of the situation. Stalin denounced those who wanted a policy for the rural areas that would please everyone, saying that such a policy had nothing in common with Leninism. 3. On his part, Bukharin denounced the tendency of certain people to look upon the emergency measures as something almost normal, and to exaggerate the recourse to administrative measures. 4. In general, however, the April plenum passed off without obvious tension between the members of the PB. Broadly, the resolution which was adopted on the question of procurement and preparations for the agricultural campaign of 1928 to 1929 repeated the theses of the 15th Congress. It explained the procurement crisis essentially by mistakes made in the application of economic policy, referring only in a subordinate way to the Kulaks offensive. It was the mistakes which had been made, said the resolution, that had been exploited by the Kulaks and speculators. The resolution consequently stressed the need to establish more correct proportions between the different elements in the economy. 5. The first clashes in the summer of 1928. The resumed application of the emergency measures at the beginning of the summer of 1928 resulted in a sharp increase in the tension between the two tendencies that existed in the PB. From then on they fought each other harder and harder, each of them trying to win the support of those members of the PB who were still hesitant. However, it was not in the PB that the first systematic criticism of the policy actually being followed by the party's administrative organs was formulated. This was done by the communist Frumkin, who was Assistant Commissar of Finance. On June 15, 1928, he declared, in a letter addressed to the PB, that the policy applied since the 15th Congress Repre. 400. Scented a new political line in relation to the countryside. He said that this line was harmful, having led to lawless actions against the entire peasantry and aroused anti-Soviet feeling among the peasants, a feeling which was already beginning to spread to the working class centers. According to Frumkin, the acts of sabotage being committed should be attributed primarily to the worsening of the internal situation, due to political mistakes, and only to a secondary extent to influences from outside. 6. The PB decided to circulate Frumkin's letter to the members of the CC, following it up with a reply from the PB itself. This reply was composed by Stalin personally, and was sent directly to the members of the CC, contrary to the decision taken by the PB. Bukharin, Tomsky, and Rykov, reacting against this irregularity, accused Stalin of substituting his individual leadership for the collective leadership of the PB, and treating the PB not as the party's highest organ but as a mere advisory council attached to the General Secretary's office. The other members of the PB did not see Stalin's initiative in this light, and agreed only to a mild reprimand, in the form of an admission by the PB that Stalin's reply to Frumkin had been incomplete. 7. This incident was one of the first to indicate, more or less formally, a serious departure from the principle that leadership was the prerogative of the PB. It was the start of a gradual shifting of political authority, which passed increasingly out of the hands of the PB and the CC and into those of the General Secretary. At that stage, however, the decisions taken by the PB and the CC continued to determine, in the main, the conditions governing application of the political line formally decided on by the party's congresses and conferences, or the modifications introduced into this line. During the summer of 1928 the divergences that developed within the PB were not always made explicit to the world outside. Yet these divergences were becoming sharper and sharper, and echoes of them even reached the CC. Until the end of the year, however, the myth of the unity of the PB was preserved. 8. 401. At the meetings which preceded the plenum of July 1928 serious disagreements were expressed within the PB. 9. Bukharin and Stalin clashed, coming close to a rupture between them. The former demanded that a general discussion be opened regarding all the problems posed by the procurement crisis, especially in connection with the tempo of industrialization, and Stalin was unwilling to agree to this. Bukharin prepared draft theses for submission to the CC. Stalin said that he accepted them, but the other members of the PB gave only partial approval. To avoid an open rupture, Bukharin accepted the text as amended. 10. The PB adopted this text unanimously, and submitted it to the CC. This unanimity was only for show. In fact, the lines advocated by Stalin and Bukharin were more and more divergent. In his speech of July 9, Stalin defended the emergency measures and maintained that rapid industrialization would make it possible to strengthen the alliance with the peasantry. He expounded the idea that the alliance between the working class and the peasantry cannot be stable and lasting. If the bond based on textiles is not supplemented by the bond based on metals. 11. In this speech Stalin brought up the crucial question of how industrialization was to be financed, and said that there could be only two such sources: firstly, the working class, which creates values and advances our industry; secondly, the peasantry. 12. Thus for the first time he systematically supported an idea very close to that of primitive accumulation, advocated by Preobrazhensky, namely, that the peasantry must of necessity pay relatively high prices for industrial products and be more or less underpaid for their own produce. Stalin explained, "It is something in the nature of a tribute, of a supertax, which we are compelled to levy for the time being in order to preserve and accelerate our present rate of industrial development. In order to raise further the standard of life of the rural population and then to abolish altogether this additional tax, these scissors between town and country." 13 In a speech made next day, July 10, Bukharin, while not 402 openly attacking Stalin's position, took what was practically the opposite view. He stressed the idea that steady industrialization could not be achieved without a prosperous agriculture, whereas the requisition measures were causing agriculture to decline. He asserted that mass discontent was developing in the villages, which constituted a threat to Soviet power and risked uniting the middle peasants around the kulaks. While agreeing that the emergency measures had been needed in the past, he declared that the CC should abolish them for the future. Economically, he said, they no longer made any substantial contribution, and politically they were producing harsh consequences of a deeply negative character, bringing us into conflict with the broadest strata of the peasantry. He emphasized the need to distinguish clearly between pressure exerted on the kulak, in conformity with the party's decisions, and pressure exerted on the middle peasant, which was inadmissible, since it jeopardized the worker-peasant alliance. He warned against the desire to advance simultaneously in all directions. Certain balances ought to be maintained, through correct planning, and price policy should be improved so as to strengthen the alliance with the peasantry. Bukharin ended by opposing exaggerated state centralization such as would stifle initiative. 14 Tomsky supported Bukharin's views, as also did Andreev, who spoke about peasant riots. 15 Osinsky, who called for an increase in the prices paid to the peasants. 16 and Rykov, who criticized the emergency measures. Molotov and Kaganovich, on the other hand, supported the emergency measures and the price policy which had been followed so far. The plenum itself learned little of the respective positions of the two opposing tendencies. The resolution put before it by the PB was apparently more favorable to the theses of the right, coming down in favor of an upward readjustment of grain prices and repeating most of Bukharin's arguments. 17 The usual formulations regarding the relation between industry and agriculture were repeated, such as this: while industry itself is a powerful drawing force for agriculture, making possible its transformation on the basis of Socialist Indus 403. Trialization, agriculture constitutes the foundation for the development of industry. 18 The resolution emphasized that collective farms must be formed only on a voluntary basis. 19 And explained the procurement crisis mainly by economic imbalances and political mistakes, which capitalist elements in town and country had been able to exploit. It acknowledged that revolutionary legality had been violated, arousing protests among the peasants and enabling counter-revolutionary elements to spread gossip about NEP being abolished. 20 Altogether, the voting of the resolution on the economic situation seems to have reflected victory for those who were soon to be denounced as representatives of a right deviation. The resolution did indeed embody their principal theses. This was how the vote was usually interpreted by persons who were already aware of the existence of a serious conflict of tendencies within the leadership. 21 In fact, however, during the plenum of July 1928 the right suffered a defeat. It actually lost ground. The resolution adopted merely repeated what had already been set forth in the resolutions of the 15th Congress, while the theory of the tribute to be levied from the peasantry had not aroused real objections on the part of the majority in the CC. On this essential point, the July plenum marked the implicit triumph of a thesis which the future majority in the party leadership would strive to put into effect in order to realize the policy of industrialization which was to be adopted a few months later. 2. The deepening of the split in the party leadership in the late summer and autumn of 1928. Immediately after the closure of the plenum the positions of the right were attacked in various ways by their opponents, who developed their offensive first of all on the international plane. 404. The extension of the divergences to international questions. The first of these attacks was launched against Bukharin during the 6th Congress of the Comintern. As chairman of that organization, Bukharin presented the principal reports. These contained an evaluation of the situation and prospects in international affairs which resulted not from the discussions at the July plenum of the CC but from discussions which had not been published. 22 According to echoes from these, and also to subsequent discussions, the disagreements between Bukharin and the majority in the CC related to the tactics to be adopted by the Comintern in a situation when a world capitalist crisis was in the offing. For Bukharin, the development of an economic crisis in the advanced capitalist countries would not lead directly to a prospect of revolution. He thought that the metropolitan center's imperialism would not experience internal collapse in the years ahead, and that the center of gravity of the world revolution lay in the countries of the East. Bukharin and his supporters therefore condemned as being radically wrong, harmful, and grossly mistaken from the tactical standpoint the statement that the crisis of Western capitalism would prove to be the eve of a revolutionary upsurge. 24 Bukharin thought that it was necessary to declare in favor of unity in the struggle of the working class, and not to launch into a sectarian line that would result in isolation of the communist parties, with a tragic outcome. The characterization of social democracy as social fascism 25 seemed to him extremely dangerous. The ideological struggle against the social democratic parties must, of course, lead to their being denounced as bourgeois parties, but not to identifying them with fascist organizations. Stalin and the majority at the plenum of July 1928 appreciated the situation differently. As they saw it, the 405 advanced capitalist countries were then on the brink of revolutionary upheavals. 26 And this dictated three tactical requirements: refusal of any collaboration with the Social Democrats, and the need to create new, revolutionary trade unions, so as to take advantage of the new situation, destruction of reformist influence over the working class, for in this new situation the Social Democratic parties became the main enemy of the working class, purging of the communist parties of all vacillating elements, and especially of the right deviationists, who, in the existing circumstances, became the main danger within the communist movement. In his speeches and in the theses he put before the Comintern Congress, 28 Bukharin, taking as his point of departure the fact that the social democratic parties and the trade unions under their influence embraced the immense majority of the European workers, refused to draw a line through these organizations, to regard them as social fascist and denounce them as the main enemy of the labor movement. Taking account, however, of attitudes which had been revealed during the plenum of July 1928, he made use of a cautious formulation. He said that social democracy has social fascist tendencies, but at once added that it would be foolish to lump social democracy together with fascism. He opposed the idea that communists might ally themselves with fascists against socialists, saying, "Our tactics do not exclude the possibility of appealing to social democratic workers and even to some lower social democratic organizations, but we cannot appeal to fascist organizations." 29 These formulations were criticized by the delegation of the Soviet Communist Party, which put down a number of amendments, 30, thereby seriously undermining, for the first time, Bukharin's international prestige, and splitting the Congress into two tendencies, one pro-Bukharin and the other pro-Stalin. In fact, Stalin, who was unusually active at this Congress of the Comintern, came out openly against Bukharin. 31 He was elected to the Congress Presidium, to the Program Commission, and to the political commissions entrusted. 406. Withdrawing up the theses on the international situation and the tasks of the Comintern. The adoption of important amendments to his theses meant a grave defeat for Bukharin. It revealed that he was in a minority in the Soviet delegation, so that his standing within his own party was lowered. Furthermore, the content of some of the amendments passed was later to be used against Bukharin and his supporters in the Bolshevik Party. 32. The denunciation of a right danger and of a conciliationist mood in the Bolshevik Party during the 6th Congress. No mention was made of the existence of a right danger in the Soviet Communist Party, only in the foreign sections of the Comintern. On September 18, 1928, however, Pravda denounced a basically right-wing mood alleged to be present in the Soviet Party. A month later, The problem of this right danger was put on the order of the day by Stalin in a speech delivered on October 19, 1928, before the Moscow Party Committee. 33 In this speech he still spoke only of a right danger, not of a deviation in the strict sense. He referred to a tendency, an inclination that has not yet taken shape, it is true, and is perhaps not yet consciously realized, but nevertheless a tendency of a section of the Communist Party to depart from the general line of our party in the direction of bourgeois ideology. 34 Stalin went on to define what this right tendency consisted of, saying that it underestimates the strength of our enemies, the strength of capitalism. This led, he claimed, to a readiness to make concessions to capitalism, to calling for a slowing down of the pace of development of Soviet industry, to treating the question of collective and state farms as secondary, and so on. He linked the existence of this danger with the fact that we live in a small peasant country and that the roots of capitalism had, therefore, not been torn out, which implied the possibility of the restoration of capitalism in our country. 35. 407. Stalin said that the danger of a left deviation still existed, but that the right danger was now more important, because less obvious. He therefore called for stress to be laid upon the right danger, though without relaxing the fight against the left. Finally, he said that the danger of a right deviation was present in the party at almost all levels, either in the form of representatives of this ideological tendency or in that of a conciliatory mood. The latter, he alleged, had been shown even in the CC at the July plenum. Nevertheless, in the political bureau there are neither right nor left deviations nor conciliators towards those deviations. This must be said quite categorically. 36 Thus, at the end of 1928, public criticism of Bukharin's positions began to take shape, although neither he nor Rykov nor Tomsky was attacked by name. Not considering themselves officially as being the targets aimed at, the three associated themselves with the denunciation of the rights and the conciliators. Their position was consequently to become practically untenable when they found these epithets applied to themselves. Bukharin's attempt at a counterattack. All the same, Bukharin did not remain silent at the end of 1928. He even tried to counterattack in a long article 37 published in Pravda on September 30, 1928, under the title, Notes of an Economist. 38 This article constituted an implicit reply to Kuybishev's statements in defense of the new program of industrial development put forward by the VSNKH, which included a rate of development higher than had been provided for in June. An increase of 20.1% in gross industrial production was proposed for 1928 to 1929, with one-third of all investment allocated to the building of new factories. These figures, already very high, were regarded as inadequate by the leaders of industry, whose views Kuybyshev supported. They refused to contemplate any reduction in industrial investment, despite 408. The difficult budgetary situation. Kuybyshev accused of defeatism those who criticized this program, and he asserted the need, at all costs, to concentrate investment in heavy industry, even if this meant provoking economic imbalances and discontent and active resistance on the part of the population. 39. Bukharin vigorously opposed a conception of an industrialization to be achieved at the expense of the standard of living of the masses and, as he thought, first and foremost, at the expense of agriculture and of the peasants, thereby destroying the foundations of the worker-peasant alliance. Bukharin's article remained on the terrain of theory and principles. He did not openly attack any specifically defined tendency still within the party, but rather the ideas of the Trotskyist superindustrializers. Indeed, his real political target could be recognized only by those, in the leading circles of the party and of the state machine, who were already aware of the discussions that had been going on. At that period, as has been said, this was practically true, also so far as the political target aimed at by the attacks on the right deviation was concerned. In his Notes of an Economist, Bukharin developed systematically the principle that it was necessary to work out a plan which would permit harmonious development of industry and agriculture and of the different sectors of industry themselves. According to him, this plan must respect certain proportions dictated by the demands of expanded reproduction of the different branches of the economy. It must not give one-sided preference to one branch at the expense of the others, leaving these to stagnate, to lag behind or even to regress. In referring to the demands of expanded reproduction, Bukharin emphasized that if these were not respected, the economic and political consequences could be grave. He said that, in the society of the transition period, account must be taken of the relations shown in the diagrams of Marx's Capital, Volume 2, so as to ensure the conditions for exact co-409. Ordination of the different spheres of production and consumption and of the different branches of production among themselves, or, in other words, to establish the conditions for a dynamic economic equilibrium. And he added, serious mistakes in the direction of the economy, violating the fundamental proportions of the economy, can cause regroupings of classes to take place which would be extremely unfavorable to the proletariat. 40 Bukharin described refusal to strive for correct proportions in the development of the different sectors of the economy as a surrender to petty bourgeois indecision. It will work out all right, one way or another something good will come of it. 41 Taking up the problem of transferring to industry part of the value created in agriculture, he agreed that this could and even must take place, but he opposed too large a transfer, which would hinder expanded reproduction in agriculture. On this subject he wrote, naively, the ideologists of Trotskyism suppose that by squeezing as much as possible each year out of the peasantry so as to invest it in industry we could ensure the fastest rate of development for industry in general. But, clearly, this is not so. The highest permanent rate of development is to be obtained by a combination in which industry will grow on the basis of an economy in rapid growth. This presupposes that rapid real accumulation can take place in agriculture, something which is remote from the Trotskyist policy. The Trotskyists do not understand that the development of industry depends on the development of agriculture. At the same time Bukharin attacked those whom he called the petty bourgeoisites who stand forth to forbid our imposing any burden at all upon the agriculturists for the benefit of industry, and whose standpoint was that of the survival of petty economy forever and ever, adding that these ideologists of the farmer prepare the way for real kulak elements. Bukharin concluded, while the Trotskyists do not understand that the development of industry depends on the 410. Development of agriculture, the ideologists of petty bourgeois conservatism do not understand that the development of agriculture is dependent on industry. 42 Concretely, Bukharin accepted the maintenance of investment at the level attained, but not the way this investment was distributed. He declared that the future growth of investment required that the situation of agriculture be improved. For him, refusal to recognize this requirement meant not realizing that agriculture was the basis for the actual development of industry. As he saw it, steps must be taken quickly to overcome the inadequacy of the production of grain and of industrial crops, and it must be appreciated that the shortage of industrial products and raw materials was due to the growth in the investment of money running ahead of the growth of production, with the result that industry was lagging behind the demand engendered by its own rate of expansion. This being so, to speed up the tempo would merely worsen the shortage and protract the period in which factories were being built, thereby adversely affecting the long-term rate of development of the economy as a whole. 43 Bukharin therefore wanted an upper limit to be fixed for the expansion of industrial investment, so that the sums allocated to industry could be employed in real construction. It is not possible, he said, to build today's factories with tomorrow's bricks. 44 In this connection he denounced what he called a kind of fetishism of money, the effect of which was that people think that, if they have money, they can automatically have everything else, whereas it is material shortages that have to be reckoned with at each moment, so as to overcome them in reality. 45 The article called for costs of production to be reduced drastically, through an appeal to the masses combined with the use of science. In Bukharin's view, no appeal to the masses could succeed unless over-centralization was renounced, and that meant taking some steps towards the commune state, together with a struggle against the elements of a 411. Bureaucratic degeneration absolutely indifferent to the interests of the masses, so denouncing functionaries who are ready to draw up any sort of plan, a phrase aimed directly, though without naming them, at the specialists of the VSNKH 46 on the theoretical plane. This article amounted, as can be seen, to a systematic onslaught on the increasingly great priority accorded, in a one-sided way, to investment in industry, and on the claim that this priority would make possible the solving of the problems of agriculture, and particularly that of grain procurement. The argument set out showed that, in the immediate future, such a conception could only worsen the economic situation and the tension between the Soviet government and the peasantry. This article of Bukharin's was far from answering all the questions that had arisen at that time in the domains of economics and politics. It had the twofold defect of not showing how to help the poor and middle peasants to advance along the road to collective forms of production, and of not defining what concrete measures might be taken on the basis of the practical experience of the peasants themselves. Despite these weaknesses, however, the article had the merit that it stressed the necessity of not attacking the standard of living of the masses, of respecting certain objective relations between consumption and accumulation, between industry and agriculture, and between heavy and light industry, and of not setting targets which failed to correspond to the material and human resources available, and which, instead of enabling the economy to operate with reserves, actually multiplied shortages. Notes of an economist also indicated the negative consequences, from the angle of the class struggle, of failure to respect a number of objective requirements. Yet this article made practically no political impact at all, as it attacked, in principle, only certain conceptions which had been 412 demned long since those of the Trotskyists. It did not give rise to any real discussion. The open offensive against the right deviation and the plenum of November 1928. At the meeting of the plenum of the CC, an offensive was launched against what was thereafter officially called the right deviation without its principal representatives being named as yet. It was still claimed that there were no adherents of this deviation in the PB, nor any conciliators toward it. This statement conformed, moreover, to a request presented by Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky, who thereby shut the door on any possibility of discussing, clearly and precisely, at least at the level of the CC, the different conceptions held and the significance of the resulting divergences of view. From the Trotsky archives and Kamena's notes on his talks with Bukharin, we know that, during the meeting of the PB which preceded the plenum, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky had asked Stalin to deny the baseless rumors about divergences in the PB. They also asked for a general discussion to be opened on the situation in the country. Though given satisfaction on the first point, 47, they were rebuffed on the second. Following this rebuff, and that given to their demand for a reduction in the proposals for investments, which they considered to be too large and liable to interfere seriously with the regular supply of goods to the population, Rykov and Bukharin wished to resign from the responsible posts they held, so as to dissociate themselves from the line which had been adopted and which they saw as running counter to the decisions of the 15th Congress. After a compromise had been reached on some secondary matters, they withdrew their resignations. Had they gone through with them, this would have started a crisis of 413 leadership and made it very hard to persist with the policy they criticized. The plenum of November 1928 was dominated by Stalin's speech on industrialization of the country and the right deviation in the C.P.S.U. 48. The speech contained some propositions which, though they did not appear word for word in the draft resolution before the plenum, Stalin considered were implicit in this resolution. 49. They expressed, in fact, the way in which Stalin, from this time on, was to present the problem of industrialization and collectivization. We must therefore examine closely these propositions destined to play such a decisive role, for they constituted the initial formulation of a new political line which broke with the resolutions previously adopted by the party congresses and endorsed the actual practice of the economic and administrative organs. The beginning of a break with the Bolshevik Party's previous line. 2 of Stalin's propositions call for special attention. Stalin's view on industrialization and the expansion of industry-producing means of production. He considered the key factor in industrialization to be the development of the production of the means of production, while ensuring the greatest possible speed of this development. 50. This contradicted the resolution of the fundamental role of agricultural development in the continuity and maintenance of the balanced character of industrialization. By stressing development at the greatest possible speed of the production of means of production, he ignored the need to respect certain ratios between the development of the different branches of the economy, hence his assertion that what was needed was the maximum capital investment in industry. 51. This assertion also broke with the resolutions previously 414 adopted by the party's congresses and plenums. 52. It went even further than what was said in the resolution put before the plenum of November 1928 by the PB, which spoke merely of the most rapid development possible of the socialist sector of the economy, of an intense rate of development of industry, with the word maximum used only in relation to the mobilization of the party and of the worker and peasant masses. Subsequently, the idea of the necessity for maximum investment in heavy industry was to be repeated many times, to the point of affirming that the basic economic law of socialism was inseparably linked with the law of priority development of industries producing means of production. 53. This law having allegedly been propounded by Lenin. It is true that Lenin spoke of the necessity for priority development of the production of means of production, but when he did so he was speaking of capitalism. In his polemic with the Narodniks, Lenin referred to this priority as being related to the capitalist forms of uneven development. Under capitalism, he said, to expand production, it is first of all necessary to expand that department of social production which manufactures means of production. Adding that it is well known that the law of development of capital is that constant capital grows faster than variable capital. 54. This law of capitalism is a consequence of its contradictions. It tends to develop the productive forces even when this development keeps coming up against the limits to growth in the masses' capacity to consume, which are set by the striving for profit. In Stalin's speech of November 19, 1928, the problems of industrialization and of development of the production of the means of production at the greatest possible speed were not yet presented in terms of a basic law. They were considered from the angle of the conditions, both external and internal, in which the Soviet Union was then placed. 55. Examination of the external conditions, with which Stalin began, showed that the USSR was a country whose technical equipment is terribly backward, while being surrounded by 415 many capitalist countries with much more highly developed industrial technique. Hence, said Stalin, there was a contradiction between the extremely backward technique possessed by the Soviet Union and its Soviet system, which was the most advanced type of state power in the world. 56. This contradiction must be resolved if the Soviet Union was not to find itself in a situation with no way out. Stalin generalized the argument by saying that what was at stake was not only the building of socialism but the defense of the country's independence. Economic backwardness, he said, had been an evil even before the revolution, and in this connection he referred to Peter the Great, who feverishly built mills and factories 57 in order to defend Russia. Developing his argument, Stalin quoted from Lenin's article The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It, written in September 1917. But, although this article does indeed say that it is necessary to surpass, as quickly as possible, the economically advanced countries, it says nothing about maximum investment in industry or about priority development for the industries producing means of production. As regards the internal conditions invoked to justify the tempo of industrialization proposed, Stalin abandoned the formula according to which agriculture was the foundation of the economy, while industry was its driving force. He now put forward the idea of industry as the main foundation of our entire national economy and of the need to reconstruct agriculture on a new technical basis. 58. Which would require the provision of the maximum quantity of instruments and means of production. Emphasis was placed here upon technical changes, not on changes in production relations. Stalin's view on the reconstruction of the technical basis of agriculture. Referring to a speech by Lenin at the 8th Congress of Soviets, Stalin expounded the second theme of his speech. This was 416. The affirmation that the rate of development of agriculture was lagging behind that of industry, and that this fact accounted for the grain problem, which could be solved only by reconstructing agriculture on a new technical basis. 59. Here we observe a constant sliding from consideration of one type of contradiction to consideration of another type, these two types being, the contradictions arising from the existence of two social forms of production, and the contradictions due to the existence of two technical bases of production. The argument aimed at justifying development of the industries producing means of production at the greatest possible speed brought forward as the principal contradiction in this domain the existence of two technical bases. Changing the social forms of production seems here to be subordinate to changing technique and developing heavy industry. Yet there is no such subordination. Socialist development of collective forms of production is a matter above all of ideological and political class struggle, not of technique. 60. This development makes it possible in a first phase to increase production without providing new technical means on a massive scale. Actually, in 1928 a far from negligible increase in production by the poor and middle peasants could have been achieved merely by supplying simple instruments of labor which would not have necessitated huge investments in heavy industry. More generally, the idea of eliminating as quickly as possible the diversity of the technical bases of production does not correspond to any objective requirement for the building of socialism. This can, on the contrary, be carried out on the basis of a great diversity of techniques, by walking on both legs, as they say in China nowadays. Such diversity makes it possible to advance faster, without any sharp increase in the 417. Rate of investment, and to progress steadily, without excessive strain, so that increasing mastery of increasingly advanced means of production is ensured, in agriculture and industry alike. The possibilities of technical diversification opened up by socialism, and the varying forms that can be assumed by mastery of technique on the part of the direct producers, were denied by Stalin in his speech of November 19, 1928. In so doing he went against the party's earlier resolutions and against Lenin's last writings. We see outlined here a path of economic development dominated by expanded production of means of production. It is upon this that the success of collectivization is made to depend, collectivization being seen not as the outcome of the struggle of the poor and middle peasants to free themselves from production relations that oppress them and make possible their exploitation, but as a technical change having the purpose of increasing agricultural production and, in particular, the marketable part of this production which the state is allowed to acquire at stable and relatively low prices. 61. Thus, Stalin's speech of November 19, 1928, opened the way to a certain conception of industrialization and of agricultural development which enjoyed the approval of the VSNKH and of the leaders of industry. It accorded priority to industry and to heavy industry in the first place, and it made agricultural development depend on increased industrial production. Apparently, however, this path of development was not the only one considered. Stalin's speech also assigns great importance in principle to immediate aid to the farms of the poor and middle peasants, to multiplying the links between these farms and the trading apparatuses of the state and the cooperatives, and to increasing forthwith the supply of goods and credits to these farms. From this standpoint, the NEP did not seem to have been abandoned, and transition to collective forms of production remained subject to the explicit wishes of the poor and middle peasants. 62. In reality, however, the magnitude of the investments pro 418 Vided for heavy industry, and the aggravation of the shortage of industrial products supplied to the rural areas which resulted from this, increasingly negated, at ground level, the intentions expressed regarding aid to be given to the bulk of the peasant producers. Consequently, the immediate possibilities of growth in agricultural production, and, above all, in grain production, continued to be gravely compromised. Also compromised was the strengthening of the worker-peasant alliance, for the policy that was pursued in practice tended to demand more and more produce from the peasant masses without the necessary measures being taken to increase the supply, in exchange, of the industrial products that the poor and middle peasants needed. The adoption by the plenum of the control figures for 1928 to 1929, 63, and the effort made to put them into effect, giving priority to heavy industry, 64, helped to worsen the discontent which had been gathering in the rural areas since the beginning of 1928. In this way, a basis was created for a real threat to the Soviet power, through the dissatisfied peasants rallying behind the kulaks. At the same time, the possibility of drawing the mass of the poor and middle peasants onto the path of collectivization on a voluntary basis was reduced because of the weakening of the party's leading role among the peasantry. 3. The open split in the party leadership. During the winter of 1928 to 1929, the way in which the decisions of the plenum of November 1928 were applied, and in which the targets of the first 5-year plan were defined, confirmed that the basic principles of the NEP were being increasingly abandoned. An open split became inevitable, between the positions of Bukharin and his supporters and the positions of 419. Those who considered, in fact, that rapid industrialization of the country was now incompatible with maintenance of the NEP. The articles, speeches, and declarations of the supporters of the two contrasting policies of industrialization resembled less and less a discussion aimed at convincing those who held a different view. Debate gave way to polemic, and reciprocal accusations tended to take the place of arguments and analysis of the concrete situation. It is therefore futile to try to reconstitute a debate which was no debate. Instead, we must try to bring out those few facts and arguments which, in spite of everything, were put forward, on one side or the other, during the winter of 1928 to 1929 and at the beginning of spring 1929, and which enable us to grasp better the political and ideological meaning of the split which was consummated at the plenum of April 1929. The positions defended by Bukharin during the winter of 1928 to 1929. It was in the winter of 1928 to 1929 that Bukharin defended his positions publicly for the last time, while continuing to expound his views before the PB and the CC. He was, of course, repeating many of his earlier formulations, but these were often articulated in a new way and, on certain points, were more fully elaborated. One argument frequently advanced by the supporters of accelerated industrialization was that an imperialist attack on the Soviet Union was probably imminent. Bukharin did not deny that this danger existed. However, his analyses led him to emphasize especially the revolutionary role of the peoples of Asia and also to declare that the decisive factor in the defense of the Soviet Union was its internal political situation, in particular, the firmness of the worker-peasant alliance. To take a road which would compromise this alliance for the sake of promoting a more rapid 420 industrialization program therefore seemed to him extremely dangerous. 65. Bukharin emphasized the conditions for the strengthening of the worker-peasant alliance, largely repeating the content of Lenin's last articles, which, he said, set out a vast long-term plan for all our communist work. As Bukharin saw it, the future of the revolution depended on a firm and trusting alliance with the peasantry, and it was essential for the party to seek to strengthen this alliance through organizational and cultural work that took account of the peasants' interests. He warned against the idea of a third revolution which would impose collective forms of production from above. He maintained that industrialization and accumulation must be carried out in a way that respected conditions of exchange which were acceptable to the peasants, through efforts aimed at economy and efficiency. These themes were in conformity with the resolutions of the 15th Congress, but when reaffirmed at the beginning of 1929 they looked like a criticism of the political line which had been followed de facto for the past year. They brought many attacks on Bukharin from the supporters of maximizing investment in heavy industry. One of these, Postishev, described Bukharin as a vulgar peasant philosopher. 66. In the same period as Bukharin's articles were published, there appeared in Pravda, on January 20, 1929, an article by Nadezhda Krupskaya, Lenin's widow, entitled Lenin and the Building of Collective Farms. Recalling the decisive place given by Lenin to the development of cooperation and the formation of collective farms, she emphasized that he had said that the peasants ought not to be forced to take the path of cooperation and collective farming against their will. She recalled also the importance ascribed by Lenin to Engels' article published in Die Neue Zeit in 1894, in which he said that socialism would not expropriate the peasant but would help him to go over to cooperation and communes by using the power of example, and showing all the patience needed. In conclusion, she said that she thought it stupid to try and upset from above the 421 economic relations in which the middle peasant was involved, and to resort to measures of coercion in order to do so. This article of Krupskia's came as a reply to those among the supporters of absolute priority for heavy industry who were declaring themselves increasingly in favor of forced collectivization. Krupskia defended, on this point, the same positions as Bukharin. The latter's public statements accounted for only part of his writing at that time. He also prepared a platform destined for the PB. He read this at the meeting of the PB held on January 30, 1929, and came under violent attack from the advocates of the speediest possible development of heavy industry. His position, which was supported by Rykov and Tomsky, did not apparently give rise to a genuine fundamental discussion. A few days earlier, a clandestine Trotskyist sheet had published a report of the talks between Bukharin and Kamina, and it was essentially Bukharin's conduct described as factional that was attacked by his opponents. 67 All that we know of the platform presented by Bukharin on January 30 and of the declaration made by the three on February 9 are a few quotations which, nevertheless, enable us to reconstitute the bulk of what they said during that session of the PB. One of the reproaches addressed by the three to the executive organs related to their failure to observe the decisions taken by the 15th Congress and by the plenums of the CC regarding help to the farms of the poor and middle peasants. The notion of industrialization based on a tribute to be levied from the peasantry was also subjected to systematic criticism. The tribute idea entailed, as the three saw it, the risk that it could lead to military feudal exploitation of the peasantry. These terms were reproduced and condemned in the PB resolution of February 9. 68 In the report he presented to the plenum of April 1929, Stalin was to defend the idea of the tribute, while maintaining that it was inconceivable for the peasantry to be exploited in the Soviet Union. 69. 422. Bukharin considered it necessary to develop collective farming, but he refused to see this process as dependent on measures of coercion aimed primarily at using it as a means to serve an industrialization policy which assigned very high priority to heavy industry. Bukharin stressed that development of collective farming must be associated with a real ideological struggle, and he recalled, in this connection, what Lenin had written on the necessity of a cultural revolution. Bukharin's opposition to the levying of a tribute from the peasantry as the basis for industrialization was bound up, first and foremost, with his conception of the worker-peasant alliance, which, he considered, must be based on a policy of systematically reducing the gap between the standard of living of the peasant masses and that of the working class. This attitude of his was inspired also by his view that important sources for accumulation and industrial development existed elsewhere than in agriculture. What was referred to here was, especially, the possibility of cutting down the size of the administrative machinery of the state, through greater decentralization and the freeing of local initiative that would make possible real participation by the real masses in developing the productive forces. 70 Yet Bukharin did not really ask himself why what he was advocating had not actually been done, although this same line had long figured in the party's resolutions. Formulating this question would have obliged him also to question himself regarding the social forces and social relations which obstructed the actual execution of some of the party's decisions, and the forms of struggle that would make it possible to break through these obstacles, but, then, men never pose problems to themselves for which they cannot find solutions. At the meetings of the PB in March and at the beginning of April 1929, held to prepare the plenum of the CC on April 16 to 23 and the 16th Party Conference on April 23 to 29, Bukharin and Rykov put forward counter-proposals to the draft of the 5-year plan which had been submitted to the PB. This draft provided for investment in the state sector to be 423 multiplied by 3 or 4, depending on the variant, and for 80% of this investment to be destined for heavy industry. Their counter-proposals were rejected, together with a draft plan submitted by Rykov which aimed at developing agriculture, seen as the basis for industrial development. After this plan had been rejected, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky abstained from taking part in the vote by which the PB gave its approval to the industrial provisions of the 5-year plan. At the same time as they criticized the economic conceptions of the advocates of one-sided priority for the development of heavy industry and of financing this development by a massive transfer of resources from agriculture to industry, the three, and Bukharin in particular, also criticized the developments that were going on in the superstructure. Their criticism related to the distension of the state apparatus and the increase in it that could be foreseen if collectivization was not carried out voluntarily but so as to serve as a device for extracting a tribute from agriculture. 71 Bukharin also criticized various aspects of the way the party functioned. His arguments concerned primarily the content of the discussions that were held in the party. These, he said, dealt mainly with internal problems of organization, instead of analyzing the concrete situation and systematically consulting the masses. Problems of great seriousness are not even discussed. The entire country is deeply concerned about the grain problem, and the problem of food supplies. Yet the conferences of the proletarian party in power remain silent. The whole country feels that all is not well with the peasantry. Yet our party conferences say nothing. This policy fails to face up to the real difficulties. It's no kind of policy at all. The working class must be told the truth about the situation. We must take account of the needs of the masses, and in our management of their affairs we must identify ourselves with the masses. 72 The stress laid on Soviet democracy, on the role of the masses, and on organizing the supervision that the masses should exercise over the various apparatuses, corresponded to 424. A long-standing preoccupation of Bukharin's. This was reaffirmed in an article he published in Pravda on December 2, 1928, and in his speech on Lenin's Political Testament, in which he called for multiplication of all possible forms of association by the working people so as at all costs, to avoid bureaucratization, and to ensure that the party knew the feeling of the masses and their reasons for discontent. This attitude of Bukharin's was later to be charged against him as showing a tendency to bow before the backwardness and discontent of the masses. 73 Bukharin's argument was also aimed at what he regarded as the development of a sort of blind discipline in the party. He called on party members to take not a single word on trust, to utter not a single word against their conscience. He appealed to Bolshevism's tradition of critical thought. 74 For Bukharin there was a connection between the tendency to give up critical thought and what he saw as the gradual disappearance of collective leadership by the CC, in favor of the growing concentration of authority in the hands of one man. This challenge to the type of discipline practiced in the party was rejected by the majority of the PB, who insisted on the need for iron discipline and emphasized the weak points in the positions of the three. The absence of a sufficiently precise statement of how they conceived the conditions for transition to collective forms of agricultural production, their tendency to lay special stress on the economic forms of the worker-peasant alliance, their reservations regarding the role of the agricultural tax imposed on the well-to-do peasants, all these features made it easy to identify the positions of the three with defense of the status quo of the NEP, or even with defense of the interests of the kulaks. And the majority in the PB resolved to take that step. They also blamed Bukharin and Sokhonikov for their contacts with Kamina, and Bukharin for publishing in the press writings which had not been previously discussed by the PB. These actions were considered as amounting to factional activity. 425. The condemnation of the positions of Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky by the PB and by the plenum of the CC and the CCC. All these accusations and reprimands were summed up in a draft resolution for submission to the PB and to the Presidium of the CCC. However, a commission of the CC was given the task of composing a compromise document. If the three voted for this, the draft resolution would be withdrawn. Acceptance of this compromise by the 375 would have implied Bukharin's withdrawal of his resignation from his posts at Pravda and in the Comintern. On February 7, the three refused to vote for it and decided to keep their resignations in force until the April plenum. This action meant a complete break between the three and the majority in the PB. Stalin, in particular, saw the three thenceforth as constituting a distinct group whom he accused of opposing the party line and wanting to compel the party to stop fighting against the right deviation. In his speech to the April plenum, Stalin declared that it was not possible to tolerate in our own ranks, in our own party, in the political general staff of the proletariat, the free functioning of the right deviators, who are trying to demobilize the party, demoralize the working class, for that would mean that we are ready to betray the revolution. 76 The PB majority passed a resolution on the internal affairs of the party 77 and ratified a resolution dealing with the same matters which had been voted on February 9 by the PB and the Presidium of the CCC. 78 These documents condemned Bukharin's criticisms in Notes of an Economist as being groundless, eclectic, and calculated to discredit the line of the CC. They also condemned, for the same reasons, Bukharin's declaration of January 30, 1929, and what was said about his positions in the notes taken by Kamina. In its conclusions, however, the resolution of the plenum laid special stress upon the hesitations of Bukharin and Tomsky in Rela. 426. To the new line, and upon the need to safeguard party unity. In contrast to the severer criticisms of Bukharin expressed in Stalin's speech, 79 the plenum resolution did not accuse the three of being right deviationists. It spoke of their de facto solidarity with the opportunist tendencies in the Comintern and the role of center of attraction played objectively by the three where those tendencies were concerned. Later on, the same resolution spoke of a convergence on basic questions between the positions of the three and those of the right deviation. 80 These formulations implied that the political positions of the three and those of the right deviation did not fully coincide. The practical consequence of this was that the three kept their membership in the PB, even though they had not agreed to vote for the compromise document of February 7. The resolution forbade the three to give any public expression to their disagreements, thereby imposing new limits to the ideological struggle, which was being allowed to take place only inside an ever narrower circle. While refusing to accept the resignation of Bukharin and Tomsky, the plenum relieved them of their posts at Pravda and in the Comintern in the case of Bukharin, and in the trade union leadership in the case of Tomsky. 81 The three had suffered a heavy defeat, and one that was to prove final. The resolution of the PB which was ratified by the plenum also included a series of criticisms of the three. In particular, it rejected Bukharin's analysis of the economic situation. It declared that the supply of goods to the rural areas was better than in the previous year, and that procurement was proceeding in a way that could be regarded as satisfactory. 82 This appreciation of the situation had nothing in common with reality. Except during 2 months, the procurement of grain in the first half of 1929 fell far below the figure for the previous year. For these 6 months as a whole it came to 2.6 million metric tons, as against 5.2 in 1928. 83 Besides, these results had only been obtained by bringing strong administrative pressure to bear on the middle peasants, which had given rise, in a number of regions, to open expressions of discontent. 427. By broad strata of the peasantry. The grain shortage which then developed brought about a considerable rise in the market price of grain, and there were cases of speculation. 84 The plenum of April 1929 willfully ignored these realities, and that was to have serious effects later on, both economic and political. Stalin's speech at the plenum of April 1929. The bulk of this speech 85 was devoted to criticizing the positions of the three. In close connection with this critique Stalin put forward certain theses 86 to which we must now turn. 87. The intensification of the class struggle. The first thesis concerned the intensification of the class struggle at the present stage of development and under the present conditions of the relation of forces. 88. It was thus not a general thesis but a formulation aimed at characterizing the conjuncture of a particular moment. This characterization was correct, yet inadequate, for it was not derived from a many-sided analysis of the conjuncture. Thus, Stalin declined to explain the intensification of the bourgeois class struggle by the mistakes made by the party in its handling of the problems of the poor and middle peasantry, as a result of the weakening of the machinery of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of its connections with the masses. As he saw it, any analysis of the situation which took account of such factors amounted to trying to attribute the intensification of the class struggle to causes connected with the character of the apparatus, 89, or to saying that what had been good last year had suddenly become bad 90. Restricting in this way his analysis of the causes of the intensification of the class struggle amounted to focusing 1. 428. Cited attention upon the attempts made by the adversaries of the dictatorship of the proletariat, without examining what it was, in the disposition of the latter's forces, that enabled these adversaries to transform their attempts into effective counteroffensives. Whether they could do this or not depended on the firmness of the bonds between the working class and its allies, and on the political line of the party. What the analysis left out was therefore the main thing, the political line and its contradictions. This prevented correct treatment of these contradictions and speedy introduction of the necessary rectifications. The problem of the tribute and of the possibility of the peasantry being exploited by the Soviet state. The second thesis set out in the speech of April 1929 was that of the need to impose upon the peasantry something in the nature of a tribute, so as to make possible industrialization of the Soviet Union. 91. In the general way in which it was presented, this thesis was both true and false. It was true in the sense that, in the concrete conditions in which the Soviet Union was placed, no industrialization of any magnitude was possible unless the peasantry made a certain contribution 92 to the effort of industrial development. Formulated, however, in so general a fashion, this thesis could open the way for a wrong policy, one entailing grave consequences, for it was not accompanied by any indication of the limits which this tribute must not exceed if it was not to jeopardize the worker-peasant alliance and the requirements for expanded reproduction in agriculture. The facts were not slow in revealing that these limits were being exceeded. The negative consequences of the tribute thesis set forth in these general terms were enhanced decisively by the linking of this thesis with another, false one, namely, the assertion that the very nature of the Soviet regime precludes any sort of exploitation of the peasantry by the state. 93. 429. Such a formulation did not allow for either the contradictory nature of the Soviet state, or for the presence of bourgeois elements in the Soviet state machine. Yet these factors could constitute the objective conditions for despoiling and exploiting the peasants and drive the peasantry into opposition to the Soviet power. This formulation of Stalin's was therefore a step backward as compared with Lenin's. The new forms of the bond and the technical basis for increasing agricultural production. Stalin's speech at the plenum of April 1929 set forth a thesis of the necessity for new forms of the bond between town and country. These new forms were to involve the supplying by industry of means of production to agriculture, agricultural machinery, tractors, fertilizers, etc. For, now, it is a question of reconstructing agriculture, reorganizing agricultural production on the basis of new technique and collective labor. 94. This thesis developed and sharpened the contrast which had been made up to that time between a worker-peasant alliance based on textiles and that based on steel. The prospect which it opened up certainly corresponded to future needs, but the formulations used gave rise to a series of problems, and the following in particular. Even at the end of the NEP period, the restoration of agriculture was far from having been completed. Millions of small and medium-sized farms still lacked the most elementary instruments of production. 95. In practice, this meant that it was still possible to help the poor and middle peasants to bring about a rapid increase in agricultural production in return for modest investments, and without having to wait for the building of new steel works, new tractor factories, and so 430. On. The problem of waiting periods and rates of progress therefore did not really arise in the terms in which it was formulated at the plenum of April 1929. 96. According to Stalin, the period of restoration was one which had to be a period when what predominated was a form of the worker-peasant alliance aimed at satisfying mainly the personal requirements of the peasant, hardly touching the productive requirements of his economy. 97. True, this was how the alliance had been practiced, but that practice had been mistaken. From the very beginning of the NEP, supplying the peasant farms with means of production, even if only rudimentary ones, should have been a priority task, as Lenin had said. The alliance based mainly on textiles had not helped the poor and middle peasants to free themselves from domination by the rich ones. Mechanization and collectivization. Stalin's speech presented collectivization as having been necessitated by technical changes and by the need for increased marketable production. The development of collective production in agriculture did not appear as a form of class struggle but as a technical and economic necessity. What was stressed was the danger of a rift between town and country due to the inadequate rate of growth in agriculture as compared with industry, from which Stalin drew the conclusion that, in order to eliminate this danger of a rift, we must begin seriously re-equipping agriculture on the basis of new technique. But in order to re-equip it we must gradually unite the scattered individual peasant farms into large state farms, into collective farms. 98. In this conception, which was the one that eventually prevailed, the aspirations and needs of the poor and middle peasants were not the main consideration. It was the needs of the towns and of industry that dictated the technical conditions of agricultural production and these, in turn, that dictated its social conditions. We may well wonder why such a conception took shape, but what is certain is that its implementing explains why collectivization was carried out in the way it was, and also its counterproductive consequences, a setback to agricultural production instead of an advance. Mechanization and industrialization. The thesis of the urgent need for a technical transformation of agriculture having been laid down, that of the need for rapid industrialization could be deduced therefrom. It will be impossible to supply the countryside with machines and tractors unless we accelerate the development of our industry. 99. Here Stalin argues in a circle, agriculture must be rapidly supplied with up-to-date equipment so that it does not lag behind industry, and industry's rate of development must be accelerated so that it may rapidly provide the equipment for agriculture. Illusory movement around this circle was what compelled the continual readjustment upward of the targets of the first five-year plan. The procurement crisis of 1928 to 1929 and the relations between classes in Stalin's speech at the plenum of April 1929. The difficulties experienced in grain procurement were explained essentially by the alleged economic strengthening of the kulaks. Having asked what were the causes of these difficulties, Stalin answered himself with the following formulation: during these years the kulak and well-to-do elements have grown, the series of good harvests has not been without benefit to them, they have become stronger economically, they have accumulated a little capital and now are in a position to maneuver in the market. 100. Unfortunately, this economistic explanation of the procurement crisis begs some questions. When was this cries of good harvests? The last good harvest had been that of 432. 1926. Starting in early 1928, it had been necessary to employ emergency measures, and the exhaustion of the grain stocks held by the rich peasants had, as the party leadership admitted, compelled the extension of these measures so that they affected the middle peasants. This being so, how could the capital held by the kulaks in 1929 be larger than it had been in 1927? In reality, if the position of the kulaks had indeed been strengthened between 1927 and 1929, this was because their ideological and political influence had grown. And this growth in the kulaks' influence was due to the mistakes made by the party in its peasant policy. Any examination of these mistakes, however, such as would have been necessary if they were to be eliminated, was ruled out from the start in Stalin's speech. When he mentioned the procurement difficulties, he asked, perhaps the policy of the Central Committee is responsible for this, only to answer himself with an unproved assertion, no, the policy of the Central Committee has nothing to do with it. 101 This last formulation, which contradicted everything that had been admitted in 1928, made it necessary to explain the procurement crisis by an economic strengthening of the kulaks, and prevented any correction of the policy followed, since this was held to have nothing to do with the situation. Stalin's speech at the April plenum was of quite special importance. On the one hand, the theses contained in it, even when they were inadequate, or contradicted reality, were not subjected to any systematic criticism. The ideological campaign waged during the period preceding the plenum was such that any questioning of these theses was immediately repudiated as constituting a pro-Kulak position, and the development of a real movement of criticism and self-criticism, which would presuppose respect for democratic centralism, was consequently blocked. On the other hand, these theses were the point of departure for a new turn in the party line, a turn toward the road of an accelerated industrialization, the burdens of which were to be borne by the peasantry. This was 433. Confirmed by the 16th Party Conference, which led to the great change effected at the end of 1929. For the 16th Party Conference and its consequences. The 16th Party Conference saw a last attempt at strengthening socialist relations while basically remaining within the framework of the NEP and laying the foundations for transition to a higher stage. The decisions it took are therefore of considerable interest, even if the prospect outlined by this conference failed to materialize. The contradictory character of some of these decisions, and the rapid course taken by the class struggle, meant that, a few months after the 16th Conference, the party leadership was faced with a choice either to renounce some of the economic targets defined in April 1929, or to try and realize these targets by taking economic and political measures other than those provided for by that conference. The second of these roads was the one that was followed. It was to take the Soviet Union into a wholly new era, before the conditions had matured for mastering many of the new and immense problems it presented. Analysis of the principal aspects and decisions of the 16th Conference enables us to see more clearly the conditions that made it seem possible, in April 1929, to reconcile maintenance of the NEP with the launching of a process of rapid social and economic changes. This analysis, together with examination of the concrete situation at that time, can also enable us to see the contradictory character of the decisions taken by the 16th Conference, and some of the reasons which explain why these contradictions were resolved during the second half of 1929 in the sense which has been mentioned. 434. The condemnation of the political positions of the three. One of the characteristic features of the 16th Conference was the way that the problem of political divergences within the PB was dealt with. These divergences, despite their importance and the seriousness of the questions they raised, were not gone into in a fundamental way. It was only on the eve of the closure of the conference, and at the request of the delegates, that Molotov gave a report on the work of the plenum which had just been held. He then put down a short resolution which noted that the Bukharin group had departed from the party's general line and was pursuing a right deviation. This resolution was adopted without discussion. Though it approved the decision taken by HCC regarding the Bukharin Group 102, it was not included in the report of the 16th Conference published in 1929, nor did this report include those passages in delegates' speeches in which they attacked Bukharin. 103. For several months yet, the existence of profound divergences within the PB was still kept secret. Rykov was even included among those entrusted with presenting a report to the 16th Conference on the 5-year plan, and he continued to serve as chairman of the Sovnarkom. 104. The lack of a broad discussion dealing with the opposing political positions did not help to clarify the situation, and, in particular, to distinguish between what, in the positions of the three, might properly be called a right deviation and what might be correct views. The reasons why no real discussion was ever held have never been given. It may be supposed that desire to demonstrate the unity of the PB was the decisive factor, since such a discussion was sought neither by the majority nor by the three. Nobody wanted to risk a split in the party. While the majority in the PB enjoyed the support of a section of the proletariat in large-scale industry and of many of the leaders of economic and industrial organizations, the positions of the three were backed by a high proportion of the party members. 435. Working in the countryside, by many trade union cadres, and by a section of the workers in the consumer goods industries, especially in the textile mills. 105. It should be added that, the greater the tension in the rural areas became, the more dangerous it seemed to allow the party leadership to seem divided, since open resistance to the emergency measures might then develop among the peasantry. At all events, the absence of a genuine discussion made it impossible for the respective positions to be clarified, with identification of what was and what was not correct in the theses of the two sides. This being so, the contradictions in the resolutions of the 16th Conference were not analyzed, either. Thereafter that tendency prevailed which accorded one-sided priority to heavy industry and ignored the demands of the worker-peasant alliance. Significantly, some of the supporters of the former opposition, especially the Trotskyists among them, considered that the line of the 16th Conference was such that they could ask to be readmitted to the party, though Trotsky, from his exile abroad, condemned this move. 106. The fight against bureaucracy. An important aspect of the 16th Conference was its placing on the agenda the fight against bureaucracy. The conference linked this question closely with that of the economic and social changes to be brought about, with collectivization and industrialization. A connection was thus made between radical transformation of the state machine and success in socialist transformation of the economic basis. The resolution adopted on this subject by the 16th Conference sought to define some of the requirements which must be satisfied if a real breakthrough by the masses into the activity of the Soviets and the administrative bodies was to be achieved, and resistance to the revolutionary changes overcome in this way. It denounced the harmful political cons. 436. Consequences of the manner in which the state apparatus functioned. Thus, the resolution in question 107 declared, the struggle by the party and the Soviets against bureaucratic perversion of the machinery of state, which often conceals from the broad masses of the working people the actual nature of the proletarian state, constitutes one of the most important forms of the class struggle. The tremendous tasks laid down by the 5-year plan cannot be accomplished without a decisive improvement in the machinery of state, without simplifying it and reducing its cost, without precise execution of their respective tasks by each link in the chain, without decisive overcoming of inertia, red tape, bureaucratic suppression, mutual covering up and indifference to the needs of the working people. 108. The contradiction between the magnitude of the tasks and the agrarian and technological changes laid down by the 5-year plan and the way the bureaucratic apparatus functioned was thus clearly appreciated. Nevertheless, the ideological conditions for revolutionary transformation of the machinery of state were left imprecise. The questions raised by such a transformation were approached, mainly from the angle of organization, and this was not adequate for showing the path whereby the initiative of the masses could succeed in smashing the tendency of the apparatuses to dominate them and to function in a bourgeois rather than a proletarian way. On the plane of organization, the resolution of the 16th Conference stressed mainly the following points: 109. Checking up on the execution of the party's political line. The resolution recalled what Lenin had said about the state machine often working against us, 110, which testified to how little improvement had been made in this situation since Lenin's death. It suggested, among other measures, that increased scope be given to rank and file control commissions, stating that these commissions must be elected directly in the factories and workshops and by the Soviets of the corresponding towns. 111. Improvement in the composition of the personnel of the state machine, and introduction of a system of leadership, COR 437. Responding to the economic system and to the demands of the building of socialism, 112. These were two themes which were also emphasized in this resolution of the 16th Conference. The indications given for realizing these aims were, however, vague and even contradictory. There were a number of considerations regarding decentralization of leadership functions, personal leadership, labor discipline, and active participation by the masses in leadership, without it being made clear which of these were of principal importance and which were secondary. This resulted from the presence of contradictory tendencies, one favoring reinforcement of the existing organs of leadership and the other favoring broader intervention by the masses in the drawing up of plans and the taking of decisions. Finally, this part of the resolution seems to have been dominated above all by concern to obtain economic results, rationalization of the production apparatus, increased productivity of labor, cutting down of the unproductive departments and services in the enterprises, reduction in the costs of the state trading apparatus, and so on. The organization of supervision by the masses. The organization of supervision by the masses occupied a central position in this resolution, which called upon the non-party workers and peasants to learn to make use of the rights which the Soviet Republic guaranteed them for, as the resolution said, any fight against bureaucracy which is not based upon the activity and initiative of the working class, but seeks to substitute for supervision by the workers and peasants themselves the activity of some apparatus or other is doomed, however good its intentions, to produce no serious result as regards real improvement in and fundamental reconstruction of the machinery of state. 113. The resolution then listed various experiments which had already been made. 114 and urged that these be learned from. Nevertheless, it did not analyze why these experiments had 438 produced such limited results, and nothing was said about what should be done to ensure that things would be different in future. The tasks of the fight against elements of bureaucracy in the party and in the state machine were also dealt with in the resolution. 115. This part of the document was, in principle, one of the most important, for it tried to define the road leading to reversal of the trend which had separated the party from the masses and caused the latter to hesitate to criticize the party and party members, as Stalin had observed in his report to the plenum of April 1928. In that report Stalin had noted that, because of the growing prestige of the party leadership, the masses begin to look up at from below and do not venture to criticize them, which cannot but give rise to a certain danger of the leaders losing contact with the masses and the masses getting out of touch with the leaders, so that the latter are in danger of becoming conceited and regarding themselves as infallible. Nothing can come of this but the ruin of the party. 116. The resolution spoke of the need for developing criticism from below, without respect of persons, so as to eliminate bureaucratized elements and those who were connected with the kulak and capitalist elements still present in the country, of the need to combat violations of democracy in the party, to hold elections in order to remove those who had lost the sympathy of the masses and contact with them, and to resist the tendency of leading bodies to substitute themselves for the organs they were supposed to lead. 117. This resolution, the principal terms of which I have summarized, therefore presented as a condition for the building of socialism a fundamental reorganization of the machinery of state and of the way that this functioned. It revealed that what had already been said on this subject over several years had remained more or less inoperative. Reading this document, we can see, too, that there was great uncertainty regarding the 439 targets to be aimed at. Were they, first and foremost, increased efficiency in the machinery of state? Or did they consist in transforming this machinery in revolutionary fashion so that new proletarian political relations might develop? The resolution gave no clear answer to this question, or, rather, this question was hardly raised in it. It could therefore not give a precise answer to the concrete problems of the road to be followed in order to transform the machinery of state, hence the juxtaposition in it of various recommendations, the relative priority of which was not indicated. In practice, during the months that followed the adopting of this resolution, the tasks laid down in the sphere of industrialization were amplified, and the pace at which these targets were to be reached was speeded up. Thereafter, most attention was focused upon economic questions, while the priority which had been accorded to the requirements for transforming the machinery of state was lost sight of. The few changes that were carried out, all the same, were carried out from above, which did not fail to bring with it some negative consequences, and in particular to reduce, instead of increasing, the place accorded to intervention and supervision by the masses. The need to purge the party, and its significance. The 16th Conference formally decided on a party purge. 118 This operation was bound up with the attempt to recast the state machine, but also with the general crisis of the NEP and the fight against right deviation. The conference recalled that the purge to be undertaken would be the first general purge since the one carried through in 1921, at the outset of the Restoration period. 119 Between 1922 and 1929 there had indeed been only partial purges, 120 connected with the regular activity of the CCC. 121 The decision of the 16th Conference, however, aimed at an operation of an exceptional and general character. A few days before he placed before the 16th Conference the theses on purging the party, with the corresponding 440 resolution. Yaroslavsky gave a report on these questions to a conference of the Moscow Party organization. His report was especially severe in what it said about the rural party organizations. He also criticized those factory workers who had kept their ties with the village, for, he said, these workers looked on their work in industry merely as a means of enriching their farms. He stressed that the purge must be effected on ideological lines, every member being judged from the standpoint of the accomplishment of the tasks of the class struggle. At the same time, he warned against inquisitorial methods, inquiries among neighbors, etc. 122 The theses on the purge were examined by the 16th Conference only on the last day of its discussions. The corresponding instructions for the local control commissions were dispatched even before this examination had been undertaken. The resolution on the purge did not give rise, therefore, to any real debate. Nevertheless, the interruptions made by certain delegates show that a section of the conference feared that this purge would serve principally to restrict discussion in the party. However, the resolution was passed unanimously. 123. The policy of purging the party was inspired by the ideas which underlay the resolution on the fight against bureaucracy. Several paragraphs of that resolution concern the party itself, and deserve to be mentioned here. The following paragraph is especially noteworthy. The conference draws the attention of the whole party and of every party member individually to the need to wage the most resolute, the most determined, the most persevering struggle against elements of bureaucracy in the party itself, in the party apparatus. These elements result from the many ties between the party apparatus and the Soviets, from the involvement of a very large number of party members in administrative work, and from the influence exerted upon communists working in the state machine by elements belonging to the bourgeois intelligentsia and to the corps of officials. 124 This paragraph is remarkable because of the importance it ascribes to the fight against bureaucracy in the party, but also because of the limited character of the reasons it gives for the 441 existence of this phenomenon, which restricted the practical significance of the methods recommended for struggle against it. Problems of the division of labor and of participation by the cadres in productive work were thus not put in the center of the analysis of what constituted, in reality, the development of bourgeois political practices. The measures proposed were difficult to apply. However, the list of the principal measures which was given illustrates the way in which the party worked on the eve of the great change, and also the attempts made to modify this way of working so as to reduce the bureaucratization of the party. Among these measures was reduction in the number of paid party functionaries and their replacement, wherever possible, by a group of especially active party members. These should form, in every factory, locality, administration, etc., where they were sufficiently numerous, an organization called the Party's Active. Organizations like this did indeed develop in 1929, but without, apparently, causing a real reduction in the number of functionaries on the party's payroll. 125 The extent of any such reduction would, in any case, not have been obvious, for a very large proportion of the party cadres held jobs in the state machine and were paid in that capacity. 126 The resolution on the party purge also mentioned the need to fight against violations of democracy within the party, so as to eliminate bureaucratized elements who had lost the confidence of the masses. It linked changing the party's style of work and its makeup, on the one hand, with correct fulfillment of the tasks arising from the reconstruction of the economy and the industrialization of the country, on the other. It pointed out that during the NEP period, the party had recruited, not only hundreds of thousands of proletarians, but also petty bourgeois who, by their personal and social example, bring disorganization into the ranks of the party, despise the opinions of the workers and the working peasants. Are careerist elements, whom the party has got rid of only to an inadequate extent through the systematic, day-to-day work of the control commissions. 127 Hence the need for a more thoroughgoing purge. 442. The formulations used in the resolution showed that in 1929 the composition of the party was even worse than it had been in 1922, when the situation was already far from satisfactory. 128 They also showed the need, if the road to new social changes was to be followed successfully, for a series of measures to be taken which would place the party under supervision by the masses and remove from it the elements alien to communism. The resolution made the point that, although the factory and workshop cells were the soundest section of the party, this did not imply that those cells did not equally need purging, for, there too, elements have infiltrated which are incapable of playing the role of a communist vanguard, owing to their thirst for personal enrichment, their failure to participate actively in improving labor discipline, or the fact that they had not broken with religion, or that their anti-Semitism showed that they had a counter-revolutionary attitude, etc. 129 The resolution declared that, without purging the entire party it would not be possible fully to draw into the party's ranks the best elements from the considerable body of non-party proletarian activists, and thereby put the party in a position to fulfill the great and complex tasks of the new phase. 130 The resolution was even more severe on the situation prevailing in the rural cells. It stressed the need to show special care in checking the composition of these cells, so as to remove from them elements alien to the ideology and politics of the proletariat. It provided a long list of the characteristics of persons who ought to be expelled from the party. Finally, the resolution mentioned the need to purge the cells operating in the non-productive sectors, pointing out that the specific role played by these called for particular attention to be given them. 131. The ways in which the policy of purging was applied, and its limitations on the plane of principle, the resolution emphasized the need to bring the masses into the application of the policy of purging the party. Thus, dealing with purges to be carried out in the village cells, with the help of activists from among the 443 agricultural workers and the poor and middle peasants, it declared that such purges must be effected before the eyes of the broad masses of the peasantry. Only a purge like that can transform the rural cells. 132 On the plane of concrete measures, however, the resolution put the problem mainly in terms of organization, and not of a mass movement. It dealt essentially with the part to be played by the CCC and the local control commissions, and merely mentioned participation by the non-party masses in purging operations. The masses were not called upon to develop their initiative so as to remove from the party the elements that were not genuinely proletarian and communist, or to insist that those party members who had made mistakes be placed in conditions which would enable them to turn over a new leaf. The results of the purges would thus depend mainly on the way that the control commissions functioned, their notion of their task and of the requirements for a thorough cleanup in the party, and the information they could collect on the practices and relations engaged in by the party members whose cases they examined. Given that the members of the control commissions were actually chosen from among the party cadres, they were unable, in most cases, to act otherwise than in accordance with what those whom they were called upon to judge considered proper. Since there was no mass movement, they were therefore led to punish, in the main, only the most glaring cases of careerism, corruption, contempt for the masses, and bureaucratic and bourgeois behavior, while ordinary cases were usually passed over, although it was also upon the treatment of these especially when they were numerous that the masses' trust, or lack of it, in the party and its members depended, and so the party's own capacity for revolutionary action. The way in which the question of purging the party was presented included other aspects, too, for the commissions were required to take into consideration the members' opinions 133 and ensure that hidden supporters of various trends such as the Democratic Centralism Group, Myasnikov supporters, and other anti-party groups, including 444. The Trotskyists were ruthlessly expelled. What was struck at here was not any activity, but mere opinions, including supposed opinions, since the resolution spoke of hidden opinions, which were to be the target of a ruthless struggle. 134. This made it possible to expel anyone who expressed reservations regarding some of the party leadership's appreciations of the economic or political state of the country, or who drew different practical conclusions from these appreciations. In the absence of adequate control from below, and of genuine desire for unity, and without clear awareness that it was inevitable for ideological contradictions to arise in the party, and that these must be dealt with otherwise than by coercion, the terms of the resolution favored resorting to administrative methods in the sphere of the ideological struggle. And that entailed grave consequences for the party itself, for Marxism can develop only in open struggle and discussion, besides which, if the party is to have concrete knowledge of the economic, social, and political situation as it really is, then every party member must be allowed to express his views. It was precisely because the resolution on the purge, and the directives sent to the local control commissions by the CCC, emphasized expulsions as the means of uniting the party ideologically, 135 that Yaroslavsky's speech at the 16th conference was interrupted by delegates who were unhappy about the content of the resolution, and about the fact that they were not allowed to discuss it. These interruptions were all the more significant because, in his speech, Yaroslavsky avoided dealing with the directly political aspects of the purge. It was also remarkable that the delegates who had interrupted and criticized Yaroslavsky's speech nevertheless eventually adopted the resolution, which was passed unanimously. 136. Remarks on some immediate effects of the purges. From the quantitative standpoint, the purge of 1929 to 1930 was relatively less important than that of 1921 to 1922. Whereas in the earlier period the purge eliminated a quarter of the 445 party's membership, in 1929 to 1930 it affected only about 11% and some of these were subsequently readmitted. 137. The effects of the purge upon relations between the party and the masses were also very limited. The purge was mainly carried out by internal party commissions, without active participation by the worker and peasant masses, as the resolution of the 16th conference had demanded. Actually, that resolution had hardly been adopted when the bulk of the party's forces found themselves committed to the struggle for industrialization and large-scale collectivization. As a result, the purge carried out in 1929 to 1930 did not lead to the decisive changes in the functioning and composition of the party that the 16th conference had considered necessary. The changes did not enable the party to become the indispensable instrument for a real socialist transformation of social relations, with authentic knowledge of the situation and aspirations of the broad masses of the peasantry. This knowledge was, instead, darkened thereafter by the fear which members of the party's basic units might feel regarding the consequences of reporting difficulties which were due to mistaken directives from the higher authorities, since such initiatives could easily be identified with manifestation of ideological dissent and punished by expulsion. More generally, the use of such measures as weapons of ideological struggle reduced the party's capacity to enrich itself from the experience and thought of the majority of its members. The latter were often led, through concern not to make trouble for themselves, to express agreement with every directive, however trivial, and not to reveal any opinion that might differ from that held by the leadership. The development of this attitude had a profoundly negative effect on the functioning of democratic centralism, on party life, and on the party's relations with the masses. In the immediate period, however, the measures taken in 1929 to 1930 helped to make the party a more efficient instrument for carrying out decisions than it had previously been, and this was what the leadership had wanted, so as to be able to cope with increasingly heavy tasks of economic construction. 446. The plans for industrial development. The 16th Conference was a decisive moment, but only one such moment in the conflict between the advocates of maximum industrial growth and those who advocated optimum growth. This moment, in contrast to what had happened at the 15th Congress, saw the victory of the former over the latter. A new, explicit political line of immediate and accelerated industrialization was thus defined, which was to produce a series of effects on class relations, and especially on the worker-peasant alliance. The more this line hardened and developed, the more clearly its class consequences were to emerge, and that was not yet the situation at the time when the 16th Conference was held. In order to evaluate correctly the implications of the decision taken regarding industrial policy, we must see how the contrasting lines on this matter were reflected before, during, and after the 16th Conference in the plan figures for industrialization and investment. We must also see how the line that prevailed meant bringing nearer the final break with the NEP. This was a contradiction within the resolutions of the 16th Conference, which actually resolved that the NEP should not be abandoned in the near future. 138. The evolution of the plans for industry and investment before the 16th Party Conference. We have seen how, after the 15th Congress, two lines on industrialization were in conflict. 139. One line continued to defend the orientation of the Congress, declaring that, while industry was the driving force of the economy, agriculture was its basis, and upholding the need for allocating investments in such a way as to enable every branch of the economy to develop at a rate that would enable it to meet the needs of the other branches and those of the consumers. The other line asserted that what was required was maximum development of in 447. Industry, with priority given to investment in heavy industry. We have seen that this second line, to which Stalin adhered more and more closely, until he became its defender, tended to win the battle implicitly, at least, since, until the spring of 1929, no formal resolution decided clearly between these two orientations. The increased influence of the advocates of maximum industrial growth was reflected in the gradual raising of the targets of industrial production and investment proposed by the various organs which participated in the framing of the plans. Thus, in December 1927, Gosplan forecast that, during the first five-year plan, production by large-scale industry would be multiplied by 1.77 or by 2.03. 140. In August 1928, the VSNKH proposed a draft which forecast that at the end of the five-year period, production by large-scale industry would be 2.27 times as great. In December 1928, the so-called optimum variant prepared by Gosplan and the VSNKH forecast a coefficient of 2.68. In April 1929, the optimum variant adopted by the 16th Conference forecast a coefficient of 2.79. Thus, between December 1927 and April 1929, the forecast coefficient of five-year growth in large-scale industry increased by 37 or 60%, depending on the variant. 141. Parallel with this increase, the amount forecast for gross investment in plant rose from 16 milliard rubles to 64.6 milliard. 142. Thus, within 2 years, the forecast for investment had increased fourfold. More than 40% of this investment was earmarked for industry, and, within that total, heavy industry's share rose from 69.4% to 78%. 143. This growth in the targets for investment and industrial production was all the more significant because it did not result from a more rigorous analysis of the Soviet economy's potentialities and the prospects opened up by the changing of property relations and production relations. Examination of the successive drafts of the five-year plan shows that the 448 growth in the industrial targets reflected, fundamentally, a change in the political line, that is, increased influence by the advocates of rapid industrialization. To convince oneself of this, it is enough to look at the resolution on the five-year plan adopted by the 16th Conference and by the Congress of Soviets, together with the decisions and forecasts relating to the industrial targets. the decisions of the 16th Party Conference and of the Congress of Soviets. The resolution on the 5-year plan adopted by the 16th Conference was ratified in May 1929 by the Congresses of Soviets of the RSFSR and the Ukraine and by the 5th All-Union Congress of Soviets. 144. This resolution adopted the so-called optimum variant of the draft prepared by Gosplan. It declared that the plan must ensure maximum development of production of means of production as the basis for the industrialization of the country. 145. The principle according to which agriculture was the basis of the economy was thus no longer stated. In the resolution adopted by the 16th Conference, realization of the forecasts for increases in industry and investment presupposed that agricultural production would increase to more than 50% over the pre-war figure. 146. Yet agricultural production had not increased since 1926, and was even tending to decline, as a result of the application of the emergency measures. Nothing, therefore, justified such optimism where the progress of agricultural production was concerned. The forecasts for agriculture were also unrealistic in assuming that, throughout the 5-year period, there would be only good harvests. 147. By adopting the hypothesis of maximum and uninterrupted growth, the resolution on the 5-year plan took no account of a number of points made by Lenin regarding the need, if 449. 1 was to draw up an economic plan properly, to follow the method of guiding links, so as to proceed from the determining of one task to another. Lenin also spoke of the need to define the minimum conditions that would have to be fulfilled if the various tasks were to be accomplished, and to prepare several variants to be applied in the light of the conditions that actually prevailed, which meant not persisting in the attempt to fulfill certain tasks if the conditions for their fulfillment failed to materialize. Lenin also stressed that, in the actual situation of Soviet Russia, the point of departure, or base factor, for the compiling of the plan must be the actual availability of foodstuffs, which, in practice, meant grain. None of these points made by Lenin was taken into account in 1928 to 1929, either in the drawing up of the optimum version or in connection with what happened later on, when harvests turned out to be much poorer than had been forecast in the plan. 148. The resolution on the 5-year plan also forecast that the productivity of labor in industry would increase by 150%. This forecast was actually nothing but a wish. It was based on no objective facts, and contradicted the actual evolution of productivity, and it was not realized. However, on the basis of these forecasts regarding agriculture and the productivity of labor, the plan provided for real wages to rise by 71%, while costs of production would fall by 35% in industry and 50% in building. 149. These forecasts of reductions in costs were based on the hypothesis of a very great improvement in the use made of raw materials and power. There were many reasons why forecasts were adopted which were so unrealistic. 150. And which were known to be such by a large number of party members and cadres, though they dared not say this publicly. Among these reasons were the development of unemployment during the preceding years, and the steadily growing difficulties in the sphere of food supplies, which impelled the party to seek a way of escaping from a situation which had become dangerous for the Soviet power. The worsening of relations with the Ps. 450. Entry as a result of the application of the emergency measures meant that, for many party members and cadres, this way out of the crisis had to take the form of industrialization at the fastest possible rate, while they looked upon as defeatists those who took upon themselves the risk involved in pointing out what was unrealistic and contradictory in a number of the forecasts. The worsening of the worker-peasant alliance, which began early in 1928, thus played a considerable role in the rallying of support for the forecasts of the 5-year plan as it was then laid down. This support reflected the illusion that a technological and economic solution could be found for the political problem presented by the deterioration of the alliance. It gave expression to a technicist economist component in the Bolshevik ideological formation, a component which acquired special importance under the impact of a series of factors: the enthusiasm for industrialization with which a section of the working class, especially the youth, was fired, pressure by the heads of the big enterprises and industrial trusts, the influence of a nationalism which was flattered by the idea of catching up with and surpassing the industrialized countries within a short period, and so on. A set of objective and subjective conditions thus favored the elaboration and acceptance of an industrial plan which was extremely ambitious, 151, to the extent that it contained not only unrealistic forecasts but also many internal contradictions. Even a moderately close study of the forecasts of the 5-year plan, and of the way the economy actually functioned, reveals, indeed, that in a certain number of sectors the material resources needed for reaching the set of targets laid down were not available, and would not become available within the 5-year period. Thus, in 1928 to 1929, the quantity of iron and steel products needed for satisfying the needs arising from the plan's targets was 30% larger than the production actually available, which meant that 30% of the demand engendered by the plan could not be met. A similar deficit, on the order of 25%, was observed where non-ferrous metals were concerned, and the same was true in relation to many other products. 152. 451. The incompatibilities between the various targets of the plan, and the unrealism of some of its forecasts, were not unknown to the economists and technicians who prepared it. However, in the atmosphere of ruthless struggle against the right which reigned at the beginning of 1929, most of them preferred to keep quiet, or to voice their doubts only cryptically, for such warnings might easily be described as expressions of defeatism and signs of one's adherence to the right tendency. Stremlin, though himself an advocate of ambitious targets, noted that most of the specialists working on the plan were no longer prepared to point out its weaknesses, or the adjustments that needed to be made in it. He wrote on this subject: "Unfortunately, it would not be reasonable to put to the test the civil courage of these specialists, who are already saying, in the corridors, that they prefer to stand for higher tempos rather than sit for lower ones." 153. It was not only fear of repressive measures that led such men to keep their mouths shut about the unrealistic character of certain aspects of the plan, but also the ideological and political atmosphere which developed during 1928, in connection with the rupture, already far advanced, of the worker-peasant alliance. Even those party leaders who favored rapid industrialization, but who were aware of the unrealism of certain forecasts, ceased to voice their doubts in public. A letter sent by Kuibyshev to his wife at the end of 1928 testifies to the situation in which some leaders were placed. Even though they were far from being suspected of rightism, here is what worried me yesterday and today: I am unable to tie up the balance, and as I cannot go for contracting the capital outlays contracting the tempo, there will be no other way but to take upon myself an almost unmanageable task in the realm of lowering costs. 154. In this situation, the plan was drawn up without even any definition of the concrete conditions that would have to be combined if the forecast increases in production and product. 452. Activity were to be realized. Essentially, the plan counted on the effects to be brought about by technological changes which had not yet been studied, and on the introduction of up-to-date techniques which were to be imported, without allowing for the time needed for these techniques to be mastered on the scale of society as a whole. It must be noted that the plan, which was conceived as a plan for building socialism, offered no prospect of change in the social organization of labor and production. The relations which had become consolidated in the state sector during the NEP period seemed untouchable. Nowhere was there any question of realizing the prospect outlined by Marx, who wrote that socialism would change labor relations and bring about a new organization of production, or rather the delivery of the social forms of production in present organized labor of the trammels of slavery, of their present class character. 155. In the absence of development of new forms of the organization of labor, an increase so rapid as was forecast for the productivity of labor in industry was expected to result mainly from the exercise of increased authority over the workers by the managers of enterprises. The resolution on the 5-year plan gave precise attention to this point. It called for a determined struggle against unjustified absenteeism and slackness in production and for strengthening labor discipline. 156. Labor discipline, material incentives, and the role of the trade unions. At the beginning of 1929, a broad campaign was launched for the strengthening of discipline. On January 17 the CC resolution drew a harsh picture of the situation in the Donbas mines, denouncing a decline in labor discipline among the miners and the technical personnel responsible for supervising the lower echelons. It also denounced inadequate improvement in the productivity of labor. 157. On February 21 the CC called for stricter labor discipline. 158. On March 6 the Sovnarkom adopted a decree imposing severer punishments for UB 453. Absenteeism and unpunctuality. The managers of enterprises were called upon to enforce the strictest penalties, and the labor exchanges to give priority to workers who had not been dismissed for indiscipline. 159. In the same month, the head of the Department of Labor Economy in the VSNKH, Ikraval, complained of the inadequacy of penalties for offenses against discipline, and the indulgence shown in such cases by the arbitration commissions, the Inspectorate of Labor and the courts. 160. Thus at the very moment when the first five-year plan was relying on labor discipline to bring about a rapid increase in productivity, the existing conditions failed to justify this expectation. The party therefore increasingly called upon the trade unions to help in strengthening discipline. After adopting the resolution on the five-year plan, the 16th Conference addressed an appeal to all the workers and working peasants of the Soviet Union, 161, which stressed the gigantic scale of the tasks that had to be accomplished in order to ensure a rapid development of industry. This document emphasized the role that should be played by emulation in the phase that was opening, and the indissoluble link which binds together emulation and the five-year plan. It called for the adoption by the trade unions and by the economic organs of a system of incentives for those who engage in emulation. 162. We have seen 163 that a large number of trade union leaders, including Tomsky, resisted, to some extent, directives which, in their eyes implied the exercise of too strong a pressure upon the workers. They considered that, carried beyond a certain point, this pressure might produce negative effects. Hence their reservations regarding the scale of the tasks projected in the domain of productivity of labor and reducing production costs. Already in December 1928, at the 8th Congress of the Trade Unions, open clashes took place between Tomsky and those who supported his views, on the one hand, and, on the other, the advocates of a maximum tempo of industrialization. 454. Pravda of December 12 uttered a warning to trade unions which gave insufficient attention to the new tasks of the Reconstruction period. At the Congress itself, Kozlov, one of the leaders of the metal workers' unions, denounced this charge as a calumny against the trade union movement, including in his rebuttal also some articles of the same sort which had appeared in Komsomolskaya Pravda. In these articles he saw an attitude of disdain toward the interests of the working masses and a revival of Trotskyism. 164. He declared that taking the road of industrialization required that increased attention be given to the everyday personal interests and needs of the worker masses. 165. A large proportion of the trade union cadres who supported this view were relieved of their posts by a decision of the party. In 1929 to 1930, in Moscow, Leningrad, the Ukraine, and the Ural region, between 78 and 86% of the members of factory trade union committees were replaced. 166. These very high percentages show that the overhauling of the factory committees was due to disagreement on the part of the majority of the trade union officials with demands which they considered could only produce a loss of confidence in the trade unions among the working class. After this overhaul, the trade union apparatus was better equipped to act so as to bring about an increase in the productivity of labor, particularly by helping to revise wages and work norms. A situation thus developed which was marked by a hardening of labor discipline and by the introduction of output norms imposed from above, a situation unfavorable to an increase in initiative on the part of the masses and to their participation in the fight against bureaucracy for which the 16th Conference had appealed. Agrarian policy. While the 16th Conference inaugurated a new political line in the industrial sphere, it reaffirmed existing principles. 455. Those of the NEP, so far as relations with the peasantry were concerned. True, the resolution on agriculture 167 dwelt upon the development of collective and state farms, but it stated that this must be brought about very gradually, in view of the amount of ideological and political work that the party would first have to undertake in the rural areas. The middle peasant thus continued to be presented as the central figure 168 in agriculture, and was due to remain so for a long time yet. Here are some indications of how cautiously the problem of collectivization was still dealt with at that time. The 16th Conference and the problems of agriculture. According to one of the resolutions adopted by the 16th Conference, the maximum possible development of the socialized sector would enable the sown areas of this sector to be increased to 26 million hectares in 1933, or 17.5% of the entire area to be sown in that year. It was forecast that in 1933 the sector would provide 15.5% of the gross production of grain, and 43% of the marketed production, or over 8.4 million metric tons. 169 individual farming was thus still to play the predominant role in agriculture, providing nearly 90% of total gross production. 170 Furthermore, the resolution on agriculture said that in the next few years the principal increase in agricultural production will come from the individual farms of the poor and middle peasants, for small farming is still far from having exhausted its potentialities, and will not exhaust them so soon. 171 The complete transformation of the agrarian structures was thus situated in a perspective of at least a decade, and kept within the framework of the NEP. 172 The resolution on agriculture adopted by the 16th Conference dwelt at length on the systematic aid that the Soviet 456 power must render to the poor and middle peasants in order to increase the productivity of their labor. 173 Consequently, the state farms and the machine and tractor stations were being called upon to help individual peasants. The contract system was also regarded as a means for increasing the productivity of the farms of the poor and middle peasants, while constituting a form of linkage between agriculture and industry which was to give priority to supplying means of production to peasants who had entered into contracts for delivery of their produce. 174 Thus, the 16th Conference stressed, above all, consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance, within the setting of the NEP, this consolidation implying massive aid to individual farms by supplying them with means of production. This was one of the new forms of the bond. It was to be combined with an increase in direct aid to the peasants by workers going into the countryside to help with the work in the fields, and to develop ideological and political activity there so as to contribute to the struggle of the poor and middle peasants against the kulaks. 175 The political line drawn by the 16th Conference was meant to be, for several years, appropriate to the requirements for strengthening Soviet power in the rural areas. It was therefore a cautious line, which should avoid improvisations and precipitancy. The reasons for the caution shown in the agrarian policy decided on by the 16th Conference. The cautious character of the agrarian policy decided on by the 16th Conference makes a striking contrast with its ambitious industrial policy. This caution reflected the party's knowledge of the very great weakness of its rural organizations and its inadequate implantation among the peasantry. It also took account of the weakness of the village Soviets, whose authority, still almost entirely formal in 1929, would have to be strengthened if it was desired that the Soviet power should. 457. Exercise real influence on rural life and stimulate a broad movement for collectivization. 176. V. The contradiction between industrial and agricultural policy, and the great change. The caution which characterized the agrarian policy resolved upon by the 16th Conference soon came into contradiction with the industrial policy it had adopted. Carrying out the latter required that the countryside supply the towns and industry, and also the export trade, with quantities of agricultural produce very much larger than the peasants were prepared to hand over under the conditions of what remained of the NEP. The industrial policy decided on at the beginning of 1929 actually entailed fresh violations of the principles of the NEP, for the increasing resources absorbed by industrialization reduced further and further the possibility of supplying the villages with manufactured goods. Consequently, at a time when the procurement organs were striving to get more produce out of the rural areas, the towns were becoming less and less capable of supplying these areas with products of industry. In 1929 the peasants found that the system of emergency measures was growing more burdensome, and that it now functioned continuously. The discontent resulting from this led to reductions in the sown area, increased difficulty in getting supplies for the towns, and cuts in food rations. There were even disturbances in some regions. 177 Thus, the contradiction between the party's industrial and agricultural policies soon made itself felt. This meant that either one policy or the other, or both together, would have to be revised, so that they could be coordinated. The predominance of the will to industrialize and the conviction that any retreat in face. 458. Of peasant discontent would jeopardize industrialization, as that process was conceived, led to the industrial policy being maintained, and measures adopted which were more and more overtly in breach of the NEP, even if the latter was no yet officially abandoned. The attempt to speed up industrialization and the turn toward rapid collectivization, the growing deterioration of the worker-peasant alliance gave, paradoxically, an incentive to accelerating industrialization still further. The party leadership thought that in this way they could reduce the time during which the shortage of industrial products would be felt. In the immediate period, however, this shortage was aggravated still further. Similarly, the deterioration of the alliance impelled the party leadership to turn toward rapid collectivization of farming. 178, because state and collective farms increasingly appeared to offer the only solution to the difficulties in agriculture and the problems of feeding the towns. Since collectivization and mechanization were seen as being linked, accelerated collectivization led to raising the targets for production of tractors and agricultural machinery, which meant that more steel was needed, and caused the tempos laid down for increases in industrial production to be speeded up still further, becoming ever more unrealistic. Thus, the plan approved by the 16th Conference forecast an increase of 22% in industrial production in 1 year. A few months later, without anything having happened to justify such a revision, the annual plan for 1929 to 1930 raised this forecast to the fantastic height of 32%. Eventually, the official statistics recorded an actual increase of 20%, and that was an optimistic estimate, since it did not fully reckon with the effects of increased prices on the value of industrial production. 179 The replacement of the targets agreed to at the 16th Conference by others which were more and more radical. 459 meant a new break with the still apparently NEP line adopted by that conference. The break with the line of the 16th Conference and its effects on political relations within the Bolshevik Party. In the history of the Bolshevik Party, the break with the line of the 16th Conference hastened the development of a new style of leadership, a new type of relations between the Secretariat and the party's highest bodies, the PB, the CC, the conferences, and the congresses of the party. Thus, between April and December 1929, numerous decisions of historic significance, since they led to the complete abandonment of the NEP, were taken without the highest party bodies being consulted. When these bodies met, all they could do was to ratify decisions which were already being carried out and which had been announced publicly. To question them would have meant opening a crisis of leadership that would be highly dangerous in the situation that the country was in. Consequently, during those months of 1929, the CC did no more than seek to restrict somewhat the degree of the turn away from the decisions of the 16th Conference. The right opposition suffered its final defeat in this period. In May and June 1929, Bukharin published the last article in which he tried, cautiously, to show disagreement with certain aspects of the economic line which was becoming dominant. 180 Thereafter he was to be deprived of the opportunity to give the slightest public expression to his doubts. On August 21 and 24 Pravda launched an open attack on Bukharin. It was the start of a general offensive conducted by the entire press and directed against all who were associated in any way, real or supposed, with the positions of the right. Nearly all such persons were dismissed from their posts. These measures even affected Lenin's widow and his sister, Anne Krupskaya and Maria Ulyanova. 181. In contrast to what had happened in the case of previous oppositions, no chance to reply was allowed to the right opposition, even for the per. 460. Pose of refuting baseless charges. Still less was there any question of letting them express their disagreement with decisions taken which ran counter to the resolutions of the 16th Conference. 182. Under these conditions, the party cadres' opportunities for studying the situation as a whole became extremely restricted. Worse still, fear of being penalized for right deviation caused most of the cadres to present a falsely optimistic picture of the situation. In this way, under the impact of the contradictions between the industrial and agricultural lines, and of a set of illusions regarding the real situation, the policy of the Great Change began the starting point of a process of collectivization carried out under conditions such that its consequences for the worker-peasant alliance and for agricultural production were profoundly different from what the party leadership expected. 6. The Great Change at the end of 1929. The principal aspect of the Great Change was the abandonment of the line of the 16th Conference, which had advised a step-by-step approach to collectivization, so that this might be based on firm foundations, in particular by making the transition to collective forms of production depend on the willingness of the peasant masses. It was concern for this that had guided the fixing of the targets to be reached in the agrarian sphere by the end of the first 5-year plan. A few points will serve to illustrate the speed and sweep with which the line of the 16th Conference on Agriculture was abandoned. Accelerated collectivization and abandonment of the 16th Conference line. As regards the speeding up of collectivization, two periods need to be distinguished clearly, one covering the months 461 June to October 1929, the other beginning in November 1929 and ending in early March 1930. The first of these periods was one which saw the development of a collectivization that was basically voluntary and in accordance with the aspirations of the poor and middle peasants who were then taking the road of collective farming. During this first period, 900,000 peasant households joined the collective farms, which meant an increase in the percentage of collectivized households from 3.9 to 7.6, 183, a considerable leap forward. However, there were some circumstances which limited the implications and significance of what happened at that time. During this period it was poor peasants who made up the main body of recruits to the collectivized households. They accounted for 78% of the members of the communes, 67% of the members of the artels, and 60% of the members of the tozes, 184, whereas they made up only 35% of the rural population. 185. It could not be said, therefore, that the middle peasant had taken the road to the collective farm, even though, toward October, the proportion of middle peasants did increase a little. 186. The development of the movement was extremely uneven, and this was still the case at the end of 1929. 187. Collectivization was only voluntary on the whole. Already in September 1929 the collective farm leadership issued directives regarding the formation of collective farms, in which they said that what must be aimed at was the collectivizing of entire localities, the collectivizing of practically all the means of production, and the forming of large-scale kolkhozes. 188. But the collectivizing of an entire locality rarely corresponded to the will of the peasants concerned. It was exceptional at that period for all the peasants of a locality to be ready at the same time to join the kolkhoz. Likewise, it was rare for them to be ready to renounce individual ownership of almost all their means of production and to form large-scale kolkhozes. Already in the summer of 1929 administrative pressure was 462 being brought to bear on the peasants to get them to enter the kolkhozes. This pressure took, first of all, the form of economic threats. The local authorities said to the peasants, including the poor peasants, If you don't join the kolkhoz you will be given neither seed nor machinery. 189 In some regions, however, the pressures soon became more direct. Those who declined to join the kolkhoz were subjected to fines, given a spell in prison, and threatened with deportation to another part of the country. 190 The period that began in November 1929 was marked by a considerable increase in the pressure exerted on the peasants, so that the nature of the collectivization movement changed. The article by Stalin entitled A Year of Great Change 191 opened this period. In it he announced for the coming year targets that were a great deal more ambitious than those which had been laid down for 1932 to 1933. He said that in 1930 state and collective farms would provide over 50% of the marketed production of grain, 1.8 and 4.9 million metric tons respectively. 192 The sown areas of these farms taken as a whole were to cover 18.3 million hectares, as against 6 million in 1929. Thus, the tempos which had been forecast only a few months earlier were now to be exceeded, and the line of the 16th Conference abandoned. But the revision of tempos did not stop there. Less than a month after Stalin's article appeared, the Sovnarkom decided that 30 million hectares must be collectivized in 1930, and that the sovkhozes must cover an area of 3.7 million hectares. 193, about a quarter of all peasant households were to be collectivized during 1930. The close link between the forecasts for collectivization and the targets for procurement shows that the deciding factor in fixing the pace of collectivization was not the transforming in-depth of the situation of the peasant masses, but the will to establish as quickly as possible structures that would facilitate securing from the countryside the quantities of grain needed for the realization of the industrial targets. This speeding up of collectivization was based upon an exaggeratedly optimistic view of the situation in the rural. 463. Areas of view that underlay a series of mistakes which were to have the gravest consequences for the subsequent functioning of the kolkhozes and for the worker-peasant alliance. The optimistic view of the situation at the end of 1929. Already in his article of November 1929 Stalin felt able to say that the middle peasant is joining the collective farm, adding that this was the basis of that radical change in the development of agriculture that constitutes the most important achievement of the Soviet government during the last year. 194 He went on to say that the new and decisive feature of the present collective farm movement is that the peasants are joining the collective farms not in separate groups, as was formerly the case, but by whole villages, volosts, districts, and even okrugs. 195 These formulations considerably overestimated the progress achieved by the collectivization movement. Actually, at the time when Stalin's article appeared, collectivization embraced only a minority of peasant households, mainly those of poor peasants, and complete collectivization was exceptional. 196. The weeks that followed showed that accelerated collectivization, in the forms which it assumed, came up against strong resistance from the peasant masses. This was to be admitted in March 1930. However, in the speech he gave on December 27, 1929, to a conference of Marxists specializing in agrarian problems, Stalin emphasized once more the ease with which, according to him, the collective farm movement was developing. One of the reasons he mentioned as explaining this feature of the movement was the fact that in our country the land is nationalist, and this facilitates the transition of the individual peasant to collectivist lines. 197 Stalin reaffirmed that the conditions existed for complete collectivization to be carried out successfully in many regions, adding that this was why it was possible to go over from the policy of restricting. 464. The exploiting tendencies of the kulak to the policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class. 198 A study of what actually happened in the rural areas during the winter of 1929 to 1930 shows that the entry of the peasants into the collective farms took place under conditions that were far from being as favorable as might be supposed from the statements just quoted. The concrete conditions of the turn toward collectivization in the autumn of 1929. The turn toward collectivization in the autumn of 1929 took place under very contradictory conditions. On the one hand, there was the continuing and broadening movement of many poor peasants, and of a certain proportion of the middle peasants, into collective farming. This movement was facilitated by the help which, since the 16th Conference, the party and the state apparatus gave to newly formed kolkhozes. On the other hand, though, this turn was due to the intensification of administrative pressure exerted upon the peasants. The fixing of collectivization targets which were continually being raised, and which were determined without any preliminary investigation, contributed to the multiplication of these administrative pressures. The local authorities engaged in a kind of emulation in scoring high percentages of collectivization. They were moved to act in this way by fear of the penalties that could rain down upon the cadres in places which lagged behind, 199, and by the false notion they had that a general advance of the movement 200 was in fact going on, so that they were apprehensive of being left behind. Furthermore, increasing intervention by elements from outside the villages, usually very enthusiastic but also very ignorant of the local situation, contributed to the employment of measures which had nothing in common with an effort to persuade the peasants, something that would have required more time. 465. Then was available to the delegates or teams sent from the towns to speed up collectivization. The delegates for collectivization were often assigned tasks to be fulfilled within a very short period, with penalties for non-fulfillment, and this prevented them from engaging in time-consuming mass work. 201. The forms of pressure brought to bear on the peasants were very diverse. They could be measures of an administrative, economic, or penal character, the last being usually connected with the operations of dekulakization to be described later. The two non-penal sanctions most commonly used against peasants who were unwilling to join the kolkhoz were, a ban on the trading organs selling them any goods whatsoever, and depriving them of their land. In other cases, peasants who failed to join the kolkhoz found themselves compelled to exchange the land they cultivated for other land, of poor quality, situated far from the village. Sometimes their seed corn, their cattle, and all or some of their instruments of labor were confiscated. They were allowed a few days in which to make up their minds. 202. To these sanctions others could be added, such as fixing a high level of taxation on an individual peasant, forbidding the children of peasants who were not collective farmers to attend school, 203, and so on. Such measures were illegal and were subsequently condemned by the party leadership. However, between November 1929 and March 1930 they were widely employed by the local authorities. At the same time, the policy of dekulakization was used to get as many peasants as possible into the kolkhozes. In principle, this policy should have meant taking severe measures only against a minority of kulaks. Thus, shortly before the end of 1929, a subcommission of the CC proposed that the kulaks be divided into three categories. The first was to consist of the active opponents of Soviet power, guilty of hostile acts. Those belonging to this category were to be sentenced to prison or exile. At the time, the number of heads of families belonging 466 to this category was estimated at about 52,000. The second category of kulaks would consist of non-active opponents of Soviet power. The village assemblies were to decide their fate. In principle, the subcommission considered that these kulaks should be banished from the village, but not sent to Siberia. Their number was estimated at 112,000. Finally, the third category was to be made up of those thought to be capable of re-education. Its members could be allowed to join the kolkhoz, but without the right to vote for 5 years, after which they would become full-fledged members. In the RSFSR alone this category was estimated to include about 650,000 households. The subcommission considered that it was important to make use of the labor power of the kulaks families, numbering in all some 5 million persons. 204. However, the PB rejected this proposal. In their view, it did not answer to the requirements of the policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class. At the November plenum Molotov had said that it was necessary to adopt towards the kulak the attitude that has to be adopted towards our worst enemy not yet liquidated. 205 At the end of 1929 and the beginning of 1930, dekulakization was carried out without any precise political orientation. In principle, it was supposed to be a task for the poor peasants, but, in practice, this group was not organized, and so dekulakization was carried out in most cases by elements from outside the village workers' brigades, or the GPU who, with the help of some poor peasants, themselves drew up the list of kulaks and divided them into three categories. Those who fell into the first category were arrested by the GPU. Those in the second category were exiled. Those in the third category were allowed to remain where they were, with a minimum of possessions, and were assigned poor quality land outside the village. If they failed to supply the procurement quota fixed for them, their possessions could be confiscated and themselves exiled. The information available indicated that only a minority were assigned to the third category. 206. 467. In relation to collectivization as it was carried out at the end of 1929 and the beginning of 1930, dekulakization became a means of forcing the poor and middle peasants to join the kolkhozes, since, if they failed to do so, they could easily be labeled kulaks. Under these conditions, many peasants joined the kolkhoz not from conviction but from fear of being dekulakized by the local authorities. The numbers sent into exile in 1930 were considerable. Entire trains, called by the peasants death trains, carried the exiles off toward the north, the steppes and the forests. Many of them died on the way, from cold, hunger, or disease. Anna Louise Strong wrote, "Several times during the spring and summer I saw these echelons moving along the railroad, a doleful sight, men, women, and children uprooted. 207 Sometimes only the women and children were exiled, since the head of the family had been arrested. At other times, entire families were exiled, and at yet other times, the children were left behind, to become beggars and tramps. 208 Such activities played a considerable role in the collectivization campaign of the winter of 1929 to 1930, and seriously affected the quality of the kolkhozes formed under such coercion. Thus, writing of collectivization in the Ural region, the agrarian journal Na Agrarnam Front said, "The local organizations in the rural areas found in dekulakization a powerful means for drawing peasants into the kolkhozes and for changing some kolkhozes into communes. The recourse to intimidation, associated with other procedures, was often accompanied by threats of dekulakization against those who did not let themselves be drawn in." 209 In these circumstances, the expression kulak no longer meant merely a rich peasant, it now meant any peasant who did not want to join the kolkhoz. Generally speaking, it referred to a certain attitude to collectivization. In 1930 a publication of the Communist Academy wrote, "By kulak we mean the carrier of certain political tendencies which are most frequently discernible in the podkulachnik, male or female." 210. 468. The documents and publications of the time show that there were many cases in which poor or middle peasants were dekulakized in this way. Dekulakization might also result in the possessions of those dekulakized being appropriated, or bought at absurdly low prices, by the persons who carried out the operation. A house was bought for a ruble, a cow for 15 kopecks. 211 The absence of previous implantation of the party in the countryside, and the intervention of dekulakization agents coming from outside and acting in haste, thus resulted in the expropriation, arrest, or exiling even of agricultural laborers and of persons known to be poor peasants. 212 As the journal Na Agrarnam Front put it, the peasant is beginning to associate with this idea the possibility that he too may find himself one day among the dekulakist, falling thus into the camp of the enemies of Soviet power. 213. Accelerated collectivization halted in March 1930. A situation of insecurity and tension thus developed in the rural areas which was most detrimental to the worker-peasant alliance. In March 1930 an article by Stalin called a halt to the methods which had characterized the Great Change and speeded up the tempo of collectivization. The article appeared in Pravda on March 2, 1930, under the title, "Dizzy with Success." 214. A few days later came a decision by the CC entitled, On the Fight Against Distortions of the Party Line in the Collective Farm Movement. 215. An essential feature of Stalin's article Dizzy with Success was the warnings which it contained, directed against certain dangerous and harmful sentiments, of which, however, it cannot be said that are at all widespread in the ranks of our party. 216. One of the tendencies which Stalin denounced in this way was that which violated the principle that peasants should join the kolkhoz without coercion. Another was shown in allowing insufficiently for the diversity of conditions in the different regions of the USSR. 469. Stalin deplored the fact that, instead of the preparatory work needed to get the peasants to join the kolkhozes of their own free will, there had been bureaucratic decreeing of the collective farm movement. He mentioned that in certain regions, and specifically in Turkestan, the local authorities had coerced the peasants who did not want to join the kolkhoz by threatening to use armed force, by threatening that peasants who are not yet ready to join the collective farms will be deprived of irrigation water and manufactured goods. 217. Stalin said of these methods that they were worthy of Sergeant Prishiviev. He emphasized that such practices were a violation of the party line and could only have the effect of discrediting the idea of the collective farm movement. 218. Another tendency denounced in Stalin's article of March 2 was that which failed to respect the artel form as the predominant form of collective farm. He mentions attempts to leap straight away into the agricultural commune, which, he says, can only result in irritating the collective farm peasant and making it harder to deal with the grain problem, which is still unsolved. 219. The article then tries to analyze the reasons why these tendencies have appeared. The explanation offered is that the easiness of the successes achieved had gone to the heads of a certain number of party members and cadres, they had become dizzy with success, so that they thought that complete collectivization could be achieved very quickly, even by being forced upon reluctant peasants. The article included an appeal, we must put an end to these sentiments. That is now one of the immediate tasks of the party. 220. The appearance of this article caused much disarray among the local party cadres, who were wholly committed to the fight for collectivization and had not previously received any serious warnings against the methods to which they were having recourse. At first, some cadres thought that the article must be a forgery, and attempts were made, at the level of the party's basic units, to prevent its republication in the regional press and stop its diffusion among the masses. Some newspapers containing the article were even confiscated from peasants. 221. 470. The CC's decision published on March 15, 1930, reaffirmed that the practices denounced by Stalin were indeed to be regarded as deviations from the party line, and detrimental to the future development of the collective farm movement. 1 month after his article Dizzy with Success, Stalin returned to the subject of the conditions under which collectivization had proceeded in the winter of 1929 to 1930. He did this in the form of a reply to the numerous letters provoked by his earlier article. 222. In this reply Stalin said that the root of the mistakes made lay in a wrong approach to the middle peasant. Resort to coercion in economic relations with the middle peasant. Forgetfulness of the fact that the economic bond with the masses of the middle peasants must be built not on the basis of coercive measures, but on the basis of agreement with the middle peasant, of alliance with him. 223. He mentioned 3 chief errors, namely, violation of the principle that peasants' entry into the collective farms should be voluntary, forgetting the fact that the rate of progress of collectivization could not be the same in every region, and violation of the Leninist principle of not running ahead of the development of the masses, of not decreeing the movement of the masses, of not becoming divorced from the masses. 224. The explanation given remained the same as that presented a month previously. It was only a matter of some of our comrades, intoxicated by the first successes of the collective farm movement, who forgot the instructions of Lenin and of the CC and fell victim to the dizziness of vanity and conceit. 225. And so, a serious violation of the party line, affecting the entire country, was explained by referring to a mere psychological metaphor, dizziness from success, which had proved too much for some of our comrades. Given the scale of what had happened, and the gravity of its consequences, such an explanation is obviously inadequate. Mistakes made on such a scale and persisted in for several months could only result from a political line and a style of leadership that engendered certain practices. 471. This political line was the one based on the proclaimed existence of a great change which, in reality, had not occurred. Because of this false estimate of the situation, the local cadres of the party were given collectivization targets which did not correspond to the state of mind of the peasant masses. The pressure brought to bear on the cadres had caused the local authorities to develop practices which had nothing to do with any dizziness from success but were bourgeois practices, meaning recourse to threats and coercion against the masses, which was the method used very widely to drive the peasants into the collective farms against their will. Moreover, it must not be lost sight of that the party leadership allowed matters to go on like this for several months. This means, since the leadership cannot have been wholly out of touch with reality, that it let these practices continue, because, from its point of view, attainment of the targets of collectivization seemed at that time more important than respect for the will of the peasant masses. The CC called a halt 226 at a moment when these targets had been attained and even exceeded, and when continuing to apply such crude coercion risked bringing about extremely dangerous consequences both politically and economically. In any case, the stop put to certain methods of dekulakization and collectivization did not prevent some of those who had been labeled kulaks from continuing to be sent into exile, nor did it prevent similar methods from reappearing after a few weeks had passed. The immediate effects of the Great Change and of the halt called in March, April 1930, the magnitude of the operation carried out during the winter of 1929 to 1930 dealt a decisive blow to the kulaks. They practically ceased to exist as a class. In a few months, the main 472 base of private capitalism in the Soviet Union was smashed, and this meant the beginning of a radical change in the social relations which had prevailed until then in the Soviet countryside. Nevertheless, the blow struck at the kulaks had been struck, in the main, by forces from outside the village, and using practices which hit hard at broad strata of the peasantry. The result was that serious damage was done to the worker-peasant alliance. Stalin admitted this when he said that, if the mistakes made were persisted in, and not eliminated rapidly and completely, they would lead us straight to the discrediting of the collective farm movement, to dissension in our relations with the middle peasants, to the disorganization of the poor peasants. 228 The discrediting of the collective farm movement soon revealed itself in quantitative terms. By February 20, 1930, 50% of the peasant farms had been collectivized, which was considered at the time to be a real and serious success, for we had overfulfilled the 5-year plan of collectivization by more than 100%. 229 The percentage of collectivization even advanced to 59% by March 1, 1930. 230 In his article Dizzy with Success, Stalin declared that the task of the hour was to consolidate the successes achieved and to utilize them systematically for our further advancement. 231 Instead of a consolidation and a continuation of the advance made, however, what happened was something quite different. The relaxation of constraint was accompanied by a rapid reduction in the percentage of households collectivized, a reduction which continued until October 1930, by which time this percentage had fallen to 21.7%. 232 The dimensions of the retreat show how brittle was the collectivization accomplished in the winter of 1929 to 1930. It was all the more so because some of the kolkhozes which had been formed in haste and which survived the halt of March 1930 functioned very poorly, as is apparent from a number of documents and indices. 233 A few words must be said here about the qualitative aspect of the collectivization of the winter of 1929 to 1930. This aspect, 473, was dominated by a certain number of features which were far from being eliminated later on. On the one hand, some of the collective farmers, who had entered the kolkhozes against their will, worked grudgingly. Some peasants who had been supporters of Soviet power until then were even turned into more or less hostile elements. This was one aspect of the very grave damage done to the worker-peasant alliance. On the other hand, quite a few peasants who were not hostile to Soviet power had joined the kolkhozes without being convinced of the superiority of collective farming. They retained their outlook as individual petty producers, and did not bring to the kolkhoz the spirit of collective initiative which was needed if it was to work properly. This circumstance found reflection in the considerable amount of stealing of collective property that went on, and also in the fact that many kolkhozes were managed in such a way that some of their marketable production was sold otherwise than through the lawful channels. 234 The Soviet government was soon convinced of the necessity to put the kolkhozes under the control of elements alien to the peasantry, so as to impose work norms and standards of management by means of disciplinary measures. New hierarchical relations were established in the countryside, which prevented the collective farmers from running their own affairs. Furthermore, the peasants who had been made to join the collective farms against their will had often slaughtered some of their cattle, 235, so that the collective farms lacked draft animals and, in general, had very little livestock. Thus, a series of objective and subjective conditions compromised the success of collectivization from the start. This explains why it was that, for many years, collective farming produced material results that were much inferior to the farming of the NEP period, and why, in order to appease peasant discontent and help to bring about a certain recovery in production, the Soviet government decided in 1930 to permit the collective farm peasants to cultivate individual holdings which were quite sizable, and to possess livestock of their own. Later, it was even necessary to re-establish a legal free 474 market and to allow collective farms and collective farmers to dispose of part of their production therein. These measures, by their scope and because of the conditions in which they had to be taken, produced in their turn a negative effect on the proper functioning of the kolkhozes, for the private activities of the collective farmers seriously encroached upon their work in the collective farm fields. 236 Thus, by setting in motion an immense social transformation without the active participation of the broad masses of the peasantry, and frequently even against their will, serious prejudice was done not only to the worker-peasant alliance but also to collective farming itself and to the role that it might have played in the development of agricultural production. The subsequent political consequences of all this, which had a marked effect on class relations as a whole, were such as to raise the question whether accelerated collectivization, in the form that it took at the end of 1929, was really necessary. The question of the need for accelerated collectivization and of the forms this took at the end of 1929. What we know about the conditions in which the accelerated process of collectivization that was set going in the last months of 1929 actually developed permits us to conclude that it corresponded to a political necessity, and not to an economic necessity. In 1929 it was materially possible to bring about a rapid increase in industrial and agricultural production without undertaking unprepared mass collectivization. This increase could have been effected in such a way that the poor and middle peasants strengthened their positions and became organized so as to take the offensive themselves against the kulaks and go over to collective production. What was missing that was wanted if matters were to take this course was the ideological and political conditions for working out and applying such a line, together with the time needed for these political conditions to be prepared. But if there was no time, that was not because of economic difficult 475 ties which had to be coped with in a hurry. There was no time because the way in which the class struggle had developed since 1927 had created a situation that was increasingly dangerous for Soviet power. The dangers which had accumulated were largely due to the contradictions in the political line followed after 1927, the line of speeding up a certain type of industrialization which increasingly deprived the rural areas of manufactured goods and led to indiscriminate application of the emergency measures. In the situation which gave rise to these measures, the Bolshevik Party leadership presented the problem of the rapid development of collective farms and state farms first and foremost in economic terms. As they saw it, This development offered the only means of quickly increasing the production of grain, and this was to enable the state to achieve decisive successes in grain procurement and the accumulation of emergency reserves. 237 Transformation of social relations and struggle against the kulaks thus appeared as conditions to be realized in order to reach the economic targets aimed at. At the outset, the turn toward collectivization was presented as an integral part of an economic policy aimed at establishing new forms of production, and class struggle was, as it were, subordinated to the purposes of the party's economic policy. Very soon, however, the actual process took a quite different course, 238 as a result of the development of the contradictions. The latter had become extremely acute through not being correctly dealt with in good time, and engendered a series of pragmatic measures which did not constitute a coherent political line. It was the interlinking of these contradictions and the interventions to which they gave rise which caused a process of uncontrolled collectivization to 476 begin. And this, despite the victory won over the private bourgeoisie, led to a split in the worker-peasant alliance and a profound weakening of Soviet agriculture. The absence of control over the collectivization process resulted in a succession of more or less improvised measures, intended to deal with a series of unforeseen crises for which the party had been unable to prepare itself. If, despite the lack of a coherent political line, the process of collectivization seems to have developed with a certain logicality, that was because of the objective logic of the succession of crises and because the measures taken to deal with them were themselves dictated by a relatively stable ideological conception. Underlying the collectivization process were the developing and shifting contradictions between classes. The form it took was largely the result of political and ideological determinations. It was due, among other things, to the Bolshevik Party's extremely weak implantation in the countryside and the inadequacy of the help given to the poor and middle peasants, especially the almost complete lack of support for the efforts that some of these peasants had made to follow the path of collectivization. It was due to a conception of industrialization that was oriented increasingly toward modern large-scale industry, requiring large investments and imports of equipment. It was due to a style of leadership which did not allow the true lessons to be drawn from the experience accumulated by the workers and peasants during the first 5 years of the NEP. It was due, finally, to a style of discussion within the party which was aimed above all at striking down anyone who expressed views different from those of the majority in the PB or of the Secretariat. When the right and the opportunity to express their views had been taken from such dissenters, 239, and they tried to make their voices heard nevertheless, penal measures were taken against them, and they were treated as enemies. 240 Yet it was necessary, if the questions raised were to be clarified, that democratic centralism should really operate, that genuine discussion should develop, that the refutation of errors should be based on concrete analyses, and not, as increasingly came to be the practice. 477. During the last years of the NEP, on the use of a selection of quotations from Lenin, usually torn from the context in which the ideas they contained had been formulated. The style of discussion which became established in the last years of the NEP did not help to show up the mistakes made by the various oppositions, so that as soon as these groups had been eliminated, usually by organizational methods, the substance of some of their theses easily re-emerged, in some more or less modified form, the best example of this being the theory of exacting tribute from the peasantry, which was, basically, only another version of the theory of primitive socialist accumulation. 241 This same style of discussion led, as a rule, to rejection and block of everything said by the opposition. Thus, after the 16th conference, when the right opposition stressed the need to undertake a form of industrialization compatible with the principle that agriculture was the basis of economic development, this position was denounced as propiasant, pro-kulak, and hostile to industrialization. On the plane of ideology, the form taken by the collectivization process which, in practice, did not put in command the task of strengthening the alliance with the poor and middle peasants was determined by the growing predominance in the Bolshevik Party's ideology of an economist-technicist element. This led to the belief that the difficulties that arose during the last years of the NEP would be solved through the development of modern industry and the transformation of the technological bases of production, especially in agriculture. The increasing role ascribed to technological progress extended even to ideological and political problems. Consequently, recognition of the necessity for ideological and political struggle against the petty bourgeois and individualist ideas existing among the peasantry tended to be replaced by the thesis according to which it would be by the introduction of machinery into agriculture that the peasant mentality would be changed. 242 This conception could not but favor an accelerated process. 478 of collectivization, carried through even without the peasants having first been convinced of the correctness of the collective farm road. Indeed, it led to a belief that through the use of machinery the peasants' ideas would change, this use of machinery being the essential means for changing the peasant mentality. From this example it can be seen that changes in the superstructure were subordinated to technological changes. In order to understand how such subordination can have appeared acceptable, we need to take an overall view of the Bolshevik ideological formation, and of the way in which this was itself transformed. 3. The Bolshevik ideological formation and its transformations. The dominant role played in deciding the outcome of the last struggles by the Bolshevik Party's interventions in the political, economic, and social life of the Soviet formation was due to the integration of the party in these struggles and to the place it occupied in the system of government, to its role, in fact, as the ruling party. This means that the party's interventions helped to impose a certain course of development upon most of the struggles, but not necessarily that this course was the one that the party intended. The degree to which the course and outcome of these struggles coincided with the party's aims depended on the adequacy to the real situation of the analysis, or the conception, of this situation on the basis of which the party acted, and, above all, on the social forces that the party was able to rally round its policy and to mobilize. Basically, the nature and the forms of the party's interventions were dominated by the system of ideas which, at any given moment, constituted, with their distinctive articulation, the Bolshevik ideological formation. This did not come from nowhere, but was the historical product of the class struggles and of the lessons drawn from them, and of the political relations existing within the party and between the party and the various classes of society. The Bolshevik ideological formation was not something laid down once for all time. It was a complex social reality, objective and subject to change. It was realized in practices and forms of organization, as well as in the formulations embodied in a set of documents. This reality had definite effects upon those whom it served as an instrument for analyzing and interpreting the world, and also for changing the world. These effects differed in accordance with the internal Con 501 traditions of the ideological formation, the diversity of the places occupied in the social formation by those to whom Bolshevism served as a guide, and the different social practices in which these persons were engaged. Marxism-Leninism was the theoretical basis of Bolshevism, but cannot be identified with the Bolshevik ideological formation. That was a contradictory reality within which a constant struggle went on between revolutionary Marxist thinking, Marxism as constituted historically, and various ideological currents which were alien to Marxism parodying it, because they often borrowed its terminology. The distinctions thus made call for some clarification. They imply that the Bolshevik ideological formation cannot, as a whole, be treated as equivalent to Marxism-Leninism. They imply also that revolutionary Marxist thinking cannot be treated as equivalent, at all times, to Marxism as it was historically constituted in each epoch, on the basis of fusion between revolutionary Marxist thinking and the organized movement of the vanguard of the proletariat. Marxism constituted in that way signified a systematized set of ideas and practices which enabled the revolutionary working class movement claiming to be Marxist to deal, in the concrete conditions in which it found itself, with the problems which it had to confront. These successive systematizations necessary for action, but including elements that were more or less improvised and corresponding to the demands, real or apparent, of a given conjuncture of the class struggle were the Marxism of each epoch, that of German social democracy, that of the Second International at the end of the 19th century, and, in the early 20th century, that of the Third International, and so on. At the core of Marxism as historically constituted, a variable place was given to revolutionary principles and conceptions resulting from scientific analysis carried out from the standpoint of the proletariat's class positions and based on the lessons drawn from the proletariat's own struggles. The outcome of this analysis and of these lessons is the scientific nucleus of Marxism. Marxist scientific thought was not 502. Brought from outside into the working class. It was a scientific systematization of that class's own struggles and initiatives. It resulted from a process of elaboration which started from the masses and returned to the masses, and which involved a conceptual systematization. Marxist scientific thought is not given once and for all, it has to be developed, enriched, and rectified on the basis of new struggles and new initiatives. Substantial rectifications are inevitable, for Marxist scientific thought, which can be called revolutionary Marxism, has to learn from the struggles waged by the working masses as they advance along a road never previously explored. Revolutionary Marxism is not a system, but it does include elements of the systematic, thanks to which, in the contradictory reality which it constitutes, the scientific knowledge that is its nucleus plays the dominant role, enabling it to grasp objective reality and to act upon this with full awareness of what is involved. The very development of revolutionary Marxism implies the existence of contradictions within it and the transformation of these contradictions through a process which makes it possible for scientific knowledge to be corrected and completed as regards the element of objectivity which it grasps. Hence Lenin's formulation, "We do not regard Marx's theory as something completed and inviolable, on the contrary, we are convinced that it has only laid the foundation stone of the science which socialists must develop in all directions if they wish to keep pace with life." Like every other science, therefore, revolutionary Marxism undergoes a process of development. At every stage of this process some of the theoretical formulations or ideological conceptions which formed part of the revolutionary Marxism of the previous epoch are eliminated, they are thenceforth alien to it, which does not mean that they are necessarily eliminated at once and definitively, either from Marxism as it is constituted historically in the revolutionary working class involvement, or, still less, from the various ideological currents which, though alien to Marxism, play a role in the revolutionary movement. 503. The process of transforming revolutionary Marxism and the process of transforming Marxism as historically constituted in each epoch are not parallel processes. The former is the development of a science, whereas the latter is the transformation of an ideology which has a scientific basis. Under the impact of the difficulties experienced by the struggles of the working class, Marxism as historically constituted in each epoch experiences not only theoretical enrichment but also impoverishment, through the fading, obscuring, or covering up, to a greater or less degree, of some of the principles or ideas of revolutionary Marxism. For all this helps to make a necessary distinction, and illustrate the meaning of a phrase of Marx's which was no mere witticism. "All I know is that I am not a Marxist." By this he meant that he refused to identify his work with the Marxism of the German Social Democrats, or of some other Marxisms as we see from his reaction to the way his ideas were interpreted by some Russian writers. This refusal meant rejecting the reduction of his scientific discoveries to an ideological system such as that which German social democracy constructed in its necessary fight against Lassalleism, and also in its compromise with the latter. This system doubtless corresponded to some of the needs of the German labor movement of the time, and was the starting point for successive changes, but it excluded part of the heritage of revolutionary Marxism. 6. The Marxism of German social democracy tended to overlook some of the analyses made by Marx after the Paris Commune, regarding the forms of political authority, the state, the organizations of the working class, the forms of property and appropriation, etc. 8. We have seen the struggle waged by Lenin to transform the Marxism of his epoch, in order to develop it and to bring back into it a number of fundamental theses of revolutionary Marxism, so as to combat economism. We have seen, too, The obstacles and razzies. 504. Chances that this struggle encountered even inside the Bolshevik Party. 9. The presence in the Bolshevik ideological formation of currents alien to Marxism. 10. Was a necessary consequence of the class struggle. At different times, these currents had a more or less considerable influence on Bolshevism. One of the characteristic features of Lenin's activity was his striving to expose the theoretical roots of the conceptions which he fought against. He applied this method also to the mistakes which he himself made and acknowledged. Not restricting himself to a correction or to a self-criticism, he undertook an analysis. This was an essential feature of Lenin's practice, and one that tended to disappear from subsequent Bolshevik practice, which preferred usually to carry out silent rectifications that did not contribute to a genuine development of Marxism and left intact the possibility of falling into the same errors again. 11. However, the currents in Bolshevism that were alien to Marxism did not necessarily disappear just because they had been criticized. Insofar as the social foundations on which they were based continued to exist, they themselves survived, though, as a rule, in modified forms. The history of the Bolshevik ideological formation appears as a history of the transformation of various currents which composed the contradictory unity of Bolshevism, and of the relations of domination and subordination between them. This was no history of ideas, but the history of the effects upon the Bolshevik ideological formation of the changes in class relations and class struggles, and in the way that the party was involved in these struggles. It included periods when the influence of revolutionary Marxism grew and periods when its influence declined. We cannot trace that history here. It would require a number of analyses which are still to be undertaken. But it is necessary to mention some of the characteristics of the process of transformation of the Bolshevik ideological formation, and to point out that when the influence of currents alien to Marxism grew stronger within it, the capacity of Marxism to develop was reduced, and it tended to congeal, with ready-made formulas replacing those Con 505. Crete analyses which are, in Lenin's words, the soul of Marxism. The transformations undergone by the Bolshevik ideological formation were due either to the development of new knowledge or to the inhibition of old knowledge. These transformations had as their internal cause the contradictions within the Bolshevik formation itself, but their actual movement was dictated by the class struggles that went on in the Soviet social formation, and by the impact that these struggles had on social relations and practices, especially on the conditions for mass social experiment. The changes undergone by the Bolshevik ideological formation produced, owing to the position held by the Bolshevik Party in the system of ideological apparatuses, reactions which affected the Soviet formation itself, by way of the party's interventions. Let it be noted here that in the concrete history of the Bolshevik ideological formation there took place a gradual inhibition of certain concepts which made it possible to analyze the movement of reproduction of commodity and capitalist relations, the existence of which is manifested through the forms value, price, wages, and profit. Gradually, these forms came to be treated more and more as empty forms, arguments, which were used for practical purposes, whereas awareness of the social relations which they manifest was inhibited in the Bolshevik ideological formation. This inhibition corresponded to the increasing dominance of the ideological notions of bourgeois political economy. It was still possible to consider the problem of the quantity of value, but no longer to ask why such forms still existed. Here let us recall an observation of Marx's Political Economy. Has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form. 12. Yet it is only by asking such a question that one can go beyond empirical knowledge, covering the apparent relation between forms, to real scientific knowledge, knowledge of the real movement. 506. Empirical knowledge can orient action in a general way, but only scientific knowledge can give it precise guidance, enabling it actually to achieve its aim, because such knowledge makes possible analysis, foresight, and action with full awareness of what is involved. The inhibition, during certain periods, of some of the scientific knowledge making up revolutionary Marxism was a result of the class struggle, which engendered a variety of ideological currents. What happened toward the end of the NEP had decisive political significance. it reduced the Bolshevik Party's capacity to analyze, to foresee, and to act in full awareness of what was involved. Another observation needs to be made. The internal contradictions of Bolshevism, the struggles fought out within it between Marxism-Leninism and various other ideological trends, were not directly due to the different tendencies whose conflicts marked the history of the Bolshevik Party. These tendencies were themselves contradictory combinations of ideological currents that were present in the Bolshevik ideological formation. The internal contradictions of Bolshevism made themselves felt in the ideology of the party majority as well as in that of the various oppositions. The latter were differentiated by their particular ways of combining the ideas of revolutionary Marxism with ideas that were alien to it. As time went by, these combinations underwent variations that also affected the ideology of the party majority, which was by no means always identical. Furthermore, the changes this ideology underwent did not correspond simply to a deepening of revolutionary Marxism or an extension of its influence within the Bolshevik ideological formation. They corresponded also to the setbacks which restored life and prestige to ideological configurations which had previously been recognized as being strongly marked by ideas alien to revolutionary Marxism. This was the case toward the end of the NEP, when the party majority rallied round the idea of maximum development of the production of means of Pro 507. Duction, 13 to be accomplished through maximum accumulation obtained chiefly by exacting tribute from the peasantry. 14. These same ideas had earlier been promoted by Preobrazhensky and the Trotskyist opposition, and had been correctly condemned in the name of defense of the worker-peasant alliance. 15. If we look at the principal documents approved at various times by the leading organs of the Bolshevik Party, together with the speeches, books, and articles of most of its leaders, we can see that the Bolshevik ideological formation was indeed a battlefield where revolutionary Marxism was constantly in combat with ideas that were alien to it. During the first half of the 1920s, the principal formulations issued by the party leaders, and embodied in the resolutions adopted at that time, either reaffirmed the essential theses of revolutionary Marxism or else constituted a certain deepening of basic Marxist positions. This was so as regards the demands of the worker-peasant alliance, the role to be assigned to the organizing of the masses in many different ways, the need to tackle the problems of building socialism, the indispensability of developing Soviet democracy. During those years, the dominance of the ideas of revolutionary Marxism tended, on the whole, to grow stronger. However, as we have seen, a number of positions of principle or decisions taken failed to exercise any broad and lasting influence on the practices of the state machine and the party. This was often the case with regard to democratic centralism, Soviet democracy, economic and political relations with the peasant masses, and relations between the Russian Republic and the other Soviet republics. 16. After 1925 to 1926, various changes affected the Bolshevik ideological formation, contributing to the reinforcement of ideological elements that were alien to revolutionary Marxism. The party then launched into an industrial policy which aggravated the contradictions within the state industrial sector, and engaged in practices detrimental to the firmness of the worker-peasant alliance. At the same time, it became blinder to the negative effects of these practices, which seemed to it to 508. Have been dictated as necessities inherent in the building of socialism. In order to make the foregoing more explicit, we must survey some of the elements alien to revolutionary Marxism which were present in the Bolshevik ideological formation, and show the place that these elements occupied at different moments, together with some of their political consequences. The internal contradictions of the Bolshevik ideological formation. I am not going to undertake here a systematic examination of the elements alien to revolutionary Marxism which were at work within the Bolshevik ideological formation, or to analyze the historical conditions responsible for their appearance and development. This would form the subject of a specific study which remains to be made. The following remarks are intended mainly to show the presence of certain elements which played an important part in the ideological struggles and the political interventions, and, in certain cases, to indicate some of the conditions in which they appeared. The limited purpose of these remarks means that the order in which they are set out is not intended to reveal the existence of some central ideological theme that may have played a dominant role in relation to the elements alien to revolutionary Marxism. The order in which the questions are examined is merely that which seems easiest, starting with themes that are relatively well known and going on to deal with others that are less well known. The economist-technicist conception of the productive forces and the primacy accorded to the development of technology. 17 For revolutionary Marxism, the class struggle is the driving force of history, and so history, as long as classes exist, is the 509. History of class struggle. 18 This struggle leads necessarily to the dictatorship of the proletariat, itself a transition to the abolition of all classes, to a classless society. 19 Class struggles, like classes themselves, have as their material basis the forms and modes of production in which producers and non-producers are integrated. They transform the conditions of production, cause new productive forces to emerge, break up old production relations, and engender new relations. Knowledge of the inner laws of the process of transformation of the production relations is not a necessary constituent factor in this process. The latter usually presents itself to the mind in ideological forms: legal, political, religious, artistic, philosophical, which result from the contradictions of material life. It is through these ideological forms that the struggles are usually fought out, and not necessarily on the basis of knowledge of real relations. 20 Which result from a materialist analysis of the movement of history. Characteristic of Bolshevism was its principled application of such an analysis. Nevertheless, in some Bolshevik documents, the interlinking of the different factors entering into the analysis was not what was proper to revolutionary Marxism. We must pause to consider this question. 21. Development of the productive forces and development of society. A good illustration of what has just been said is to be found in Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism. 22 Although it is later in date than the period being studied in this book, I shall refer to it here because it is the most systematic exposition of what gradually became, after the late 1920s, the dominant conception in the Bolshevik Party. 23 I shall start by indicating how those theses of dialectical and historical materialism to which attention will chiefly be paid are situated in the general structure of this work. The first part of it, about which I shall say only a little, is devoted to expounding dialectical materialism. 24 Here we find recalled certain propositions of Lenin's regarding the role of internal. 510. Contradictions in the development of things. References to struggle of opposite tendencies and to the class struggle of the proletariat illustrate these propositions. 2 points call for emphasis. A. In the second part of the work, devoted to historical materialism, 25 The class struggle as driving force of history barely gets mentioned. B. The first part contains an explicit critique of Bogdanov's fideism, 26 whose incompatibility with Marxism is very briefly mentioned, 27 But in the second part we find no criticism of Bogdanov's sociological conceptions. 28 This deficiency is not unconnected with the actual content of the second part of the work, which we shall now examine. The fundamental thesis propounded in the second part of dialectical and historical materialism is that the determining force of social development is constituted by the concrete conditions of the material life of society. This thesis is complemented by another statement that the party of the proletariat must not base its activity on abstract principles of human reason, but on the concrete conditions of the material life of society, as the determining force of social development, not on the good wishes of great men but on the real needs of development of the material life of society. 30 These propositions are presented as being in conformity with those formulated by Marx in his 1859 preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. 31 Actually, they include a number of specific features which give them a different meaning from that of Marx's revolutionary theses. To be observed, in particular, are a. The use of the formulas social development or development of society, thus presenting society as an entity developing historically. They take the place held in the 1859 preface by the expression, process of social, political, and intellectual life, 32, which emphasizes the conception of a social process and does not mention society either as subject or object b. The use of the expression concrete conditions of the 511. Material life of society, a vague notion to which Stalin's essay endeavors later on to give a more precise content. C. The introduction of the notion of real needs of development of the material life of society. This implies that there are needs of society, not at the level of the reproduction of the production relations but at that of some development of society on which the party of the proletariat must base its activity. This notion of needs of development is substituted for the objective contradictions and class conflicts, and also for the needs of the masses, on which the party of the proletariat must, in fact, base itself so as to ensure, not the development of society but the revolutionary transformation of the production relations. Thus, the formulations present in this part of the essay replace the concepts of revolutionary Marxism with different ones, derived from a different conception of the movement of history. In this conception, the dominant figure is the concrete conditions of the material life of society, while knowledge of the needs of development replaces analysis of class struggles and contradictions. As Stalin proceeds, he makes clear the significance of this dominant figure, all the more dominant because it is said to be the determining force of social development. Among the conditions of the material life of society, Stalin mentions, first of all, nature which surrounds society, geographical environment. 33. However, he declines to see this environment as the chief force determining the physiognomy of society because the changes and development of society proceed at an incomparably faster rate than the changes and development of geographical environment. 34. After mentioning also growth of population as being among the conditions of material life of society, and after rejecting the idea that it can be the determining force of social development, Stalin says, this force, historical materialism. 512. Holds, is the method of procuring the means of life necessary for human existence, the mode of production of material values. 35. In this formulation, as can be seen from the whole passage, a technicist element predominates. It makes the mode of production the principal force of social development. The mode of production is not conceived as the contradictory unity of the relations of production and the productive forces, but as an organized sum of elements or aspects which the passage enumerates. One of these aspects is constituted by the productive forces. The other aspect is the relations of production. 36. This enumeration, which mentions neither classes nor social contradictions, throws no light on what is the chief force of the development of society. The latter is, first, simply affirmed, and then identified with the development of production, of which it is said that it never stays at one point for a long time. 37. In its turn, this development is identified with the development of the productive forces, which thus appears as the deus ex machina, the source of all development of society, for it is said that the latter always depends on the development of the productive forces which itself depends primarily on the instruments of production. 38. At this point we find ourselves faced with formulations differing radically from those of revolutionary Marxism, for which the historical process is determined, in the last analysis, by class contradictions. The material basis of these is not mere change in the instruments of production but the contradictions in the economic basis, and they develop by way of the ideological forms which these contradictions themselves engender. Revolutionary Marxism does not ascribe the development of the productive forces to a spontaneous process, or to contradictions external to the mode of production, counterposing society to nature. 513. However, according to the conception developed in dialectical and historical materialism, it is the instruments of production, and the changes which these undergo as a result of the ceaseless development of production, that determine changes in society. 39. Social classes and their struggles do not play the role of driving force here. Indeed, in this part of Stalin's work they do not figure at all. 40. As for production relations, they appear to lead, somehow, an existence which is external to the productive forces, they merely influence the development of these forces, accelerating or retarding it, but this development must, sooner or later, lead to the transformation of these relations, so that they eventually come into correspondence with the level of development of the productive forces. Otherwise there occurs a crisis of production, a destruction of productive forces. 41. This outline of the conception of social development, which is given in dialectical and historical materialism, has been necessary for more than one reason. First, because the systematic form of this work makes it possible to consider what relation the ideas contained in it bear to Marx's analyses. Secondly, because this work poses the problem of the objective basis for the increasing predominance of the conceptions which it contains. The remarks which follow are an attempt to answer these two questions. They concern also some other contradictory aspects of the Bolshevik ideological formation, which will be dealt with later. The conception of social development as an effect of the development of the productive forces, and Marx's analyses, the formulations of dialectical and historical materialism, summarized and discussed in the foregoing pages, undoubtedly bear some relationship to certain writings by Marx. This gives them a sort of Marxist authenticity, the narrow limits of which need to be recognized, however, if we do not wish to 514. Fall into a Talmudistic notion of Marxism which tends to reduce it to a commentary on, or a rearrangement of, quotations isolated from their context. We need to distinguish in the writings of Marx and Engels between what was radically new, contributing vitally to the formation of revolutionary Marxism, and what was merely repetition of old ideas, or provisional points of transition toward revolutionary positions and analyses. 42. Concretely, as regards the relations between social changes and changes in the material conditions of production, we find in the works of Marx and Engels two major categories of formulation. The earlier category affirms essentially a materialist view of history, stressing that history is not the outcome of men's ideas but of the conditions of production. This is, very broadly, the position of Marx in his youthful writings, particularly the German ideology and the poverty of philosophy, which date from 1846 and 1847, respectively. 43. The same position is set forth strikingly in a letter addressed by Marx on December 28, 1846, to one of his Russian correspondents, Pavel Anenkov, who had emigrated to France. In this letter Marx says, "Assume a particular state of development in the productive forces of man and you will get a particular form of commerce and consumption. Assume particular stages of development in production, commerce, and consumption, and you will have a corresponding social constitution, a corresponding organization of the family, of orders, or of classes, in a word, a corresponding civil society, and you will get particular political conditions which are only the official expression of civil society." 44. Taken by itself, this formulation makes the totality of social relations and practices the expression of the productive forces. Society is here presented as an expressive totality, which is not contradictory, and the changes in which seem to depend upon development in production. The central role played by the revolutionary struggle of the masses in the process of social change does not appear here, whereas it is stressed by Marx in those of his writings which develop a 515. Revolutionary and dialectical materialist position. The content of these writings is incompatible with the conception of society forming an expressive totality, for they show that the driving force of history is the movement of internal contradictions and the class struggles. These formulations are set forth in a particularly striking way in the manifesto of the Communist Party, but they are not absent from earlier writings, including the letter to Anenkov which I have just quoted. Only gradually do formulations consistently expressing materialist and revolutionary positions become dominant in Marx's writings. And even when this has happened, the earlier type of formulation resurfaces, at least in modified forms. This is what we see, for instance, in the case of the 1859 preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. This preface presents a dialectic of contradiction between productive forces and production relations, which leaves the reader to assume the existence of a development of the productive forces that is autonomous, so to speak, with its movement partly unexplained. It nevertheless remains true that, in this work, the transformation of social relations is not related directly to the development of the productive forces, but to the contradictions which this development entails, and to the ideological forms in which men become conscious of the contradictions and fight out their conflicts. 45. In Volume I of Capital, however, some formulations very close to those of 1846 are still present. Certain ones even sometimes accentuate the importance attributed to technology. Thus, Marx writes, technology reveals the active relation of man to nature, the direct process of the production of his life, and thereby it also lays bare the process of the production of the social relations of his life, and of the mental conceptions that flow from these relations. 46. In such passages, social relations and their changes are apparently ascribed to technology, while the social conditions governing the changes in technology are passed over in silence. The writings which break away from the difficulties bound. 516. Up with the juxtaposition of two types of formulation are those in which Marx ascribes the movement of history, and so, also, the development of the productive forces and even of technology to the changing of social relations and the struggles between classes. These formulations go much further than those quoted already, they are at the heart of revolutionary Marxism. On this point I shall confine myself to two examples, taken from writings of 1865 and concerned with the development of capitalist relations. Dealing with this question, Marx shows that capitalist relations do not result from a technological change but from class struggle, in this case, bourgeois class struggle. This change corresponds to what Marx calls the formal subsumption of labor under capital, which involves constraint to perform surplus labor. Marx points out that when capital begins to subordinate wage labor and in this way develops new social relations, it does so on the basis of the existing technology. As he says, technologically speaking, the labor process goes on as before, what is new is that it is now subordinated to capital. 47. It is precisely on the basis of these new relations that new productive forces develop, namely, those that correspond to the development of machine production. Marx writes, on the basis of that change, specific changes in the mode of production are introduced which create new forces of production, and these in turn influence the mode of production so that new real conditions come into being. 48. Here we see a real dialectical movement, in which what changes first is not the productive forces, or the instruments of production, but social relations, and this as the result of class struggle, of bourgeois class struggle. We are therefore very far away from the affirmation made in dialectical and historical materialism that changes in production always begin with changes and development of the productive forces, and in the first place, with changes and development of the instruments of production. 49. It is one of the distinctive features of revolutionary Marxism that it reckons with the possibility and necessity of first of all. 517. Changing production relations, in order to ensure, under certain conditions, the development of the productive forces. It was toward the end of the 1920s that this feature of revolutionary Marxism tended to become inhibited from the Bolshevik ideological formation, in favor of a mechanical materialist position, which emphasized in a one-sided way the changing of the instruments of production. 50. The objective basis of the increasing predominance in the Bolshevik ideological formation of a conception of social development set in motion by technological changes, we need to ask the question, what happened toward the end of the 1920s which accounts for the tendency for mechanical materialist conceptions to become predominant in the Bolshevik ideological formation? Or, to go further, what was the objective, social basis of this tendency? Briefly, we can say that this basis was provided by the nature of the relations that developed between the Bolshevik Party and the masses. Toward the end of the 1920s these had become essentially relations of exteriority. This is clear where the peasant masses were concerned, since the party was almost completely absent from the rural areas. But it is true also, even though to a lesser degree, where a large part of the working class was concerned, for a high proportion of the most politicized elements of that class, once they had joined the party, were very quickly absorbed into the various apparatuses, so that they left the working class. During the 1920s, the party struggled to prevent this state of affairs from becoming established, but the successes achieved were very limited. The nature of the relations between the Bolshevik party and the masses was due, in the first place, to the conditions which existed at the beginning of our period, at the start of the NEP, to the chaos and disorganization that prevailed at that time, to 518. The massive predominance in the machinery of state of elements alien to the working class, over whom the party exercised only formal control, and to the split that had occurred between the Soviet power and the majority of the peasantry at the end of war, communism, etc. 51. Subsequently, lack of experience, and the weight of the ideological elements alien to revolutionary Marxism which were present in the Bolshevik ideological formation, prevented decisive successes being achieved in the development of firm relations of interiority between the party and the masses. As a result, the Bolshevik Party was able to render only limited aid to the struggle of the masses for a revolutionary transformation of social relations, the struggle which alone could open the way to a socialist development of the productive forces. This struggle did exist, being carried on by the most advanced elements of the masses in town and country, but, through not being sufficiently united and supported by the Bolshevik Party, it did not lead to revolutionary changes. The party's lack of attention to and adequate support for the struggles of the poor and middle peasants had particularly serious consequences in this connection. The same applies to the party's inability to help the production conferences to result in a revolutionizing of the production relations. 52. Toward the end of the NEP period it was thus difficult to secure a further increase in production through a mass struggle bringing about a change in production relations. Under these conditions, increased production seemed to depend above all upon a rapid modernization of technology, realized by means of massive investment, the resources for which would be mobilized by state action, and it was from this modernization that the transformation of social relations was expected to follow. The stress laid upon the role of technology corresponded, at the same time, to the growing weight in society of the technicians and cadres, separated from the masses, especially the heads of the big enterprises and of the state's central economic organs. The situation which developed in this way constituted the 519 objective basis for the strengthening, within the Bolshevik ideological formation, of elements alien to revolutionary Marxism. This strengthening not only contributed to decisive importance being accorded to technology and technicians, and to state centralization, but also had the result that Bolshevism reformulated the relations between ideological and technological changes. Ideological changes and technological changes. One of the tasks that the Bolshevik Party strove to carry out was to ensure that the masses mastered revolutionary ideas, which presupposed rejection by the workers and peasants of the old ideas, religion, superstitions, acceptance of hierarchical relations, etc. However, the way that this task was undertaken by the party shows that, within the Bolshevik ideological formation, there were increasingly dominant, toward the end of the 1920s, mechanical materialist conceptions which trusted above all in changes in the conditions of production to bring about a change in ideas, or, as it is sometimes put, a change of mentality. An especially significant example of this mechanistic conception is provided by the way the problem of the penetration of socialist ideas among the peasantry was treated. Stalin discussed this problem in his speech concerning questions of agrarian policy in the USSR, on December 27, 1929, when the policy of mass collectivization was being put into effect. In this speech, Stalin said, "A great deal of work has still to be done to remold the peasant collective farmer, to set right his individualistic mentality and to transform him into a real working member of a socialist society. And the more rapidly the collective farms are provided with machines, the more rapidly will this be achieved." The great importance of the collective farms lies precisely in that they represent the principal base for the employment of machinery and tractors in agriculture, that they constitute the principal base for remolding the peasant, for changing his mentality in the spirit of socialism. 53. 520. This formulation shows that the transition to collectivization was not regarded as having to result from a process of struggle which, through self-education of the peasant masses, would ensure the development of the ideas of socialism among them. On the contrary, it was the use of machinery and tractors that was to be the means to set right the individualistic mentality of the peasants. Similarly, the great importance of the collective farms was not that they would entail a change in production relations but that they were the principal base for the employment of machinery and tractors. According to this conception, therefore, it was not the peasants who were to transform themselves through class struggles and the lessons they drew from their experience, with the party's help, but the peasants who were to be transformed because they were to be acted upon by means of technology. 54. In presenting the problem of the ideological transformation of the peasantry in terms not of class struggle but of preliminary material changes, 55. Stalin was not defending a merely personal position. This position was then the one held by almost the entire party. And it was a position that related not to the peasantry only, but also to the working class. The party looked forward, as a result of the numerical growth of the working class, its integration in modern technology, and the development of the towns, to a transformation of the ideas of a working class which was of immediately peasant origin. Hence, for example, a resolution of the plenum of April 1928, which considered as essential for the building of socialism the rapid growth of large-scale industry on the basis of modern technology. The growth of the towns and industrial centers, the growth, in quantity and quality alike, of the working class. 56. The nature of the mechanical link thus alleged to exist between ideological changes and technological changes may be seen as a particular case of the thesis which sees in the development of the productive forces the driving force of the development of society. However, this is not entirely correct, for what is involved here is not so much the ideological superstructure. 521. Corresponding to a certain mode of production as the psychology, the mentality, of the workers and peasants, and the action upon this of the environment, and, above all, of the instruments of production and the technological characteristics of the labor process. Here we are dealing with positions which are remote from revolutionary Marxism, and which lead to the posing of psychological problems while a decisive role is accorded not to class struggles but to the technological conditions of the labor process. 57. The effects of the growing predominance of economist-technicist conceptions were manifold. They helped to give prevalence to the idea that in building socialism what was most important was building its material basis, and that it was necessary to adopt a policy of accelerated industrialization in which absolute priority must be given to heavy industry. These conceptions favored the decisive role attributed to the development of machine production and modern technology, hence the slogan of the 1930s, "Technique decides everything," 58, which opened the way for strengthening the position of the technicians and granting a privileged role to science and scientists. Above all, conceptions such as these inhibited the role of proletarian class struggle and revolutionary mass action, replacing it with the struggle for production and for the development of the productive forces, which were expected to produce the most radical social changes, including the disappearance in due course of the division between manual and mental labor. 59. The growing predominance within the Bolshevik ideological formation of the conceptions mentioned was due fundamentally to the contradictions which were developing in the Soviet formation, and the limited means available to the Bolshevik party for dealing with them through action by the masses. Under these conditions the party, in order to cope with the problems confronting it, strove to increase production as quickly as possible by means of technological changes, and it expected that these would result in ideological changes that must strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this way, oblivion came to be increasingly the fate of 522. Marx's analyses showing the necessity, if the revolution was to advance, of ideological changes that were not at all the outcome of technological changes, but rather of revolutionary mass struggle, smashing the old social and ideological relations and making possible the building of new relations. Such a struggle was not a struggle of ideas but a class struggle, destroying old practices and old social relations, realized in ideological apparatuses, and making possible the building of new relations and new practices. As regards the formation and development of ideas, that is, of ideological relations and the practices associated with them, we must distinguish between Marx's writings about the ideas which correspond to a mode of production which is already dominant and those which deal with the development of revolutionary ideas. The writings in which Marx deals with the dominant ideas are the better known, such as the passage where he says that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e., the class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. 60. If the writings that Marx devoted to the dominant ideology are the most numerous, this is because it was of decisive importance politically, in the period when he was writing, to combat the idealist prejudice according to which the dominant ideas could be swept away without struggling against the material domination of the class whose dominance was strengthened by these ideas. The fewness of the writings in which Marx deals with the development of revolutionary ideas is due no doubt, to the very small amount of experience available in his time that was relevant to the conditions for this development, the conditions enabling the proletariat to exercise its ideological hegemony. 61. In any case, the analyses of Marx, 62, and also those of Lenin, devoted to the conditions for the development and appropriation of revolutionary ideas by the masses are relatively few. However, quite apart from the relative frequency or infrequency of a particular kind of writing in Marx's works, what accounts for the pushing into the background, in the Bolshevik 523 ideological formation, of the decisive and indispensable role of action by the masses in the changing of social relations in general, and ideological relations in particular, is the increasing role played in reality by the state, which gave rise to the idea of the revolution from above. The idea of the revolution from above, this idea appeared in fairly clear-cut form for the first time in the resolution of the 16th Party Conference which ratified the first five-year plan. This resolution declared that the building of socialism required the concentration not only of the forces of the party and of the working class but also what was new of the forces of the state. 63. In this resolution the building of socialism was shown as calling not for the development, first and foremost, of the initiative of the masses, and consequently the withering away of the state, what Marx meant when he showed that the state is a power separated from the masses, appropriating their forces in order to use these against them, but, on the contrary, and contradicting the lessons of the Paris Commune and of the state and revolution, for strengthening of the state. 64. In this way there emerged the thesis of a revolution from above, to be accomplished not by the masses but by the state, on the initiative of the latter, to which the masses were merely to give their support. The idea of the revolution from above was explicitly present in the official account of the large-scale collectivization carried out from the end of 1929 on. Speaking of this, the history of the CPSU approved by the CC declared that, the distinguishing feature of this revolution is that it was accomplished from above, on the initiative of the state, and directly supported from below. 65. However, we know from Marx and Engels that a revolution accomplished from above, even if it be supported by the masses, is no true revolution. 66. Thus, at the end of the NEP period, the role of the state became primordial, both in reality and in the Bolshevik ideological formation. At this second level we observe a profound transformation of this ideological formation, which entailed increasing departure from the positions of revolutionary Marxism as these were set out in the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. 67. It is not possible to review here all the passages in revolutionary Marxism which deal with the question of the state, especially in relation to the dictatorship of the proletariat. However, these passages and the theses they set forth are so important, and they were so thoroughly inhibited from the Bolshevik ideological formation from the end of NEP on, that a few of them must be mentioned. The first point to be recalled is that the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat is only that insofar as it is, at one and the same time, a state and not a state, with the second aspect more important than the first, and becoming more and more important as proletarian power is strengthened. Hence Engels' remark in March 1875, in a letter to Babel, the whole talk about the state should be dropped, especially since the commune, which was no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. We would therefore propose to replace state everywhere by Gemeinwesen, a good old German word which can very well convey the meaning of the French word commune. 68 Marx's observations in the Civil War in France are also highly significant. They deal with those features of the proletariat's political rule which make it possible for this rule to become increasingly a non-state, by causing the separation between the machinery of government and the masses to disappear. In the conjuncture of the class struggles at the end of the 1920s, these very features tended themselves to disappear. In the Civil War in France, drawing lessons from the Paris 525 Commune, Marx contrasted the forms of proletarian rule with state forms which make possible the oppression and exploitation of the working people. He shows how the centralized state machinery, with its military, bureaucratic and other organs, entoils the living civil society like a boa constrictor. To this machinery there corresponds the regulated plan of a state power, with a systematic and hierarchic division of labor. It gives rise to a state interest which is administered by a bureaucratic body of state priests with exactly determined hierarchical functions. Marx sees this bureaucratic body as a deadening incubus, a host of state vermin, which serves as a means of annihilating all aspirations for the emancipation of the popular masses. 69 Analyzing the Paris Commune, he shows that it not only brought about the elimination of the bourgeoisie's political power but was also a revolution against the state itself. He says explicitly, this was a revolution not against this or that, legitimate, constitutional, republican or imperialist form of state power. It was a revolution against the state itself, of this supernaturalist abortion of society, upon which is based a centralist and organized governmental power usurping to be the master instead of the servant of society. It was because it was a revolution against the state, the reabsorption of the state power by society, by the popular masses themselves, forming their own force instead of the organized force of their suppression, that the commune was the political form of their social emancipation, or the political form of the liberation of labor from the usurpation of the monopolists of the means of labor. Marx explains that the commune is not the social movement of the working class, but the organized means of action. It does not away with the class struggles through which the working classes strive for the abolition of all classes, and therefore of all. But it affords the rational medium in which the class struggle can run through its different phases in the most rational and humane way. It could start 526. Violent reactions and as violent revolutions. It begins the emancipation of labor, its great goal, by doing away with the unproductive and mischievous work of the state parasites. 70. We know that, after October 1917, the Soviet political system, which at first reproduced many of the features of the Paris Commune, underwent changes which resulted in the masses becoming more and more separated from the organs of power. Lenin analyzed this evolution at the time and stressed the necessity of returning to the principles of the commune, though, in the complex situation at the end of war communism, this necessity seemed to him less urgent than the efforts which were indispensable if the country was to be saved from famine and chaos. 71. During the NEP period, the need to go back to the principles of the Paris Commune was reasserted, but without this resulting in any definite proposals. It was mainly a question of restricting and checking on bureaucracy rather than of doing away with it. After 1928-1929, when rapid industrialization together with collectivization taking the form of a revolution from above were seen as the first priority tasks, there was no more talk of the Paris Commune. On the contrary, emphasis was laid upon strengthening the state and on the authority of its functionaries, integrated in a highly hierarchical system of relations. This was a change in the Bolshevik ideological formation which inhibited an essential component of revolutionary Marxism. This inhibition did not take place in the realm of ideas, it was the result of real changes and, above all, of uncontrolled contradictions which led to increasing use of coercion in dealing with the masses. The strengthening of state forms of rule which accompanied this process, together with the support given by a section of the masses to the policy of collectivization and industrialization, did indeed make it possible to obtain a certain number of remarkable material results. This contributed to the development of voluntarist illusions, which we have already noted were characteristic of the period which 527 saw the end of the NEP and the beginning of the implementation of the first five-year plan. Juridical form of ownership and production relations. Identification of juridical forms of ownership with production relations, against which Lenin had warned the party, 72, and which was related to the illusions of jurisprudence spoken of by Marx, 73, was, as we know, one of the essential features of the simplified Marxism which was tending to become dominant in the Bolshevik ideological formation. After the end of the 1920s, the significance of a certain number of theses of revolutionary Marxism concerning the problems of forms of ownership and forms of appropriation was increasingly obscured. The development of Marx's views on this subject, therefore, could not but be forgotten. This circumstance makes it necessary for me to recall what the nature of that development actually was. Fundamentally, until the beginning of 1850, Marx and Engels stressed the role to be played by state ownership in the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. This was their position in the manifesto. After 1850, however, formulations concerning state ownership became less and less frequent, and what Marx and Engels put in the forefront was the concept of social appropriation. Thus, in his 1895 Introduction to the Class Struggles in France, Engels pointed out that it was in this book, and in the 18th Brumaire, that Marx first declared himself for the appropriation of the means of production by society. 74. Considering the role previously assigned by Marx to state ownership, and the contrast later so firmly made by him between state and society, this formulation is highly significant. However, the Bolshevik ideological formation as it was at the end of the 1920s overlooked this distinction, for practical purposes. The twofold result was that production relations 528 were identified with ownership, and state ownership with social appropriation. In fact, these identifications had seemed obvious to many party members since the period of war communism. This obviousness acquired new, decisive importance from the end of 1925 on, in connection with the increasing role of state intervention in the economic basis. Numerous undialectical formulations regarding the working of the state-owned enterprises made their appearance. This happened, for example, in Stalin's political report of December 1925 to the party's 14th Congress. In this report, as we know, the problem of the socialist character of the state-owned enterprises was approached in an undialectical way, in the form of questions and answers, along the lines of either this or that, and not of this and also its opposite. 75. Yet the problem lay precisely in the fact that, under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the state-owned enterprises could be both socialist enterprises and state capitalist enterprises, insofar as the specific form of working-class rule is not a state form, and insofar as the bourgeoisie had not disappeared but only changed its form of existence. The bourgeoisie was also present in the state-owned enterprises because of the reproduction in them of the capitalist division of labor and the distribution relations corresponding thereto, and so, likewise, of bourgeois right. 76. Actually, the identification, purely and simply, of state ownership with social appropriation, and the failure to distinguish between form of ownership and production relations, prevented the making of analyses that were essential if a clear-eyed struggle was to be waged against the development of a new bourgeoisie within the enterprises and in the machinery of the state and the party. This bourgeoisie was one of a new type, in that it did not possess juridical private property, a circumstance, which did not hinder it, however, from dispose 529. ing, de facto, of the means of production. 77 And it is facts that count, not juridical categories. The contradictory forms of existence of commodity relations and the illusory treatment of the contradictions connected with these forms during the struggle waged by the Bolshevik Party from 1926 to 1927 on in order to subject the development of the productive forces to an overall plan, a conception became strengthened which tended to counterpose the plan to the market in an undialectical way. The consolidation in the party's thinking of this ideological pair of terms, plan and market, contributed to an increase in the internal contradictions of the Bolshevik ideological formation and blunted the capacity to analyze the real contradictions. To grasp the nature of the problems involved here, we need to begin by reminding ourselves what the system of relations was that was formed between enterprises during the NEP period, and which was to be reproduced later in a new form. Basically, these were commodity relations, and that was true as well of the relations between the enterprises and their workers. The first set of relations took the form of price and the second the form of wages. These forms were engendered by the contradiction between the private and independent character of the work performed and the social character of production. However, as a result of the development of Gosplan's activity and the framing of the economic plans, commodity relations assume two contradictory forms. On the one hand, a form with prices and wages which seem to proceed from the free functioning of the market and the forces which come into conflict therein, on the other, a form corresponding to the fixing by the plan of prices, wages, and quantities of goods to be produced. 530. Insofar as commodity relations survived, with the conditions ensuring their reproduction, these were two forms of existence of commodity relations. One of these forms implied that the economic basis was operating in comparative independence, the other, that the operation of the economic basis was subjected, more or less completely and really, to political imperatives. These were two forms of motion developing on the basis of one and the same contradiction, that which was expressed in the existence of prices and wages. One of these forms tended to resolve the contradiction a posteriori, the other to resolve it a priori. These forms of motion, based upon the same contradiction, were therefore, although contradictory, not mutually exclusive. What tended to separate them was that the first form ensured its own reproduction, whereas the second could help to prepare its own disappearance, by helping to make production a directly political activity, direct production for society, which implies a plan that is no longer based upon commodity relations but results from cooperation between the producers on the scale of society. 78 Correct treatment of the contradictory unity of two forms of commodity relations requires that the existence of this unity and of these contradictions be acknowledged, and, consequently, that the plan not represented formally as a category external to commodity relations, as the realization of the essence of organization. In the conditions of the fierce struggle that was waged from the end of the 1920s on to ensure domination by the plan, however, an ideological slippage took place which tended to present this domination, even when prices and wages still existed, as equivalent to the abolition of commodity relations. This ideological slippage was also connected with the strengthening of the state bourgeoisie in process of formation through practices which gave priority to accumulation over 531. The initiatives of the direct producers, to dead labor over living labor. This ideological slippage was conditioned theoretically by inhibition of the primacy of contradiction over unity. 79 The idea of economic planning as abolition of commodity relations obliterates one of the essential conclusions to be drawn from Marx's analyses, namely, that commodity and money relations can disappear only as the result of a long struggle culminating in an overturn of production relations, political relations, and ideological relations, and the appropriation of his own general productive power. 80 This obliteration implies that the contradictory unity of the two forms of existence of commodity relations is now thought of as signifying opposition between two objects, the plan and the market, and that decisive significance is attributed to this opposition. By seeing the contradiction between plan and market in this way, one loses sight of the primary importance of class contradictions as well as of the conditions, objective and subjective, necessary for the disappearance of commodity and money relations and the development of production which is directly social, and therefore dominated by politics. The ideological forms which developed under these conditions tended to identify the struggle between the capitalist road and the socialist road with the struggle between the anarchy of the market and harmonious development ensured by planning. These ideological elements are seen explicitly at work in the writings of Preobrazhensky, who contrasted the law of value and the socialist planning principle. 81. According to this economist, the extension of planning is bound up with the struggle to increase the means of production belonging to the proletarian state, so that, under the conditions of the NEP, when a non-state economy existed, it was necessary to struggle for the maximum primitive socialist accumulation. 82. Thus, instead of the real problem of the struggle between 532. The capitalist road and the socialist road, we find formulated, undialectically, the contrast between the law of value and the planning principle, between private economy and state economy. The extension of the latter is somehow expected automatically to inhibit commodity, money, and capitalist relations, and engender an entirely new reality, analysis of which is no longer to be a matter for political economy, but for a different science which is itself transitional between political economy and social technology. 83. One which replaces analysis and treatment of contradictions with handling of problems of organization. The ideas expressed by Preobrazhensky were formally rejected by the Bolshevik Party, but, in fact, the conception employed in the new economics influenced the party to an increasing extent. There developed toward the end of the 1920s an ideology which regarded the plan as a form of organization that was capable by itself of transcending social contradictions. This ideology helped to subordinate the treatment of class contradictions to the fulfillment of the objectives of economic plans, and brought in its train some profoundly negative social and economic consequences, especially in strengthening the influence of the technicians, organizers, and planners. In an apparently paradoxical way, the myth of a plan capable of transcending social contradictions helped to strengthen the monetary and financial illusions which had already developed at the beginning of the NEP. 84. An ideological element thus took shape which was utterly alien to Marxism, even in its most superficial forms. The strengthening of monetary and financial illusions was manifested vigorously in 1927 to 1928. It led to the idea that the problems of industrialization would be solved as soon as the financial resources needed for industrialization had been obtained. This monetary illusion caused the higher political authorities to fail to reckon with the indications provided by the forecasts of material balances, to regard it as unimportant that these forecasts revealed the prospect of a series of shortages and bottlenecks making materially impracticable some 533 of the projects which it was possible to finance. From the spring of 1927, under pressure from increasingly acute contradictions and the state of emergency atmosphere which was developing, the monetary illusion became more and more dominant, money now being formally subordinated to the plan. The power to deal with contradictions which was attributed to the latter seemed to reinforce the illusory power of money. Hence the surprising result that, through the combination of planning with money, exchange value came to predominate over use value. In this way a component of the Bolshevik ideological formation appeared which encouraged the party leaders to set targets that were materially unrealizable. Part of the planning apparatus, more directly at grips with the material problems involved, tried to oppose this tendency but less and less vigorously, because such opposition was soon labeled anti-Soviet activity. In 1930 the role of the monetary illusion was such that the Gosplan journal published an article in which this appeared. The planning of investments is based on costs expressed in money terms. The elements of material and technological concretization are almost entirely absent. The plan presents exclusively the money credits assigned for building and equipment, as for what equipment will be needed, and when such and such machinery will be required, that will become clear only in the course of the execution of the plan. 85. Closely linked with the ideological factor mentioned was the slogan which appeared at that time, "Tempos decide everything." According to this formula, the higher the growth rates, the better the situation. This slogan complemented the monetary illusion. It expressed the ruling preoccupation with quantity. Quantitative growth was more important than the changing of social relations, and the latter was appreciated essentially for the quantitative effects which were expected to follow from it. 86. In reality, the stress upon quantity is also, in another form, a feature of the technicist ideology. That these ideological forms could play so important a role in the system of ideas and in the practice of the Bolshevism of the late 1920s. 534. Testifies to the depth of the political and ideological crisis resulting from the breakdown of the worker-peasant alliance which was beginning to happen at that time. This crisis incited to a flight forward, bound up with the illusion that, thanks to technology, organization, planning, and money subordinated to planning, a whole series of objectives would become attainable. And so the internal contradictions of the Bolshevik ideological formation were deepened, and positions were strengthened that were in conflict with revolutionary Marxism, with the Marxism-Leninism which was the theoretical basis of Bolshevism. At the end of the 1920s and the beginning of the 1930s, the existence of the contradictions in the Bolshevik ideological formation which have been discussed above contributed to the strengthening of other ideological and political elements that were also alien to revolutionary Marxism. These were the ideological and political effects of the contradictions mentioned, and it is these that we must now examine. 2. The ideological and political effects of the development of the internal contradictions of the Bolshevik ideological formation. What is covered by the expression ideological and political effects must be explained through two preliminary observations. I here call ideological effects a certain number of changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation which were connected with the previous ones, in that they were necessary in order to maintain a certain coherence among the increasingly dominant ideological forms and between these and the party's practices. These effects concerned mainly the status and structure of dialectical materialism. I here call political effects the consequences entailed. 535. On the political plane, by the growing role which the changes already examined assign to certain ideological notions such as that of the party's monolithic character. More broadly, this expression refers to the political role of the Bolshevik ideological formation in its changed form. Essentially, the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation tended to inhibit some of the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, to reduce Bolshevism's ability to use revolutionary Marxism as an instrument for analyzing reality. Under these conditions, the Bolshevik ideological formation in its changed form served, with ever greater frequency, to justify after the act the adoption of political lines which were no longer based on a rigorous concrete analysis of reality. It then functioned as a system of legitimation, as a grid of ideological notions which one applied to reality, and not as a set of concepts to be used in a living analysis. This was one of the consequences of the appearance in the Soviet Union of a simplified or congealed form of Marxism, 87, which departed from revolutionary Marxism. In the last analysis, of course, the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation and its role resulted from objective contradictions, and from class contradictions first and foremost. In their turn, however, through not having been subjected to critical analysis, these changes reacted upon the Soviet social formation by impoverishing the Marxism upon which the Bolshevik Party relied, and favoring both a mechanistic view of reality and interventions which had effects other than those the party expected, effects of major political importance. We must stress here an essential point, namely, that these political effects did not apply only in the USSR, but also tended to operate on the international plane, for the Bolshevik ideological formation, with the changes that it underwent, was the ideological form through which the Comintern and its various sections defined, as a rule, their political line. The changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation nevertheless played such a role internationally only insofar as they corresponded, at bottom, to the types of relations which the Comintern sections maintained with the realities of their 536 own countries, and to the practices to which these sections were committed. The best proof of this is offered by the fact that the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation and in the ideology of the Comintern failed to produce the same effects in the Chinese Communist Party as it did in the Communist parties of Europe and America. That became quite clear after 1935, when the Chinese Communists developed their revolutionary line on a broad front, under the leadership of Mao Zedong. Organic totality, interdependence, and contradictions among the various changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation which ensured a certain degree of coherence among the ideological notions which tended to become dominant from the late 1920s, the most important was the affirmation of a principle of totality. This was, indeed, the first principle affirmed by Stalin in his exposition of the Marxist dialectical method. 88 According to this principle, dialectics regards nature as a connected and integral whole, in which things, phenomena, are organically connected with, dependent on, and determined by each other. 89 Nature is thus presented as an organic totality in which coherence and unity take precedence over contradiction. This being so, one cannot understand any of the changes undergone by the objects and phenomena which make up nature if these changes are isolated from surrounding phenomena. Correlatively with the idea of an organic totality, there is thus affirmed an interdependence of phenomena, presented through the concept of an environment which is supposed to condition every phenomenon. 90 External causes of change take precedence of internal causes. When, only at the end of his exposition of the principal features of Marxist dialectics. 537. Stalin says that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, and that the conflict of opposites constitutes the internal content of the process of development. 91 This appears as a mere supplement to a body of principles already set forth, and is not articulated with them. It serves as a mode of observation and not as a principle of explanation. The fundamental question of the unity of opposites is thus not raised, so that the propositions put forward in Stalin's essay are remote from those which Lenin formulates in his philosophical notebooks, especially when he says, in brief, dialectics can be defined as the doctrine of the unity of opposites. 92. The political consequences of the conception of dialectical materialism expressed by Stalin are all the more important because, after describing the Marxist dialectical method in relation to nature in the way we have seen, he proceeds to the extension of the principles of dialectical method to the study of social life. 93. The ways in which this extension is effected are not very explicit, but Stalin's formulations, including those devoted to historical materialism, show that society, too, is to be seen as an organic whole, the development of which is due to external causes operating as an environment. The development of society thus appears to depend mainly upon the changing of its relations with nature, these relations consisting above all in the productive forces, so that the development of the latter is seen as the driving force of social changes. 94. The fight for socialism and the fight for contradictions. The notion of organic totality presumes that unity takes precedence over contradiction. The more this notion became dominant in Bolshevik writings of the late 1920s and the early 1930s, the more society appeared to be an organization or a system, so that the party's interventions in the social 538 process tended to be thought of not in terms of dealing with contradictions but in terms of measures of organization and planning of the social process. Hence the slogan of the 1930s. Organization decides everything. Along with this there appeared many formulations resembling those of Bogdanov 95. But this convergence must not lead us to an idealist interpretation which would one-sidedly stress the Bogdanovist origin of these formulations. To be sure, the influence of Bogdanov's ideas upon many Bolsheviks is undeniable, and it is not hard to find formulas directly borrowed from Bogdanov. Thus, in his dialectical and historical materialism, Stalin used a typically Bogdanovist expression when he speaks of the organizing value of new ideas. 96. What is essential, however, is the set of social conditions which caused ideas resembling Bogdanov's to acquire ever greater importance from the late 1920s on. These conditions were due to a certain situation in the class struggle which accorded decisive weight to the state as the apparent organizer of social changes. 97. The dominance of unity over contradiction. The thesis of the dominance of unity over contradiction holds a central position in the altered conception of dialectical materialism which emerged after the late 1920s. This thesis of the primacy of unity over contradiction tended to play a decisive ideological role insofar as it was extended or applied to whatever might be considered as constituting an object. It thus tended to inhibit Lenin's thesis that the splitting of a single whole and the cognition of its contradictory parts is the essence of dialectics. 98. 539. The thesis of the primacy of unity over contradiction is rightist-leftist in character. Depending on the conjuncture of the class struggle, it functions either as a conciliatory thesis providing a basis for renunciation of struggle, especially inside the party, or, as was the case at the end of the 1920s, as a thesis providing a basis for sectarianism, for ruthless struggle. The first type of effect is rightist, while the second looks as though it is left. By virtue of the rigorousness of its consequences, it implies negation of the diversity of contradictions, and of their universality. In the situation of extreme tension which existed at the end of the NEP period and at the beginning of the 1930s, the thesis of the primacy of unity over contradiction was accepted by the majority of the revolutionary elements in the party and the working class, and it developed ultra-left effects. A few concrete examples will serve to show what these effects were in the conjuncture of the period. The most immediate effect concerned the conditions in which the party worked. It corresponded to the assertion of the political thesis of the necessarily monolithic character of the party. The theme of the monolithic character of the Bolshevik Party was actually tackled in a systematic way at the end of 1928. It played a key role in Stalin's speech of November 19. 99. In this speech he correctly pointed out the difference of principle separating the Bolshevik Party from the Social Democratic parties. However, when speaking about the way the party worked, he summed up this difference not by referring to the role of democratic centralism but by mentioning the necessarily monolithic character of the party. 100. But the idea of a monolithic party not only conflicts with the experience of Marxism-Leninism, it is illusory. The party is inevitably traversed by contradictions, especially by those forced upon it by its role as the instrument through which the proletariat is able to unite the broad masses under its leadership, so that, in one way or another, the 540 interests of the different strata making up these masses produce an effect within the party. Divergent points of view necessarily appear when these contradictory interests have to be evaluated, and the problem is how to arrive correctly at an agreement between views reflecting the differing aspirations of masses whose support is needed if the revolution is to continue to progress. This was why Lenin wrote, in his letter to the Congress, "Our party relies on two classes and therefore its instability would be possible and its downfall inevitable if there were no agreement between these two classes." 101. If the monolithic principle is carried to its logical conclusion, the party deprives itself of the means of uniting the broad masses, because it is led to reject, in practice, the principle of democratic centralism. This latter principle presupposes, indeed, that different ideas can be centralized after being examined and critically discussed. Genuine application of this principle demands recognition of the need to ensure the contradictory unity of centralization and democracy, and of the fact that the first term can possess meaning only under the domination of the second. Monolithism rejects this principle in the name of a formal unity which is to be secured, in an always illusory way, by means of ruthless struggle. This struggle to obtain perfect unity tends to weaken the dictatorship of the proletariat, isolate the working class from the rest of the masses, intensify administrative coercion of the masses, and develop the machinery of repression. In the short term, one-sided stress on unity and centralism at the expense of democracy may make it possible to win quick successes, especially in the field of industry and technology. In the long term, it produces effects which are harmful to the working class, and even to the leading role of the party. The strengthening of the machinery of repression tends to develop its independence of the party, and to increase its interference in party life, especially in connection with purges. Eventually, therefore, the fight for monolithism becomes a weapon in the class struggle, a weapon which, after it has made it possible to solve rapidly a certain number of problems, serves the bourgeois forces in society, because it hinders consolidify 41. Of the party's leading role and its strengthening through clear, ideological, struggle. While the thesis of the primacy of unity over contradiction serves to legitimize a monolithic conception of the party, it is obviously not what produces this conception. The latter develops on the basis of objective conditions, it is essentially a consequence of the development of class struggles which the party is unable to direct, and which it can effect only by strengthening its unity through coercion. This was shown by the changes which were introduced into the way the Bolshevik Party worked after the Kronstadt Rebellion, the strikes at the beginning of 1921, and the peasant revolts of the winter of 1920 to 1921, in a period when Lenin said of the peasantry that their dissatisfaction with the proletarian dictatorship is mounting. 102 In a period such as that was, Lenin considered that the rules which had governed the party's functioning until then should be modified, and oppositional activity within the party reduced. 103 It was then that measures were adopted which restricted this activity. Nevertheless, opposition was not forbidden but regulated, and means of expression were provided for those who disagreed with the majority. 104 There was then no question of any monolithic conception of the party. However, the measures taken in the particularly difficult situation at the beginning of 1921 could serve as the starting point for practices aiming at monolithism. Actually, all through the NEP period, opportunities to express divergent views within the party were being restricted more and more, so that gradually they ceased to have anything in common with what had once been normal practice. The immediate reason for this change in political relations was the party's weakness in the rural areas. This was seen as the sign of a still dangerous situation which gave reason for seriously limiting the scope for discussion in the party. This situation tended to obscure the idea that it could be right to swim against the stream. It often caused oppositionists themselves to renounce the expression of their views, and even to say that they could not be in the right against the party. In this way a 542 certain practice became established, of which Trotsky gave an example when, while not repudiating his views, he nevertheless declared, before the 13th Congress, "Comrades, none of us wishes to be right, or can be right, against his party. I know that one cannot be right against the party. One can be right only with the party and through the party." 105 Although discussions did still take place during the NEP period, none of them was carried through to the end. Disciplinary measures were taken before the theoretical roots of the divergences had been revealed and the party as a whole had given its judgment on the substance of the problems involved. The main reason for this was not at the beginning, at least the disciplinary measures applied to oppositionists, or the repression to which they were subjected. What was dominant, and explains why the discussions were not carried through to the end, or were conducted in language comprehensible only to a few, was the concern common to all sides to affirm the unity of the party, a concern dictated above all by the party's difficult position in the countryside, and fear lest this should threaten the Soviet power. The result was that the unity which was achieved remained formal. It was not based on an ideological struggle which could have made for a unity that was profoundly real, and consequently the same debates kept on starting up again. The conception of unity which was formed in this way assumed acceptance, implicitly at least, of the primacy of unity over contradiction. This was the terrain on which arose the thesis of monolithism, an idealist thesis which denied the universality of contradictions and the need for living unity in the party. The principle of monolithism was asserted when the situation became especially dangerous, owing to the peasants' resistance to the emergency measures. During the years of extreme tension connected with the collectivization of agriculture from above, this principle became a dogma, for the tension caused the party to unite its forces as much as possible, not on the basis of broad discussion but in the form of obedience or constraint. 106. 543. The tendency to identify the party with the state and with the proletariat. The specific conditions under which the Soviet Revolution developed caused a tendency to appear very soon which, in imagination, identified the Bolshevik party with the proletariat. These conditions were, especially, those which Lenin described when he said in 1919 that the Soviets, instead of being organs of government by the working people, are in fact organs of government for the working people by the advanced section of the proletariat. 107 This phrase of Lenin's reflected a real state of affairs. He was to refer to it again and again, until his very last writings, and to appeal for the situation to be changed. This appeal was still finding echoes in the NEP years, with the efforts that were made to revitalize the Soviets. 108 Lenin's words clearly acknowledge that there was a difference between the advanced section of the proletariat and the working people as a whole. He did not identify the one with the other, even while claiming that the party was the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Many of Lenin's writings emphasize that this instrument cannot be identified with the proletariat, and that contradictions may develop between them, contradictions which only the practice of a mass line can prevent from deepening. While the concrete problems raised by the relations between the party and the class were not solved by the formulations of the years 1919 to 1922, their existence was, nevertheless, admitted, and some elements of solution were put forward. In 1923 and the following years these problems continued to be debated, but the terms in which these debates were conducted did not usually help to clarify them. Indeed, the tendency to identify the party with the proletariat grew stronger and stronger. Thus, the 12th Party Congress adopted a resolution declaring that the dictatorship of the working class cannot be assured otherwise than in the form of dictatorship of its leading vanguard, i.e., the Communist Party. 109. 544. This identification implied that recognition of the role and place of contradiction was replaced by the thesis of an abstractly presented unity, denying the existence of differences and contradictions. It is significant that one of the most systematic defenders of this conception was Zinoviev, who, as we know, wavered between openly rightist positions and ultra-left ones. One of the passages in which the identity between the state, the working people, and the party was asserted most formally by Zinoviev reads as follows: the state is the workers, the advanced section of the workers, the vanguard. We are the state. 110 In 1924 Zinoviev gave formal expression to the same theme when he wrote, "The consensus of opinion about the dictatorship of the proletariat can be expressed in the following propositions. It is the dictatorship of a class if we look at the matter from the social and class point of view. It is the dictatorship of the Soviet state, a Soviet dictatorship, if we look at the matter from the point of view of juridical form, i.e., from the specifically state point of view. It is the dictatorship of a party if we look at the same question from the point of view of leadership, from the point of view of the internal mechanism of the whole vast machine of a transitional society." 111. This formulation implies identification of the dictatorship of the proletariat with the dictatorship of the Soviet state and the dictatorship of the party. It obliterates, in illusory fashion, the problems which arise from contradictions between class and party, between class and state, and between state and party. Such an identification can be conceived only if one's theoretical premise is the primacy of unity, and even of identity, over contradiction. In a number of his writings of 1924 Stalin opposed this identification and reaffirmed the thesis that the party was the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. At that time, however, the conditions necessary if the party was to remain that instrument were not actually stated. 112 At the beginning of 1926, in Problems of Leninism, Stalin. 545. Returned to this question, again refusing to identify the party with the proletariat. Although the party carries out the dictatorship of the proletariat, and in this sense the dictatorship of the proletariat is in essence the dictatorship of its party, this does not mean that the dictatorship of the party is identical with the dictatorship of the proletariat, that the former is equal in scope to the latter. whoever identifies the leading role of the party with the dictatorship of the proletariat substitutes dictatorship of the party for the dictatorship of the proletariat. 113. Stalin went on to admit, explicitly, that contradictions could develop between the party and the working class if certain conditions were not fulfilled. 114. When, however, at the end of the NEP period, contradictions became acute between the party and the various sections of the people, including the working class, these contradictions were not frankly analyzed, but passed over in silence. This silence implicitly accepted the thesis which had been explicitly rejected, identifying the party with the proletariat. This implicit identification gradually became dominant, providing a theoretical basis for the practice of revolution from above. The process of identifying, in imagination, the state with the party and both with the proletariat, by continuing to develop, in objective conditions which aggravated the contradictions between the party and the masses, led increasingly to the idea that any opposition to the party line must be due to the activity of enemies of the people. Given these conditions, asserting the primacy of unity and denying the universality of contradiction resulted increasingly in denial also of the existence of contradictions among the people. Thereafter, all opposition seemed to originate in external contradictions, connected with the imperialist environment. Any divergence of view was opposition, and any opposition was the act of a foreign agent. Such conceptions were the product of objective contradictions, the existence of 546, which was denied. They were determined by practices which placed the party above the masses, but the thesis of the primacy of unity over contradiction was the theoretical condition thanks to which the social practices in question could be thought of as arising from the needs of a proletarian policy. The tendency to identify the party with Marxist theory, the thesis of the primacy of unity over contradiction, was the condition making it possible to twist Lenin's thesis on the revolutionary proletarian party, to change the thesis of the union between Marxist theory and the party 115 into a thesis of the unity of these two. This change tended to come about as soon as the principle was accepted that the party was necessarily always right, 116, thereby withdrawing the party from criticism by the masses and the party leadership from criticism by the rank and file. When this happened, as it did in the USSR in the late 1920s, the party alone had the right to state what was or was not theoretically correct, and, in order to eliminate any risk of divergent interpretations, to concentrate authority in matters of theory in the party leadership. This concentration reduced the possibility of genuine development of Marxism, even if the party leadership was defending a revolutionary line, for this development calls for broad ideological class struggle and the opportunity for different analyses to be debated. 117. The tendency to equate the party with Marxist theory leads, if persisted in, to the weakening of Marxism. The existence of such a tendency in the USSR had objective bases, as we know, but it did not seem acceptable except on the basis of the primacy of unity over contradiction. At the same time, the identification of the party with Marxist theory caused the party to be less and less alert to initiatives and ideas coming from the masses, though such alertness is essential if theory is to be enriched and mistakes put right. A. 547. Process thus began which caused the party to act no longer as an educator itself in need of educating, but as an authority giving orders. The development of this form of action favored the use of repression against some sections of the people, so as to bring them to follow the party's directives, even when they were not ready to do this. The identification of theory with reality, the transformation of dialectical materialism by inhibiting the primacy of contradiction over unity, brought with it the possibility of another ideological effect, namely, the identification of theory with reality. The need for practice and scientific experiment tended consequently to be denied. Theory was supposed to be capable, by itself, of saying what is. When it functioned in this way, dialectical materialism in its changed form appeared to be a science of the sciences, capable of deciding what was science and what was not, and seeming even to offer the possibility of deducing scientific knowledge from its own principles. This was the function that dialectical materialism tended to fulfill in and after the 1930s, when it served to settle scientific disputes, for example, to legitimize Lysenko's conceptions in the name of abstract principles. 118. The identification of theory with reality, if taken to its logical conclusion, is equivalent to an idealist position. It eliminates the revolutionary implications of dialectical materialism and gives victory to a fundamentally conservative notion, namely, all that is real is rational. Dialectics tends to operate no longer as an instrument for criticizing and changing what is, but as an instrument for legitimizing it. 119. When we analyze the way dialectical materialism functioned in the USSR after the end of the 1920s, we see that a tendency pointing in this direction became more and more active. The objective basis for this tendency was the system of social contradictions which was developing at that time, and the place that the Bolshevik Party occupied in that system through the practices in which it engaged, especially because of the 548 weakness of its relations with popular initiatives, starting with those of the peasant masses. The tendency to reduce Marxism to a form of evolutionism toward the end of the 1920s, an evolutionist interpretation of Marx's theory, dominated the Bolshevik Party more and more. To appreciate the change that this entailed in the Bolshevik ideological formation, we need to recall that Marx's theory is something quite different from an enumeration or description of the stages through which every society necessarily has to pass. 120. Marx categorically repudiated this interpretation, as when he replied, in 1877, to criticisms of his theory formulated by the Russian writer N. Mikhailovsky. 121. Speaking of this writer, Marx says, "For him it is absolutely necessary to change my sketch of the origin of capitalism in Western Europe into an historico-philosophical theory of universal progress, fatally imposed on all peoples, regardless of the historical circumstances in which they find themselves, ending finally in that economic system which assures both the greatest amount of productive labor and the fullest development of man." But I must beg his pardon. This is to do me both too much honor and too much discredit. In various places in Capital I have alluded to the destiny which overtook the plebeians of ancient Rome. They were originally free peasants cultivating each on his own account his own parcel of land. In the course of Roman history they were expropriated. The same movement which separated them from their means of production and subsistence brought about not only the formation of the great landed estates but that of great holdings of money capital as well. Thus, one fine morning there were on the one hand free men deprived of everything except their labor power and, on the other, to exploit this labor, the holders of all acquired wealth. What happened? The Roman proletarians became, not wage earners, but an idle mob. And beside them there developed a mode of production which was not capitalist. 549. But based on slavery. Thus, events which were strikingly analogous, but which took place in different historical circumstances, led to entirely dissimilar results. By studying each of these evolutions separately, and by comparing them afterwards, the key to these phenomena can easily be found, but one will never succeed with the open sesame of an historico-philosophical theory of which the supreme virtue consists in its being suprahistorical. 122. Marx here comes out categorically against any interpretation of his analyses which tends to make of them an historico-philosophical theory imposing on every people the necessity of passing through a determined succession of modes of production. In his correspondence with Verazay-Sulich, Marx was to condemn once more, in 1881, the idea of an historical fatalism making every people pass through a succession of the same modes of production. 123. Marx's theory rules out any general theory of the evolution of human societies, because it recognizes that social reality is characterized not by the existence at each moment of one simple contradiction but, on the contrary, by a real multiplicity of contradictions. The reduction of the movement of history to a succession of simple contradictions, necessarily engendering each other in a predetermined order, corresponds not to the movement of materialist dialectics but to that of Hegelian dialectics. Though the latter does not rule out an apparent diversity of contradictions, it assumes that all the contradictions present at one time in a society are merely the expression of one fundamental contradiction. Such a conception leads to the idea of linear and irreversible development. The Marxist characterization of social formations by the existence of a real multiplicity of contradictions implies, on the contrary, that systems of specific contradictions may take shape, which develop under particular conditions, and in which this or that element may, at any given moment, play a dominant role. 124 The real multiplicity of contradictions conditions the possibility of several paths of development, of periods of stagnation or retreat, the form and duration of 550, which depend on the way in which the class struggles concretely proceed, especially on the ideological plane. At the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, under the impact of the reformist practices of the principal parties belonging to the Second International, the influence of idealism tended to obscure the radical difference between Marx's theory and any sort of evolutionism. Thereafter, all reforms were conceived as being contributions to a fated evolution. The influence of the evolutionist ideas of Darwinism and positivism obviously helped, also, to inhibit the specific nature of Marx's analyses, the impossibility of reducing them to any sort of evolutionism. Marxism-Leninism eliminates everything which, by distorting Marx's theory, may reduce it to an evolutionism. But a tendency to carry out such a reduction made itself felt when the Bolshevik Party took the road of revolution from above. Some of Stalin's formulations encapsulate the conceptions on this point which gradually became dominant in the Bolshevik Party. Examples are the formulation which refers to the idea of a succession 125 of modes of production, presented as natural, and the formulation according to which a retreat to an earlier phase would be senseless, stupid, and unnatural. 126 This idea makes of history a succession of linear advances which take place irreversibly. It does not allow it to be seen that struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road is inevitable. It tends to render inconceivable the possibility of a restoration of capitalism, or to allow this to be conceived only as a consequence of external aggression. Thereby, the capacity of the party and the masses to combat the danger of capitalist restoration due to internal social forces is gravely compromised. To the effects of the changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation which have just been discussed we must add those which, while connected with those changes, resulted mainly from the strengthening of the ouvriériste component in Bolshevism. 551. The development of the effects of the ouvriériste component in the Bolshevik ideological formation 127. In the second half of the 19th century a line of demarcation separated the proletarian positions of revolutionary Marxism from the ouvriériste positions of other components of the organized labor movement. 128 Revolutionary Marxism gives primacy to the political role which the proletariat must play in order to bring about change in the relations of production. It shows that, if it is to play this role, the proletariat must fulfill a function of leadership, and that it can do this because there are other classes which can be its allies in the socialist revolution. Ouvriériste conceptions refuse to consider the primacy of the political role of the working class. They treat as secondary the question of class alliances and emphasize one-sidedly the defense of the workers' immediate interests, or else they appear to assume that, in any case, the working class, by virtue of its place in production and its specific forms of organization, stands spontaneously at the head of the revolutionary processes in countries where industry plays a sufficiently considerable role. Ouvriérisme can take on many different forms. Its existence is not necessarily obvious to members of the organizations of the working class who want to fight for socialism. From this point of view, the fight which Marx and Engels had to wage against the ouvriérisme of Lassalle and his supporters is highly significant. A quick survey of this fight will enable us to appreciate better the nature of the contradictions which developed within the Bolshevik ideological formation with special acuteness at the end of the 1920s. A particularly explicit ouvriériste formulation is to be found in the draft program which was produced to serve as the basis, in 1875, for the formation of a socialist workers' party in Germany, and of which Marx wrote an important critique. 129 He attacked a paragraph in the draft which declared that the emancipation of labor must be the work of the working class, relatively to which all other classes are only one reactionary. 552. Mass. 130 To this formulation Marx counterposed that of the Communist Manifesto, which, while describing the proletariat as being the only really revolutionary class confronting the bourgeoisie, recognizes the dual nature of the middle classes, including the peasantry, who are both reactionary insofar as they depend upon the old modes of production and revolutionary in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. 131 Marx stresses the contrast between these two formulations. He shows that statements such as that which figures in the Gotha program, presenting the proletariat as the only revolutionary class, entail serious consequences. One of them is the isolating of the working class, depriving it of allies, and so preventing it from playing a leading role. Another is the orienting of the party towards a policy which is concerned mainly with the immediate material advantages that the working class can derive from its struggles, since it is assumed not to be concerned with relations of alliance with other classes. Under these conditions the predominant political line can easily assume a statist character. 132 Since the working class does not practice a policy of alliances, it has to impose the effects of its policy on the other classes, and, for this purpose, to use state coercion which actually implies an unavowed alliance with the agents of this coercion. Finally, the state framework of the activity assigned to the working class, and the material privileges which it is thus called upon to win for itself, serve as the basis for a nationalist orientation. 133 Breaking with the internationalist demands which are inherent in any revolutionary proletarian struggle. The existence of an ouvrier-ist component in the Bolshevik ideological formation manifested itself concretely on more than one occasion. One of its material bases was the quite special integration of the party in the working class, which was a consequence of the particular magnitude assumed, in Russia at the beginning of the 20th century, by struggles peculiar to the working class. This ouvrier-ist component had for its theoretical condition the specific role often ascribed in the party to the technological forms of industrial production in the formation of class consciousness. 134. 553. Historically, the ouvrier-ist component in the Bolshevik ideological formation was more or less influential depending on the conjuncture of the class struggle. It grew strong during war communism, when Bukharin, Trotsky, and others spoke in a one-sided way of the working class character of the Soviet state, gave priority to production, and underestimated the requirements of the struggle needed in order to win the masses for the aims of the revolution. 135 It grew weaker at the beginning of the NEP period, when the necessity of strengthening the worker-peasant alliance became vital for the Soviet power. It grew strong again toward the end of the NEP period, owing to the sharpening of the contradictions and to the illusion that these contradictions could be resolved by means of rapid accumulation realized through state coercion. This accumulation, it was assumed, would strengthen the working class by increasing its numbers, and by changing the mentality of the peasantry and bringing about total unity between them and the working class as a result of their use of modern means of production, which would put industry and agriculture on the same technological foundation. The principal political and ideological effects of the strengthening of the ouvrier-ist component in the Bolshevik ideological formation must now engage our attention. 136 I shall begin by examining its effects on policy regarding recruitment to the party. Policy on recruitment to the party at the time of the 13th Party Congress. Ouvrier-ist conceptions wielded a certain influence, in connection with the role played at that time by the party's organizations in the great industrial centers of Leningrad and Moscow, which were led by Zinoviev and Kamenev, respectively. That Congress adopted a resolution which defined the aim of a 50% working class membership of the party. The resolution required that the target of 50% be reached within 12 months. 137 It was no reached. A temporary weakening of the ouvrier-ist component in Bolshevism was shown at the 14th Congress, being reflected in the adoption of a new line on recruitment, which gave a bigger place to the peasants. However, The ideological resistance of the middle cadres of the party was such that recruitment of peasants remained, as we have seen, very slight. The ouvrier-ist component in the Bolshevik ideological formation was shown also in the fact that greater significance was attributed to class origin than to class position. Consequently, there was a tendency to deny that poor and middle peasants could take up, ideologically, revolutionary proletarian positions, whereas these were supposed to develop spontaneously among workers employed in industry. This mechanistic conception can be carried so far that in effect it is transformed into its opposite. It leads easily to the view that industrial work leaves so deep an imprint that it is enough for a person to have been engaged in it for a certain time for him to be definitively established in proletarian positions, hence the importance attributed to working class origin, as against actual occupation, that is, present integration in production relations. Thus, ouvrier-ist conceptions tend to identify one's ideological class position with one's original class situation. This identification was current among the supporters of proletkult, and it became gradually accepted on a fairly wide scale, even after proletkult had ceased to exercise any real influence. It was clearly formulated in Pletnev's article entitled On the Ideological Front, where he said that scholars, artists, engineers, etc., who have emerged from the working class will produce a proletarian class culture and no other a culture quite different from that produced by their counterparts of bourgeois origin. As Lenin remarked, this was utter fiction. 138 Such a fiction confers upon cadres who are of 555 working class origin or who have merely spent some time working in industry a working class essence which is supposed to endow them with qualities they can never lose. It is in the personal interest of these cadres to support this fiction. What the latter actually does is to contribute to abandonment of the struggle aimed at ending the separation between manual and mental work, and to underestimating the need for all cadres, even those of working class origin, to take part in manual work. 139. The role assigned to technology and form of evolutionism in the Bolshevik ideological formation, ouvrier-ist conceptions were often combined with a conception of social development which gave a front-rank role to technological progress, and consequently to technicians. During the first phase of the NEP the ideological elements which accorded this role to technology and technicians were not specially influential. In that period the problem of technological change was not yet on the agenda, the essential task was to get the existing factories working. Nevertheless, even then, these ideological elements produced certain political effects. This was the case with the order of priority followed in the reactivation of the factories which had ceased to function in 1920 to 1921. The dominant tendency was to try and get back into operation, first and foremost, the large-scale enterprises, the most up-to-date which was not always politically correct. Lenin many times directed the party's attention to the role that should be played by small-scale industry, especially rural industry, which served the peasants directly. The party's official decisions took account of this principle, but, in practice, these decisions were applied only reluctantly. The pressure of the managers and technicians of the large-scale enterprises tended to hold back their application, in the name of efficiency and of the technological superiority of large-scale industry. 556. Similarly, from the start of the NEP, there was the problem of the scientific organization of work. The way that this problem was approached shows clearly the influence of technicist elements in ideology. In order to appreciate how this influence was exerted we must first recall the way in which questions of technology were dealt with after the end of 1925. At that time the period of restoration was regarded as having been completed, thereafter, the problem known as reconstruction was to be the order of the day. Discussion of this problem was concentrated chiefly on how much was to be invested in industry, on the respective priorities of the various branches of industry and agriculture, and on the way in which investment would be financed. The question of the technology to be used in the new factories was, however, hardly touched on. It was, in a sense, decided in advance, for it seemed self-evident that this technology must be the most advanced, the most highly mechanized possible, and that the model of the very large enterprise must be preferred to any other. It was implicitly accepted that this technology and these factories were most likely to produce a revolutionary proletariat devoted to the cause of socialism. The presence of Fourierist conceptions is all the more obvious here 140 because the implicit choice made considerably increased the amount of investment needed in order to obtain a certain volume of production, and also necessitated massive imports. The Soviet Union was, in fact, not then in a position to produce for itself all the up-to-date equipment which this orientation made it necessary to acquire. This was to have obvious effects on the policy followed in relation to the peasantry, entailing, first, restriction of the supply of goods to them, and then increased exactions from agriculture without any counterpart, so as to increase the exports needed in order to pay for foreign equipment. Other political and social effects also require our attention, namely, those which developed at the level of the production. 557. Process, and concern the bigger place taken in social life by the technicians, specialists, and experts. These effects followed from the special role which assertion of the primacy of the most up-to-date technology assigned to dead labor and technical knowledge, to the disadvantage of the living labor contributed by the immediate producers, by the workers themselves. We can now look back at the way in which, in the first years of the NEP, the problem of the scientific organization of work was taken up, and show the contradictions which developed in this connection. It is significant that the persons who were, in the first place, responsible for this organization were former activists of Proletkult 141 and that their efforts produced two apparently contradictory tendencies 142 which, moreover, ended by merging under the direction of the technicians, at a conference of Nantes held on March 10, 1924. This conference adopted the theses put before it by Kuibyshev, 143 condemning as anti-Marxist the identification of not with a complete system of the organization of work and emphasizing, together, mechanization, rationalization of production, and intensification of labor. Not became thereafter more and more a matter for specialists, though this did not, of course, prevent the holding of workers' production conferences, at which problems of increasing productivity were also discussed. Those specialists took charge of the organization of work and improved the wage system by developing the system of payment of bonuses but also of the imposition of penalties and fines. In this way the obvious rightist effects of the Fourierist technicist conceptions emerged. After 1926, power in the domain of the organization of labor was practically taken away from the trade unions and concentrated more and more in the hands of managements and specialists. Emphasis was now laid much more on technology than on liberating the initiative of the workers. A social and political consequence of this line was that technicians and 558 experts were made privileged persons, both as regards remuneration 144 and as regards authority. 145. Distrust of, or disdain for the peasantry. What was characteristic of the NEP was the will to consolidate the worker-peasant alliance, but this will was obstructed where many party members were concerned by a profound distrust of the peasantry. This distrust was due, in part, to the tension which developed between the Soviet power and the peasants during war communism. Stalin warned party members working in the rural areas against this when he stressed, in 1924, the need for party members to show connivance in the non-party peasant and to treat him as an equal. 146. But distrust of the peasantry had its roots also in the Fourierist conceptions which were present in the Bolshevik ideological formation. This was not expressed only in an ultra-left form. It even assumed, quite often, an openly rightist form, implying disdain for the peasantry and a sort of appeal for unity between workers and intellectuals against the peasantry. There are some writings by Maxim Gorky which express this tendency very clearly. They are worthy of particular attention because Gorky, who at first showed reserve toward the October Revolution, later came to support the Soviet power. In the early 1930s this writer enjoyed great prestige among most party members, and especially among the leaders. It is therefore to be recalled how Gorky thought of the Russian peasantry, and how he contrasted the peasant with the townsman, whom he described as alone capable of progress and reason. In a work entitled The Russian Peasant, which he wrote in 1922, Gorky said, "The townsman's labor is varied, stable and enduring. He has subordinated the forces of nature to his high aims, and they serve him like the jinns of the Eastern fables served King Solomon. He has created around him an atmosphere of reason." 147. 559. With this townsman Gorky contrasts the peasants, about whom, he says, "My thoughts weigh very heavily upon me." 148. In his eyes, it is generally true that the people want to eat as much as possible and work as little as possible, they want to have all rights and no obligations. 149. He considers that these characteristics are especially applicable to the Russian peasants, who, moreover, he says, are opposed to all progress. The village greets with distrust and hostility those who attempt to introduce into its life something of themselves, something new, and it rapidly expels them from its midst. 150. In the pages that follow, expressions of disdain accumulate. For Gorky, the psychology of the Russian peasant is concentrated in the saying, "Don't run away from anything, but don't do anything." 151. He quotes a Russian historian who says, describing the peasants, "A multitude of superstitions and no ideas." This sad judgment is confirmed by the whole of Russian folklore. 152. As he sees it, the Russian peasantry has no historical memory of its own revolts. It has forgotten those who led them: Bolotnikov, Stefan Razin, Pugachev. All this left no trace either on the Russian peasant's daily life or on his memory. 153. So far as the peasant masses are concerned, the Russian people seem to him incapable of change, and he adds, "I think that a feeling of particular cruelty, cold-blooded, is exclusively peculiar to the Russian people." 154. There is no point in going on, all the clichés of the bourgeoisie and landowners terrified of peasant revolts are to be found in Gorky's writings. Subsequently, though he did not repeat such crude formulations, disdain and fear of the peasantry continued to be a feature of his thinking. And it was this same disdain and fear of the peasantry which influenced some party members who passed easily from an anti-Kulak policy to a policy of repression against the peasantry as a whole. True, from 1928 on this slippage took place under pressure of the accumulated difficulties arising in relations between the peasantry and the Soviet power, especially when the interests of the peasant masses were sacrificed to the aim of achieving the maximum tempo of industrialization. But 560. What made this slippage possible, that is to say, acceptable to the majority of party members, was the reactivation of ideological elements which led them to conclude that civilization had to be imposed on the peasants by means of a revolution from above and the application of measures aimed at checking on the peasants' activity by surrounding them with cotters who, so far as possible, were of urban origin. In fact, even the machines which were supposed to be capable of changing the peasants' mentality were not entrusted to them, but were concentrated in machine and tractor stations, and operated by technicians and workers, not by the collective farmers themselves. The ideological elements of distrust in relation to the peasantry which were reactivated in 1928 to 1929, and which had a decisive influence at that time, were already at work, though in a minor key, during the first years of the NEP, and obstructed the creation of a genuine political alliance with the peasants. They contributed to making the worker-peasant alliance seem a mere tactical necessity, essentially temporary, and not a fundamental strategic necessity. The interpretation of the NEP as a mere tactical necessity is to be found in many writings produced long before the Great Change, and even in Stalin's writings, although, as we know, he called upon party members at that time to show confidence in the peasants. Thus, in the speech he made at the 13th Conference of the Moscow region, on January 27, 1925, he said, "The peasantry is the only ally that can be of direct assistance to our revolution at this very moment. It is a question of direct assistance just now, at the present moment. 155. And he added, a little later, as you yourselves are aware, this ally is not a very staunch one. The peasantry is not as reliable an ally as the proletariat in the developed capitalist countries. But, for all that, it is an ally. That is why, particularly at the present moment, when the course of development of revolutionary and all other crises has slowed down somewhat, the question of the peasantry acquires exceptional importance. 156. About a year later, on February 9, 1926, Stalin returned to this question, in replying to 3 correspondents. In this 561 reply, he made explicit what he had implied in January 1925, so expressing political distrust toward the peasantry as a whole. It seems to me that you are somewhat offended at my calling the peasantry a not very firm ally, an ally not as reliable as the proletariat of the capitalistically developed countries. Must I not tell the truth bluntly? Is it not true that, at the time of the Kolchak and Denikin invasions, the peasantry quite often vacillated, siding now with the workers, now with the generals? And were there not plenty of peasant volunteers in Denikin's and Kolchak's armies? 157. These formulations clearly show principled distrust toward the peasantry, who were seen as an ally neither firm nor reliable. They suggest the possibility of a split in the worker-peasant alliance, which might occur if a situation of international revolutionary crisis were to develop to a sufficient degree in the capitalistically developed countries, making unnecessary the political line of active alliance with the peasant masses. The alliance between workers and intellectuals and the rallying of the old intelligentsia, the conception which ascribed a revolutionary role to the proletariat not because of the nature of the class contradictions in which it is integrated but because of its connection with modern technology, with town life and, indirectly, with science, easily led to putting on the same plane the working class and those who were seen as working to develop science. More generally, this conception helped to make the intellectuals appear as a political vanguard. In a minor form, this conception was present in the Bolshevik ideological formation. It appeared in a major form in some of Gorky's writings. Some extracts from these deserve to be quoted, as they enable us to define an ideological trend which played a significant role in the Soviet Union. 562. In his essay on the Russian peasant, Gorky did not shrink from writing, in defiance of all historical truth, that the whole of the Russian intelligentsia, for almost a whole century, has manfully attempted to set on its feet the ponderous Russian people, lying lazily, negligently and lucklessly on its soil. 158. According to Gorky, the Russian intelligentsia carried out in this way a task of decisive importance, starting to awaken common sense among the peasants. The political implication of this conception of the historical role played by the intellectuals was clearly expressed by Gorky in a later work of his, written in 1924, when he said, "The fundamental obstacle on the path of Russia's progress towards Europeanization and culture is the fact of the overwhelming predominance of the illiterate countryside over the town, the zoological individualism of the peasantry, and its almost complete lack of social feelings. The dictatorship of the politically literate workers in close alliance with the intelligentsia was in my view the only possible escape from a difficult situation, especially complicated by the war which brought still further anarchy into the countryside. The Russian intelligentsia, the educated people and the workers was, is, and will long remain, the only cart horse that can be harnessed to the heavy load of Russian history." 159. Here Gorky opposed to Lenin's conception of an alliance between the workers and the peasants a quite different conception, that of an alliance between the working class and the Russian intelligentsia. The Bolshevik party never formally accepted this view, but, in the contradictory whole which constituted the Bolshevik ideological formation, ideas close to those formulated crudely by Gorky were present and were manifested on the plane of practice. One of the first expressions of this ideology is to be found in a resolution adopted by the 13th Party Congress, in May 1924, after Lenin's death. 160. The principal aspect of this resolution is its oeuvreirisme. It calls, in a one-sided way, for Moss 563. civ recruitment to the party from among the working class. 161. On the other hand, it says practically nothing about the need to recruit members from among the poorest sections of the peasantry. However, there was another aspect to this resolution which was later to assume great importance because it corresponded to the new situation which a section of the intelligentsia was soon to occupy in the party. This second aspect appears in the paragraphs dealing with party members of non-worker origin. The resolution says that they must be removed from the party if they have not shown themselves to be communists by improving the work of some organization of the state, the economy, etc., and have not had direct contact with the worker and peasant masses. 162. In this document, being a communist has nothing to do with taking up a class position, with adhesion to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, or with a way of living and acting which follows from this position and these principles, since it is possible to show oneself a communist by improving the work of organizations of the state, the economy, etc. This criterion opens the party's doors to intellectuals, administrators, and specialists who carry out correctly their tasks in the state machine, regardless of their class position and whether or not they adhere to the revolutionary ideology of the proletariat. This was an opening toward the intelligentsia which echoed Gorky's preoccupations. The same 13th Congress passed another resolution 163, certain passages of which pointed the same way. This was the appeal which the Congress addressed to the advanced rural intelligentsia, and especially to the rural school teachers and the agrarian specialists, as the vehicle in the countryside of the policy of the party and the Soviet power. 164. This appeal was issued not to the poor and middle peasants, but to a section of the intelligentsia, which, until then, had shown itself mainly anti-communist. 9 months after the 13th Party Congress, in January 1925, Zinoviev spoke at the First Congress of School Teachers. 564. Held under Soviet rule. After recalling the hostile attitude maintained until shortly before this time by the school teachers, Zinoviev said, "We can now say to the working class of our country that the school teachers and the working class have understood each other and finally come to an agreement, that the teachers of the USSR and the Communist Party have concluded an unbreakable alliance." 165. These sentences did not describe reality, but they set forth a program which closely resembled Gorky's thesis. This program set the aim of winning the peasants through the school teachers, who were called upon to be the vanguard of the countryside, which presupposed, according to Zinoviev, that they did not become the spokesmen of the peasants. 166. In the months that followed, various strata of the intelligentsia rallied to the Soviet power. In March 1925, the VTSIK, meeting, by way of exception, at Tiflis, received a delegation of doctors who presented a declaration of loyalty. One of the members of the VTSIK, Petrovsky, greeted this event as a manifestation of the alliance between labor and science. In May 1925, the Third Congress of Soviets received a delegation of university rectors, an event which was also seen as a rallying by a section of the intelligentsia. Finally, in September 1925, when the 200th anniversary of Russia's Academy of Sciences was celebrated, the reconciliation of the world of learning with the Soviet power was made the theme of many articles and speeches, including a speech by Zinoviev to the Academy itself. 167. Actually, these rallyings did not mean in the least that the intelligentsia as a whole accepted the prospect of socialism. What was happening was, in the main, a rallying to an established political authority, the recognition of an accomplished fact. That this fact was recognized was certainly a great victory for the Bolshevik Party, but it was of an ambiguous nature. Most of the members of the intelligentsia who rallied in this way aimed either at ensuring their survival in material conditions which were on the upgrade, or at installing themselves in the machinery of state. And, in so far as this installation took 565 place without the intelligentsia having been ideologically transformed, and without this machinery having been revolutionized, the overwhelming majority of the intellectuals functioned as agents of bourgeois practices, both on the plane of management of enterprises and on that of teaching, scientific and technological research, art, and literature. The maintenance of these practices affected at the same time the new intelligentsia, the new cadres of proletarian origin, and thus constituted a factor, in the reproduction of bourgeois social relations, the existence of which was one of the objective bases of a bourgeois path of development. The latter did not necessarily coincide with an extension of the private enterprises, but could fit in quite well with the rise of large-scale state-owned industry. The accelerated and one-sided development of large-scale industry, and Great Russian chauvinism from 1928 to 1929, the maximum development of large-scale state-owned industry, to be equipped with the most up-to-date technology, created an objective situation that was still more favorable to penetration by many members of the old intelligentsia into the economic and administrative apparatuses of the Soviet state. True, this penetration had its ups and downs, for the vigilance of the Bolshevik party regarding bourgeois intellectuals remained acute. Nevertheless, the decisive problem, that of ideological influence of the old intelligentsia upon the new Soviet intellectuals, could not be dealt with by vigilance alone. What was needed here was a struggle to transform the ideological apparatuses and against the separation between mental and manual work, and this struggle was not undertaken. It was all the less undertaken because the numerical growth of the new intelligentsia gave rise to the illusion that this stratum, being partly of working-class origin, did not run the risk of falling under the influence of bourgeois ideology. 566. Their class origin serving, somehow, to safeguard their class position. In fact, this was not so, and the new intelligentsia integrated in apparatuses which reproduced the essentials of the social relations characteristic of the old university, scientific, technological, and even administrative apparatuses was largely dominated by the ideology of the old intelligentsia. One of the components of that ideology was Russian nationalism. It was this that determined many of the rallyings which took place when the great industrial projects of the first five-year plan were drawn up and put into effect. The emphasis placed on these projects and on the role of vanguard technology revived the bourgeois nationalism of the old intelligentsia. In their view, the priority realization of these projects was not destined to strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat but to turn Russia into a modern great power, a Europeanized country, as Gorky put it. The bourgeois nationalism of the old intelligentsia which rallied to the Soviet power at that time, and the influence it exercised upon Soviet scientists, researchers, and technicians, and, through them, upon many cadres, favored the reactivation of that great Russian chauvinism which was already present in the Bolshevik party, as Lenin had pointed out in 1922. 168. Thus, the series of changes which took place after 1928 in the Soviet social formation entailed very important changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation. Some of the political consequences of these changes made their appearance comparatively soon. These were the ones I have mentioned. Others took some years to make themselves felt, and will have to be analyzed later. Part 5. The Great Change and the Emergence of New Contradictions. It would be pointless to attempt to recapitulate here the results of the foregoing analyses. It is, however, necessary to discuss, for the last time, some of the explanations which have been and are still being offered for the final crisis of the NEP. Depending on the explanation one accepts, one appreciates differently the real content of the Great Change at the end of 1929 and its class consequences. One of the most widely accepted interpretations of the final crisis of the NEP states that, after 1928, a continuation of the NEP would have doomed agricultural production to stagnation and even decline, thereby preventing the necessary development of industry. This is the way the situation was appreciated at the time by the Bolshevik Party. It was reaffirmed in the history of the CPSU, which was approved by the CC in 1938 and in which we read the following: all the signs pointed to the danger of a further decline in the amount of marketable grain. There was a crisis in grain farming which was bound to be followed by a crisis in livestock farming. The only escape from this predicament was a change to large-scale farming which would permit the use of tractors and agricultural machines. to take the course of amalgamating the small peasant holdings into large socialist farms, collective farms, which would be able to use tractors and other modern machines for a rapid advancement of grain farming and a rapid increase in the marketable surplus of grain. 1. This economistic interpretation cannot be sustained. At the end of the 1920s, the potentialities of NEP farming were still considerable, and could have been quickly mobilized. 590. For that purpose it was necessary to isolate the kulaks politically and to give systematic aid to the poor and middle peasants, in particular by making available to them a minimum of the instruments of labor they needed, so that they might enter voluntarily and effectively upon the road to collective farming. Substantial positive results could have been quickly attained in that way, provided that there was no attempt to impose from above upon the peasants tempos and forms of organization which did not yet correspond to their aspirations. Experience showed that, by acting otherwise, by coercing the peasant masses, the kulaks were not isolated, while the development of large-scale mechanized production failed to give the expected stimulus to grain production and stock breeding. On the contrary, for several years these branches of agriculture went down and down, which nevertheless did not prevent industry from advancing at a fast rate. Even today, though, we find repeated the interpretation of the Great Change as having been an economic necessity imposed by the inevitable stagnation and decline of agricultural production at the end of the NEP, and by the contradiction which developed, as a result, between agriculture and industry. This interpretation is put forward today by Soviet economists and historians. Thus, in a work published in Moscow in 1964, the Soviet historian Yakovtsevsky repeated the thesis of the exhaustion of the potentialities of NEP agriculture and the resulting contradiction with the needs of industrialization. He wrote, "The lagging of agriculture behind industry showed that the impulse to development given to agriculture by the October Revolution had, in the main, been exhausted. The old social basis small-scale individual peasant farming could no longer be the source of further development for agriculture. An urgent necessity had been created for agricultural production to move over onto the rails of large-scale collective farming. 2. But it is one thing to assert the historical necessity, if socialism is to be built, developing collective farming, and quite another to assert, as this writer does, that there existed in 591. 1927 to 1929 an urgent necessity to increase agricultural production through collectivization. This assertion is all the more senseless in that, as has been pointed out, the actual fall in essential agricultural production which occurred after the Great Change of 1929 did not prevent a massive increase in industrial production. The foregoing economistic interpretation is frequently combined with a more political one which presents the problem of the necessity of the Great Change in terms of the threat from the kulaks, which is alleged to have increased toward the end of the NEP owing to the increased economic role of the rich peasants. This combination of the two interpretations is used by J. Elienstein when he writes, dealing with the situation at the end of 1927, industrialization was still inadequate and agriculture was marking time, while the role of the kulaks was increasing in the countryside, like that of the nepmen in the towns. 3. As regards agriculture marking time, this was due precisely to the adoption of measures which departed from the NEP line and provoked discontent among the peasant masses. As for the role played by the kulaks, this was a limited one, economically, and could easily have been reduced by relying firmly on the aspirations of the poor and middle peasants and helping them to organize themselves. The thesis of a constant and inevitable strengthening of the kulaks, to which accelerated and immediate collectivization was the only answer, does not square with the actual situation. In 1927 the relative weight of the kulak farms in agricultural production was far from being decisive, and mobilization of the existing potentialities of the small and middle-sized farms could quickly have reduced this weight, together with the dependence of the poor and middle peasants on the rich ones. For if it is possible to speak of a strengthening of the kulaks in the last years of the NEP, this is so only if we mean a certain increase in their political influence which resulted from the mistakes made by the Bolshevik Party in its relations with the poor and middle peasants. The interpretation according to which the Great Change 592 was due above all to a mass rallying by the middle peasants to collective farming was put forward chiefly at the end of 1929. It does not stand up to an examination of the conditions in which collectivization took place, to observation of the rapid fall in the percentage of households collectivized which followed any relaxation of administrative pressure, or to consideration of the admitted necessity of carrying through collectivization in the form of a revolution from above. In fact, the way that the turn to accelerated collectivization was effected, and the way in which collectivization was carried out resulted from the demands of a certain form and a certain tempo of industrialization. These demands compelled the establishment of forms of organization of the peasantry and of agriculture through which the state would be better able to obtain in sufficient quantity the agricultural produce which it needed, and at prices which did not detract from the financing of investment in industry. The forms of agricultural organization set up after the abandonment of the NEP were such as to offer the possibility of levying from the peasantry a tribute sufficiently high to enable the industrialization plan to be realized. This expectation was only partly fulfilled. Owing to the conditions in which they were established, these forms of organization did not, for several years, enable essential agricultural production to be increased, but they did integrate the peasantry in a set of relations which deprived them of the ability to decide what they would or would not deliver to the state. The latter thenceforth possessed means of coercion through which it could force the peasants to supply it with quantities of produce corresponding more or less to the forecasts laid down by the central planning organs. These quantities could be, at certain times, so large that both the peasants' subsistence and the expanded reproduction of agriculture were endangered. 5. Thus, the crisis of the NEP and the great change to which this led were determined above all by a policy of industrialization which aimed at very rapid growth rates for industry. 593. And the introduction of the most up-to-date technology possible. This policy led, in fact, to the sacrificing of agriculture to the development of industry. 6. This industrialization policy and the forms of collectivization which it called for were not at all dictated by the general laws of the building of socialism or by the principles of Marxism. They resulted from a complex social process in which what was most important was the relations between classes. Here a decisive role was played by the evolution of relations between the working class, the party, and the leaders of industry, especially after the end of 1928, when the positions of the leaders of industry were strengthened, together with bourgeois forms of labor discipline. An equally important role was played by the evolution of relations between the peasantry, the Soviet power, and the working class. These developments, with the changes that resulted from them, were directly due to class struggles. The outcome of these struggles depended partly on the past history of the contending classes and the conditions in which new social forces were emerging. It depended partly, also, as we have seen, on the ideological relations in which these classes were caught, relations bound up with the history of these classes, and on changes in the Bolshevik ideological formation. These changes determined the way in which the party appreciated the meaning and implications of the economic and social contradictions, and also the way of dealing with these contradictions that seemed correct, or possible. It was in this unique history, which was also that of a revolutionary ideological formation, that the crisis of the NEP and the solutions found for it had their roots. The uniqueness of this history does not, of course, signify that no universal lessons can be derived from it. These lessons concern the effects of class struggles upon the reproduction and transformation of social relations, of the economic basis, and of the superstructure. They concern also the class consequences of these changes, the way in which Marxism and 594. Revisionism, the socialist road and the capitalist road, come into conflict, and the conditions for victory of one over the other. In Volume 3 of this work we shall see what were the principal long-term consequences of the changes undergone by the Soviet formation in the early 1930s. As for the more immediate consequences, which will also be examined in the next volume, it is important to emphasize at once their contradictory aspects. On the one hand there was the complete defeat of the private bourgeoisie, the numerical increase of the Soviet proletariat, the modernization of the economy, and a tremendous industrial advance, which contributed to the advance of the forces fighting for socialism throughout the world. On the other hand, the worker-peasant alliance was gravely weakened, the industrial development of the USSR became more and more one-sided, and the primacy accorded to technology tended to strengthen the role played by the technicians and by the administrative and economic apparatuses, and even by the apparatus of repression. Thus, contradictions of a new type emerged. The subsequent changes undergone by the Soviet social formation were determined by the class struggles which were to develop amid these new contradictions and by the way in which the Bolshevik Party was to reckon with these contradictions and to try and handle them.